Obviously, after playing in Iceland and doing well, I'm just looking forward to the CGC, and hopefully I can win this one too.
All right. Hello, Hikaru. It's so nice to have you here in Toronto. Are you excited for the CGC?
Yeah, I was here a couple of weeks ago in Toronto filming some other stuff, so it's good to be back.
Where would you personally rank Rapid Chess amongst pro chess formats?
For me, Rapid is, I would say right now, is close to my favorite, or it's Blitz. One of the two, Rapid or Blitz, but definitely not Classical. I also think that with less time, more blunders occur, so that's why Rapid, I think, is a truer test of your overall skill ability. Blitz will always be my favorite if there's nothing on the line.
How is preparing for a Rapid tournament like CGC different from preparing for large over-the-board tournaments? Is there a difference? What's your process like?
I don't think it's much different. Classical chess, it has to be quite a bit deeper. You have to look at many different lines, many different possibilities. In Rapid, generally, I think if you have an idea and you look at a couple of lines before the game, that's for the most part good enough, I've found.
I was going to ask you, what are your own internal expectations for competing this week?
As I said, I'm just going to try to play my game, and if it's good enough, it's good enough. If it's not, it's not, but I don't really think about anything else.
I love that answer, just playing the chess. That's great.
Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself.
$1 million prize pool. Sorry, I was peeking. Try to do it again because I was peeking. I could just stand farther. I could just not, I could just do this. To continue. I'm shouting again. I feel like as the day goes on, you guys continue to distance the mic more and more away from me. I feel like they might notice a pattern go, and this is me without my voice too. Imagine if I was at full capacity. Break the mic, I dare you.
The One Hotel Toronto has been a most excellent host through our first 2 days of competition at the CGC Finals, but things are getting serious as the field has been trimmed to our Final Four, and these players position themselves for the $200,000 first place prize. It's the semifinals of the Chess.com Global Championship, and it starts right now.
Yes, I was born in Vancouver. Crazy. But as fond as I am of that place, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto. Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by. The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and public parks, and even in hot tubs with amaranth for well over a century.
Yeah, I don't think that's what the script said.
You're right. And now this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals. Facing elimination for weeks, 4 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen's-sized share of the $1 million prize pool.
And bishop takes g3. That ends it officially.
I think that's it. It resigns.
Resigns.
Oh my goodness.
What an Armageddon we just had.
My wife, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC Finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all.
Thank you again, Andrea. Toronto has been super friendly to us, as has the One Hotel in downtown. We are pushing to our 2 semifinals matchups, which feature some popular players and should lead to some very exciting chess. And we welcome you once again inside the gameplay hall at One Hotel. I am International Master Danny Wrench alongside Grandmaster Amon Hambleton, FIDE Master James Canty, and Grandmaster Danya Naroditsky there on the end. We will also be joined soon by none other than Fabiano Caruana. That's right, you've seen the pics on social media as he calls today's matches with Robert Hess. All right, guys, today we begin one of the CGC semifinal, the first day of the CGC semifinal. So let's take a look at the bracket and get everyone up to speed on how we got here. In the top half, we saw both Americans moving on. Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So were both dominant. Neither of those matches were ever really in doubt, guys. They both played well. We'll talk about how we think they're going to play in a little bit. But let's move on and remind you that Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin are joining them in the semifinal. Both of those guys had very different roads, right? Naka and So were dominant. Anish Giri had to win in Armageddon. Nihal Sarin had to complete a comeback to get there. The semifinal matchups today will start off with Giri and Sarin and Nakamura and So not long after that. Whoever wins the semifinals, of course, will be joining us for Championship Sunday and Monday. We will crown our champion on Monday, and boy, are we going to have fun this weekend. All right, guys, before we turn to today's matchup, dive into all the action and make our predictions, let's talk about some thoughts on how these 4 players got here. Amon, I'm going to start with you. Hikaru Nakamura, right? Many people's favorite to win it all. How impressed have you been? What are you thinking about Hikaru's form right now in Toronto?
Well, it can't be understated. Hikaru is in general in great form. Not just here, Danny, but leading up to this event. It started out with more of the same, right?
Yep.
All wins on day one, but I don't think you can just gloss over that almost comeback that we saw from JKD.
Yeah.
So I think that Hikaru has to clean some things up. It hasn't been perfect, but it's definitely been more of the same.
Yeah.
And there's a cliche that is always repeated in these situations, which I'm going to repeat again because all I do is basically repeat cliches, which is that players in great form in any sport make it look easy. Like Michael Jordan makes it look easy when he just gets open for a 15-foot jumper. Same with Steph Curry. Have to throw in a Steph Curry reference every day. Hikaru's making it look easy. It's like he's always better out of the opening. He's always converting smoothly in middle games. He's doing things that are objectively really hard and making them look easy. He's just swimming in the waves of success, and I think we'll see it carry over in the next round, but he's up against a very, very formidable challenger.
Well, of course, as in Warriors, I mean, of course, Hikaru is a bad boy.
Don't talk about them this season, though.
Pistons,
Let's not talk about the Warriors
That's
this
right,
season.
of course, yeah. But, of course, speaking of bad boys, like the Pistons, Hikaru is actually, half a man, right, as we say. So, of course, he had some hiccups, right, with the 2 games. Got hit. I can bleed a little bit. Ow, right, hurt a little bit. But now he's back in good form. I think he's just going to cruise, to be honest.
I agree with Amon. His form overall right now is kind of undeniably maybe playing some of the best chess in the world. But maybe I cursed him a little bit when I said that, the commentators cursed, because he did stumble against JKD a little bit. We'll see if he cleans up some of the details against Wesley So. But speaking of So, that's a guy who, once he cleaned up that minor detail of missing mate in 2 in game 1 against Andrake, and it's been smooth sailing ever since.
Yeah, that's a great point. We heard it earlier from what Canty was saying about bleeding a little bit. I think Wesley got that out of the way the earliest that you could in a tournament like this, right? We had that scare in game 1 for Wesley. He missed the mate himself. It was shaky. He should have lost that game, Danny, but since then, he finished that match with a dominant score. So it's like that never happened, and Wesley's form now looks tremendous.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So's looking good. So definitely after that first hiccup he had, and then he was able to bounce back with some wins and able to pick up the match. I think he's going to face Hikaru today. It's going to be difficult. He got a lot of stuff for him to do today, but I think in the end he'll be all right. to be honest.
And I managed to sneak in a blitz match with Wesley after the commentary, I promise. I wasn't playing from my phone while commentating. But Wesley getting in some warm-up, and I can attest to the fact that Wesley is in phenomenal form. He was seeing tactics. He was playing quickly. Robert made a point yesterday that I want to echo. His time management has been phenomenal. And yesterday in the blitz match, I mean, he was making moves so quickly. He was playing well in time scrambles.
Yeah.
I'm not the greatest judge of weaknesses because Wesley is in a different universe, but I'm looking forward to this match so much, Danny, because it cannot be stated enough. Both players are in phenomenal form, and we always get the most entertaining matches in that scenario.
You mentioned he was engine-like too, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was so precise in tactical positions. You could just feel the confidence.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking a lot about their form, making the sports references, but they say the great ones get it done even if they're not in perfect form. So we'll see who can find themselves as the road gets bumpy for Naka and So. But all right, let's talk about Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin next. But starting with Anish, that's a guy who has been in pretty good form. He stumbled, blew a 2-game lead, but ultimately got it done in a very well-played Armageddon game. Your thoughts on the Dutchman's performance so far?
Well, Danny, I think that's what top players do. They get it done. They find a way to get it done. And Giri did so, I would say, without too many blemishes, but the one that stands out is, when he lost a full piece in a game that should have been a draw, in a game that should have, been close to wrapping up that match. That caused things to go to the Armageddon, and although that was a pretty serious moment, the fact that he was able to have a serious blunder like that and then bounce back and just win the Armageddon fairly convincingly, I think speaks volumes about Giri and his recovery.
Yeah,
I agree with Aman, and I would echo that by saying he had a day to analyze, debrief, and the greatest players not only display results even when they don't have the greatest form, but they make adjustments during the tournament, during the game. I think we're going to see adjustments from Anish, and he's going to be hungry to get into the finals.
Let me tell you something. Giri does not get weary, okay?
Giri does
not get weary. Very solid, right? Very solid play, of course. He's going to do what he has to do. I mean, Sarin is going to swing at him, and I think he's going to be able to block, Muhammad Ali style, and punch him and then be able to punch him out.
I agree completely. I also will say that hard to pick against the guy behind my shoulder, Hikaru Nakamura, or even maybe Wesley So if either of them make it to the final. But Anish Giri, you could argue, is maybe the most battle-tested to this point, survived big moments, won an Armageddon. We'll see if Anish can figure it out. And will the fact that he's battle-tested pay off against his opponent, Nihal Sarin? Because, of course, we need to talk about that guy now. He was able to come back and get past Sam Sevian in the quarters. Our own Mike Klein caught up with Nihal in Belgrade after his win on Thursday.
We're here at the Chess.com Global Championship in Belgrade with Grandmaster Nihal Sarin, the only player from Belgrade to advance. Now, every player in Belgrade went into today with a minus score. How were you able to make the comeback today?
I'm very happy that I managed to make a comeback, and of course I was not expecting it to finish in the rapid games at least.
The first game, Game 5, was the key game because you were worse, and then you were worse, and then it turned around all at once. How did that happen?
The game changed when he played d5. I sort of expected him to do that, and I was quite unhappy to see d5. I found a very strong move, queen takes d5, bishop g6, and queen b7. Then Sam blundered this queen b1, queen b5, I think, and yeah, that was a massive boost for me.
And in the final game, obviously he had to go for everything, and he played the Tiger Modern. Were you thinking that was anywhere on the radar?
Modern is always something to expect when somebody needs to win on demand with black, and okay, I was already very happy to get to the final game with a 1-point lead after that 7th game. So.
I'm sure you'll take any opening at that point. Finally, what will you do to prepare for your next match?
It's a new day, new match, and just start from zero.
Mindset for someone so young at age 18. He knows he needs to start fresh and focus on the moment. He's had a great path to get here, guys, and our insights fun fact about him, I want to point out, he's never played into the now infamous Berlin draw in 78 rated rapid games. Canty, I know you're already a fan of the young fella.
Yeah, I am.
Does that make you even more of a fan?
Of course, absolutely. Of course, when you hear like Berlin is a synonym for sleep. So like when you hear Berlin, you're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's how the Berlin is, right? So it's good to see that he doesn't play into these, which means he's going to swing all day long. Imagine somebody just swinging at you, Danny. Just literally, I'm just swinging at you, Danny.
Never ends. We were talking about this guy. I mean, he's a fighter. but he's also resourceful. We keep calling him Mini Naka. He stays in every game and manages to swindle his way to victories under time pressure. Your thoughts about
Yeah,
Soren?
and I mean, don't be fooled by his repertoire. He does play the London. You know, I'm not going to count that against him. You know, usually I do, but you know,
Eric
I like
Rosen's here,
Nihal.
so be careful. Be careful. Yeah.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh yeah, he is. Oh my god, I need to watch my tongue. But Nihal plays these openings. He likes to just get positions. He actually bucks the trend that we see in a lot of young players. He doesn't play the topical Italians as frequently. He just likes positions. And I mean, he might be the greatest like flat out middle game player of this young generation. He's so fun to watch.
I know Eric Rosen has the rep for being the London guy, but you're also a London guy. Are you taking any offense to the London comment?
Oh, I forgot him on this here too.
Yeah, keep it civil.
Man, they're all over the place.
World-renowned expert over here, but no, let it slide, Danny. For this time, I think we might have to commentate soon. So keep it friendly. But I mean, Nihal's been all but impressive, and it's his road to get here that probably isn't talked about enough. Taking out guys like Kramnik, Dingley, Ren, like these are huge names, and he's one of those guys that just always seems to get it done. He was down in his match. He had a comeback. He just always seems to get the result. And, you know, he's comfortable playing down on time.
Yeah.
And you live by the sword, die by the sword. Because sometimes you're so comfortable that you don't even realize your time's getting down there.
Yeah, of course, even a quick compliment that I've even heard that they've called him a little Hikaru, right? I've heard you say that before. When you know, time gets low like that, you only see Hikaru in precision, the accuracy, the resourcefulness. It's really, you see that in Sarin.
Well, will he stay precise when it matters most? He has that clutch factor people talk about, but we're going to know soon enough. So let's turn to today's semifinal matches. Here they are. Again, you see it, the Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin will lead things off. They are at the top. Because of that, they start on the hour. Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So will kick things off 10 minutes after that. We like that stagger so that our casters can focus and give you their full energy one game at a time. We know you like catching the big moments, fans. So 10 minutes after Giri Sarin will be Nakamura. So let's dig in here, guys. Starting with Sarin and Giri. We saw Giri's comments yesterday that he thinks he maybe matches up pretty good against the youngster at this time. Your thoughts on whether those be fighting words for Sarin?
No, I think those are just objective words.
Okay.
I mean, when you think about who's on the other side of the bracket, Nakamura and Wesley So, he would just rather play Nihal. I don't think that was a slight in any direction. It's just, you know, comparatively, Danny, he would rather play Nihal Sarin. And he spoke about how maybe in the really short formats, Nihal might be the favorite. In classical, I think Giri has the edge. This should be a really even matchup, but I look to Nihal in that time pressure situation. If he keeps getting in that spot, he's not always going to be able to get out of it.
Yeah, I want to second Amon's point. I think some people listen to that interview and they think, hey, Giri said, you know, Nihal's an easy opponent. But no, that's like, you know, an oatmeal raisin cookie versus nothing. Nihal is still a bad opponent, but better than Wesley or Hikaru. I think that's safe to say. So I don't think there are any easy or good opponents in this tournament. But I agree. I think Anish Giri is stating facts, and you know, this is what you would choose between the other alternatives.
Absolutely.
It's the best candidate move.
Yeah, he was very best candidate move. Great way to put it. Yeah, it was very objective about it, just speaking what he thought. And of course, he even put out there, I mean, if I lose, I get crushed, right? He didn't lead with like, oh, I'm just going to beat the kid, right? It was more like, I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm going to play my best chess and be solid about it.
All right, well, if it makes Nihal feel any better, if I had to choose one of the four players, I would take Giri. Okay, there you go. All right, well, let's talk about Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, the two Americans. They have a long history against each other. They've been known as rivals, though they spent time working together at the Fisher Random World Championship. It was seen on video, kind of practicing the positions. But here they are facing off two legends of American chess. What are your thoughts on how they match up on paper, Amon?
Well, first of all, it's really interesting to go from, you know, spending time together working towards a success to spending time, you know, across the table from one another, working directly against each other. So that already in itself is pretty interesting. Naka is coming in with momentum, Danny. We know that in, you know, previous tournaments, in this tournament as well. But I think in his match, it was that slip up, that almost comeback that you got to feel like a guy like Wesley, if that happens, if he gets those chances, he's going to punish them. I don't think Naka can afford to have that happen again.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hikaru did defeat Wesley in the RCC playoffs, so Wesley's going to have to push that away from his mind. But the reason I'm looking forward to it is not only because both players are in good form, as I highlighted earlier, but these are players with two different styles, two different psychological makeups, and both of them have achieved tremendous success doing things their way. So I'm going to be very curious to see who will be able to drag the other player into their territory, their types of positions.
That's great. In fact, when you say their type of positions, in fact, this being a faster time format too as well, Hikaru is definitely a favorite, right? And momentum, as you spoke about too. When somebody's hot, in basketball and they shoot and they just score rocking, pass me the ball, right? And Hikaru is like that right now. So he passed me the ball. It could be a clean one, or it could be, 1 point game, but we'll see. I think Hikaru got this one though.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if this one's going to come down to the wire. Though.
Right.
I love all the points about the styles, the clash, and who will get the better of it, Naka or So. We're going to find out.
Right.
And as many of you know, we've been finding out what your predictions were throughout this week. Thousands of you participated in our CGC bracket challenge. There are still prizes available, including some chess bra hand towels signed by Amon Hamilton. Whether they're used or not, I don't know. Okay, but here's how all of you picked. Those of you who predicted these matchups, here's how you predicted the semifinal matchups from here if you had them in your bracket. Hikaru Nakamura, still heavily favored no matter who he plays, even Wesley So. I think that probably even Hikaru would agree. That's a big percentage there in a match that could be closer to 50-50. Anish Giri favored much more of a coin flip against Nihal Sarin for those of you who had this in your bracket. So a lot to unpack there, but of course we need to also formalize our predictions. That's what the community thought. Now we're going to talk about what we think. We're here in Toronto. We have 2 matchups to pick. Let's start with you, Amon. Who are you taking in the Giri-Sarin match?
Danny, and Giri-Sarin, I'm going to take Anish Giri in that matchup. I think that one of the main points that I alluded to earlier was the time situation that Nihal gets in. He's really good at getting out of that spot, but I think it's because he's so comfortable being low on time that he gets into that spot when he shouldn't. And Giri's the type of player to use that to his advantage, use his extra time, and punish.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot. Players who get in time pressure can get themselves in trouble.
I don't know who those are.
I'm also going to take Anish Giri, not just because he's here and sometimes we got to hug it out from time to time. I got Anish. I do think he's the slight favorite. I think it was an objective pick. I'm going with the Dutchman.
I'm going with the Dutchman myself. I'm going with Anish Giri, my guy.
Listen, I was going to go with the Dutchman, but Anish is sitting behind me. I think he performs best, and he's got a chip on his shoulder, so I'm going to go with Nihal.
He might like chips, too.
So you're taking Sarin. Okay, sorry, I misheard that. All right, here we go. We got 3 Anish and a Sarin. But now let's talk about Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. We'll be curious how this one lines up. This is a big match, 2 Americans. I think even though it was 63% from the community, if I had to guess, a lot of people might be closer to 50-50 now. Amon, your pick.
Yeah, Danny, in this match, I've got Wesley. I mean, honestly speaking, this is about as much of a coin flip as you could get. So let's avoid all the cliches. Both of these guys have a real chance.
Yeah, both could win. Not surprised by your pick, but I am going to go with Hikaru Nakamura, the reigning Fisher Random World Chess Champion who took the title from Wesley So. I think he continues his form and is our first global champion at the end.
I'm riding with the world champ, my guy, Hikaru, all day. Not even a question.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Hikaru. I think it's going to be a really, really close match, but ultimately I think Hikaru is going to get the upper hand in the time scrambles. And, I mean, his form is just spoken for itself.
Are we allowed to say that anymore? I don't know. His form speaks for itself. Well, I'll figure out if I'm allowed to say that going forward. But here we go. All right, that's it for us for now. We will see you through the course of the 4 games today, of course. For now, we swing it over to Robert Hess, who also happens to be standing with a certain reigning U.S. chess champion we all know. Robert, thanks for being here. But Fabi, you're looking fresh.
Hey, thanks, Danny.
Oh, thanks, Danny and the gang. We have the absolute pleasure to be joined by Fabiano Caruana. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. And Fabi, how's it feel to be here in Toronto?
It feels great. It's such an exciting event, and I'm really looking forward to all the matches. I think they're going to be unpredictable, and we'll have a lot of fun today.
We certainly will. And it's different than when you were playing in the event because now it's a different format, still the same time control, still the same Armageddon bidding procedure. But Fabi, in a best-of-8 game, how does that change the dynamic?
I think it's a really big difference. The thing about best-of-4 game matches is that one slip and everything can go wrong. You lose one game, and against these guys, it's very difficult to come back from it. 8 games, it still gives you a lot of time to come back.
Yeah, we still only have 4 players in the field. So, Fabi, there is a chance to make a comeback if you lose day 1. None of these players want to have that early deficit. So, as we look at the matchups for today, who do you have in the matchup between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin?
I have Nihal in this one. I think that he has that clutch factor. Anish has the experience and the class. Of course, he's been a top player for so many years. But the clutch factor, the fact that Nihal can come back from any sort of lost position, that's something that very few people have.
and I'm going with the preparation wizard, Anish Giri, in this one. And I know the chat, for once, agrees with me. They also picked Anish to win this matchup. But, Fabi, we are going to have a second match staggered by 10 minutes. It's Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So. Who do you have in that?
I'm taking Hikaru for that one. I think that Hikaru has been on fire recently. I mean, winning the Fisher Random World Championship. But the thing is, Wesley is also a player who works a lot with confidence. If he wakes up today and he just feels inspired, he can be an unstoppable force, even for Hikaru. But still, Hikaru's my pick. The momentum, everything going right for him recently, I think that's going to be a big factor.
I think Hikaru used the psychological factor, but I'm going with Wesley So. He's stoic, he is unafraid, and I'm unafraid to disagree with chat. I know I usually ignore you. I can't ignore your pick. Hikaru Nakamura is chat's pick. They agree with you on this one, Fabi. So not too surprising on that front, but as we turn to our first semi-final matchup, it will start with Anish Giri versus Nihal Sarin. Anish is 10 years Nihal senior, but Fabi, they have not played before, at least not very much.
Yeah, I think that Anish doesn't have so much experience with these young players as much. He's my generation. You know, we've played a million games, but against these young guys, he doesn't have as much experience. But we were speaking yesterday, and you know, he's been thinking about the psychology of these younger players, how they approach openings, how they prepare for these matches. So he's put some thought into that. I think that will come into play. You know, Anish is also a master of preparation. He definitely prepares his openings very meticulously and also thinks about his opponents. But still, the lack of experience against Nihal in particular, that might play a factor.
Okay, well, Nihal Sarin, he has the benefit of having not played him, as you're saying, because he hasn't suffered those defeats. When you play someone older than you, usually you lose the first batch of games. That can be bad for your confidence. But Nihal Sarin is not somebody who needs extra confidence. He knows how strong he is, the faster time controls, and we are off. And it's a Sicilian from Nihal. So are you at all surprised by the opening choice?
Not too surprised. I think a lot of these young Indian players, they have been dabbling in these Sveshnikov positions. I noticed that like Pragnananta, Gukesh, a lot of these players play this. Sometimes they play with G6 instead of E6, but he's playing E6. I think Nihal has played this quite a bit before as well.
It's a very weird setup because the bishop on f8 is stuck there and not developed. So you would like to get this piece out, but there's a knight on e7 in its path. So eventually, there are going to have to be some trades for black to develop. So Fabi, in this position, Nihal taking his first think, he chooses knight g6, but is that catching your eye something that's normal, or what's going on here?
Yeah, so this d4 move, I think I was one of the early players to play it against Boris Gelfand in 2013. And knight g6 is a slightly more unusual choice compared to a6, where white takes on c6 and creates this sort of totally different structure. Black usually takes back with the b pawn. Here we're not going to see that. White will try to either play c3, knight d2, or sometimes try to get c4 in. But it looks like he'll play knight d2, and then the bishop will probably drop back to e2, and he'll try to get f4. That's the typical plan for white. But the typical plan for black is somewhere to get bishop g5 in. That sometimes is a thing, and Boris Gelfand is a huge expert of these lines. So a lot of the theory of this opening is based off of his games.
Okay, well, we see the bishop has dropped back to d3. The pawn on e4 extra well defended. And Fabi raises a really good point that if black can play bishop to g5, maybe you can secure the f4 square, some of these dark squares on the king side. There is a knight on g6. That knight would like to hop forward, but for now, the bishop on e3 is covering its progress. I do like this position for white. If black ever trades on d4, I'm gladly capturing towards the center with c takes d4, improving my pawn formation, and if not, then white just has all of these pieces nice and compactly situated here, ready to storm forward with f4, maybe even f5, and that could lead to a potential attack against the black king. So as we sit here, Nihal, he's spending his time. Fabi, we praised Nihal on day 2 for playing much more quickly. His day 1 time management wasn't very good, but when you see the early lead in the clock for Anish Giri, and where he is the better prepared player, he's the veteran player, I feel like this should be good news for the Dutch #1 as he goes for his queen h5 maneuver. So he's going for a sort of attack over here, f4 next. I am actually very, very concerned for Nihal Sarin's position because, Fabi, correct me if I'm wrong, the attack might come very quickly.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried because Anish is playing so quickly, and he's also an expert in these lines with both colors. And yeah, f4, rook f3, and rook h3 is the idea. That looks very scary because if black has to play h6, then you're looking at f5 and bishop takes h6 tactics. In the future, of course, this is all way down the line. Black will have time to prepare for this attack. But still, you get those thoughts that this is scary, and my opponent's in preparation. It definitely gets in your head a bit. Now he's thinking, will he take back with the pawn to gain a tempo on that bishop on d3? But on the other hand, then maybe white can use the d-file as well. So he has a choice here. Normally, bishop takes c6 feels like the most natural move.
Right, because if you take with the pawn, then your bishop looks a bit silly behind that pawn. You got kind of a diamond, but the bishop on b7 is behind the pawns.
Yeah, you could eventually try to get c5, but then again, that c pawn is kind of covered at the moment. There's a bishop and a queen attacking it. You might be able to achieve that, but you might not. I would feel like bishop takes c6 is the most natural move, but then the question is, how do you respond to f4? Because that's clearly white's next move. Do you try to break in the center with d5? Do you try to play more slowly? But then rook f3, rook h3 is happening sooner or later. So he takes with the pawn, tries to gain a tempo, and plays c5.
And f4 comes. So look at this. Anish Giri, he's playing instantly, right? He has nearly as much time as he started with. Nihal hasn't spent that much time, but I'm getting worried because we saw this on day one. As soon as he was down to just under a minute, he's the best bullet player on chess.com. At least his rating is often the highest. But you can't survive the middle game when you're struggling and you're putting his minutes on the clock.
Well, the thing is, he's not worried at all about time trouble. That's why he's happy to get there, because he wants to make sure he has as good a position as possible. And most people are terrified when they get into, I mean, I'm one of those guys, but I think most people are terrified when they get low on time, because that's where the blunders usually happen. But Nihal, he knows that he can avoid those blunders. So his main challenge is getting out of the opening with a playable position, because look, Anish is still playing so quickly. He's still in preparation. I mean, he hasn't spent any time on the clock, and he's already up over 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's very important to note that this pawn on c5, while it could have been captured, the knight on d2 would have been loose. The bishop on e3, a very important piece sitting here. So that's why that pawn on c5 was not captured. c4 played, that carves up more space for black's pieces, but f5, and I feel like white's just storming forward here.
My question is, what happens after rook f3?
You're just going to play with the rook lift, okay?
Well,
you've been taking lessons from James Canny. Lifting is good.
That's a mating attack. I mean, imagine rook f3 and play some sort of non-consequential move like rook to c8.
Okay.
A move where black should probably do something more concrete. And then rook h3, you cover that with h6, and now maybe f5 is coming and some potential sacrifices.
Oh my goodness.
These things, they become very concrete. Maybe black survives, maybe not, but you have to calculate all this in advance. So rook f3, the other option is maybe the knight will come to f3.
Yeah, knight
because then you also prepare rook a d1, so you have multiple ideas going on.
Wow, just the queen. You mentioned this. As soon as d takes c6, the rook can come to d1, use the open file. And I'm still looking at f5 because where is this knight going? If you don't want to take on f5, we can show a very direct line. After f5, if you take on f5 and I take back with the pawn, of course I'm threatening your knight on g6. But if you move the knight to e5, I can play f6 here, threatening checkmate in one move, so you can't take the pawn f6, and you can't take, you lose the bishop.
Yeah, so this is game over. So after f5, black cannot take. I'm wondering about the option of sacrificing a pawn with knight to e5. Now f takes e6 happens, and black, it looks like everything's collapsing, but there's f6, and that pawn on e6, it is a passed pawn, but it's also in the heart of black's camp, so it might fall off at some point. And the question here is, does white concretely have a way to support that pawn, or to use it very quickly, like maybe knight to f3, and then you try to either play knight d4, or to remove that defender off e5 and break in the center with e5 yourself?
Right, the bishop is behind the pawn, so we'll see how Anish Giri goes forward. He seems to be out of his preparation, but two players who are about to show their preparation are Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. That game is about to begin. Hikaru gets white in game one. And this matchup between two players from the United States, two players, Fabiano, that you know extremely well. Hikaru, slightly older. Their rapid ratings in chess.com even. And if you look at their last 10 rapid meetings, also tied.
Yeah, these players have so much experience against each other. And they are, in terms of strength, they are pretty much comparable. I mean, they have very different styles. But having been top players for so many years now, for Hikaru, it's already, we can talk about decades of being a top player. I mean, they're very evenly matched. But I wonder what we'll see already in the opening, because these are players who are rather predictable in terms of their opening choices with the black pieces, but with the white pieces, they tend to experiment a lot, so that'll be interesting.
Let's see a Berlin draw. What do you think? They did that so many times throughout the Rapid Chess Championship, and Wesley, he has the black pieces. He would love that.
We're going to see either a Berlin or an Italian now. That's my guess.
Okay, knight c6, big question mark. Bishop b5. So we are getting a Berlin, and this time Hikaru quickly playing c3, and Wesley striking with d5 in the center. So Fabi, you are an expert on these types of variations. What do you think the players want from each other?
Yeah, so this is actually a crucial moment for white here. Does he take on d5, or does he play knight b to d2? Because these are two completely different structures, and both moves are let's say in theoretical terms, roughly equivalent moves. You know, both are kind of equalish, but knight bd2 keeps more tension in the position. And this is actually how Hikaru lost to Rajabov in the candidates tournament. He was playing with the black pieces. Rajabov played knight bd2, and eventually Rajabov won an extremely important game, it turned out, for the ultimate standings, because Hikaru was close to qualifying for a world championship match if he had just had, you know, half a point more at some point. So he has experience from both sides, and maybe that thought that, oh, I lost to this with black, that maybe there's some chances for white here. So a5 is a theoretical move, and white has a choice now. You can also take on c6 and capture the pawn on e5, but Wesley is prepared for that. You don't sack a pawn in the opening without knowing exactly what is happening afterward.
Yeah, that's right. So we can show this variation. Bishop takes c6, pawn takes c6, knight takes e5. Give me your central pawn. But Fabi, how does this variation continue here? Because black is not just handing a pawn with no compensation.
I don't remember the exact theory here. I would assume that black plays either rook d8 or d takes e4. Rook d8, it looks like it's sacrificing another pawn, but after knight takes c6, that knight is also in a rather precarious position. So either one of those, if white goes for this, one of those two moves would probably be played. But I assume that Hikaru won't be in a rush to take on c6, because it feels like if you go for that, you're walking to your opponent's preparation, you're probably just going to run into some long theoretical line and not get anything out of the opening. So he wants to keep more tension in the position, and that's why we saw the move h3.
Yeah, quiet move, just covering the g4 square, which is important because the bishop sometimes pins the knight. Other times the knight wants to come to g4 and attack f2. We saw positions like this yesterday, but the h3 pawn covers the square. And now the question is, what is the deal with this tension? This the e4, d5 pawn dynamic. Black often takes this pawn on e4, and, well, as soon as I say it, Wesley does it. And the question then becomes c6, knight, e5 pawn. Bishop takes c6 compromises black's pawn structure, double isolated pawns, but at the same time, it gives away the bishop pair. So, in your experience, do you prefer playing this position from the white or the black side?
I prefer this from the white side just because white has a slightly more pleasant position. It's a symmetrical structure, but the knight on c6 is a bit misplaced. And actually, we see a funny thing with this knight always. For example, in Hikaru's game with black, and we might even see a transposition to that game, he played knight to a7, kicking the bishop back at some point. The bishop dropped back, and then he went back to c6. So we see that kind of standoff. Very often, the knight also drops back to b8 or to d8. It looks like, oh, you're undeveloping your knight. But the knight going to b8 can come back to d7, and it's a slow maneuvering position. You have time to solve your problem pieces, and the knight on c6 is one of them. I assume that we will see d takes e4, and then at some point white will make the choice, do you play a3 or a4? a4 is more like keeping the structure. Okay, he instantly plays a4, but a3 to expand was also another option to play b4. So both guys are very familiar with this position. It's clear from the speed at which they're moving.
Right, and so the point is this knight on c6 dominated, protecting e5, but dominated by this pawn on c3 over here. It's taking away the forward jumps, and that's a dynamic that I like to point out often, but there it is, knight to b8. So, Fabi, you seem to have a great handle on this position. Wesley brings his knight back to b8. He might want to kick this bishop out of b5 later, and Fabi, let me ask you about this. They are playing face-to-face, and in this format where some players are in Belgrade, Anish is playing Nihal across the ocean, would you rather be face-to-face, or would you rather play someone from afar?
You know, I just feel so much more comfortable playing face-to-face compared to online. It just, you know, I've spent my entire career playing over the board, and online chess, it's a somewhat new development, and it has just a different feel to it. And I think psychology in that case plays a part. I was even talking to Anish about this yesterday. He was saying that he feels like some players, they just play much better online because they don't have that psychological deficit. I'm facing Hikaru, you know, he's right across from me, this legend of chess. And, okay, in this case, you know, they're both legends of chess. They don't have those thoughts. But some people feel more comfortable seeing their opponent across from them. And some players feel more comfortable just, you know, seeing the screen in front of them.
Well, look at that shirt. I mean, Wesley's going to be distracted looking at those patterns there. It looks great. But I think your point is a good one, that for Wesley, I see him like kind of covering his eyes, looking just straight at the computer. And it could be distracting to peer up at your opponent to say, all right, he looks a little bit uncomfortable right now, or he looks like he's just relaxed and ready to get this game on. But the knight went from c6 to b8 to d7. White's bishop went to f1. This position is quite locked up. Unlike the position on the other board, the game between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin, that position is much more open. So these players, they're testing each other in the early stage. They have so much experience against one another. Anish and Nihal, that one is a situation where we have a veteran player and a young player, and as we see on the left side of our screen there, and as we pull up the game, kind of what you were saying happened, right? Where the pawn is on e6 over here. It is an extra pawn for white, but this knight that was on g6, it worked its way from e5 into d3, so it sunk its teeth into white's position, but an extra pawn is an extra pawn.
Yeah, this is a difficult position to judge, but definitely white is on the better side of it because that pawn on e6 is not coming off the board anytime soon. And also, white can start putting pressure on the knight on d3 by playing rook a to d1, and you might lose, you might end up losing another pawn. Although e4 is hanging here, so white has to deal with that as well. This next move will be an important one. I don't see anything which is immediately evident what white should play here. Many moves come to mind, but yeah, this is an important decision for Anish.
And I think this type of position is good for Nihal. He's a very dynamic player. He loves to calculate. And what the guys over there were saying, when they started the show off, they were saying Nihal loves these middle games. He's really precise in them. So Anish had the opening advantage. Now the clock, the lead that he had, is about even. So I feel like the trajectory of the game is heading in Nihal's favor, even if the position is still better for white.
Yeah, I think that overall it is an opening success for Anish. He did get a better position. This is pretty much the best you can hope for. You're not going to blow your opponent off the board. All these guys are well prepared, and they know how to avoid, getting an absolutely terrible position. And for Nihal, he got a complicated position, which is what you hope for from the Sicilian. And time is equalized. So neither of them can be too unhappy with the result of the opening.
No, I don't think so. And let's take a look at some moves, because this knight on d3 is such a thorn in white's side. The b2 pawn is loose, so we do want to get rid of it. But rook a d1, the most natural move, does hang the e4 pawn, so we can't get away with that just yet. So what do you think? Are we going to give up the b2 pawn? Are we going to take this knight and maybe let a pawn go to d3? Jančeslav Duda had a pass pawn like that against Hikaru yesterday.
I think the pawn on e4 is more essential, because the pawn on b2, it doesn't control as many squares in the center. Like, maybe in the endgame, we're going to talk about the importance of the queen side. But for the moment, it's not the endgame, and you really want to keep that bishop out of e4 especially. Once the bishop gets to e4, there's bishop to f5, there's all sorts of things. That bishop would be a monster in the middle of the board. So white really wants to maintain that pawn. I'm wondering if, queen g4 is a reasonable move here. Because, you protect e4, you also put a bit of extra pressure on g6, and black can't kick that queen away. h5 isn't working, because g6 is hanging. f5, you can just take the pawn. So I'm wondering about this move. It feels very natural to me, and maybe h4, h5 one day, just give up the queen side. I don't care if you take on b2, because the most important thing is king safety and the potential mate that white would go for.
I'm already taking your ideas into account here. Knight h4, let's sacrifice on g6, go for checkmate. Rook lifts here, this knight on b2 not in play. Queen g4 is Anish Giri's choice. So Fabiano, you are a superstar in your own right. Anish is trying to copy your plans here. He plays queen g4, and if you can't take on b2, if you can't successfully equalize the material, it does feel like a position where white is just a healthy pawn up with the attack.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of Nihal's game against Sam Savian, where he was getting attacked, and somehow he found a way out of it. I was already thinking, that game's over. There's no way you survive this attack. And the computer evaluation was saying the same thing. But somehow he finds a way to defend his king in these types of situations. But now he just has to deal with the threats. Knight h4 is not at the moment a threat, because knight e5 might drop back, but h4, h5 is also a threat. So I'm wondering how black responds to this. Do you move your king out of the way? Maybe king to h8? But again, you want to do something concrete, because you're also down material. You have to deal with that factor as well. And the king on h8, it might not be safe either.
No, because h4, h5 still comes to mind. Knight h4 definitely to sack on g6 at some point. You mentioned this knight would like to get back to e5, so the knight on f3 is doing an important job for the moment. So maybe throw in moves like rook to d1. I just feel like black doesn't have a plan. Black's plan is don't get checkmated, watch out for white's threats, and those are the worst types of positions to be in, where it's an open board, and you're down a pawn, and your king is the less safe one. So, what is Nihal thinking here? What's he going for?
This is all calculation. Nihal is a calculator. All these young players are. They understand that it's calculation over everything. And so he's just calculating lines. He's not thinking, oh, I'm down a pawn and, and my position is much worse. I mean, he's just trying to find the next move. He's not even thinking about evaluations. I think that's one of the things about young players, is that they don't think about evaluations so much as just concrete moves and lines. And bishop c5, it makes a lot of sense. He wants to play queen e7. He's trying to corral that pawn.
Right, go after that e6 pawn, also bring his queen to the defense and maybe over to G7 later, and we have Anish Giri on camera. He is locked into this position. I feel like I would want to play the move knight d4 to keep more material on the board, protect e6 another time, but he swaps first and then plays knight d4, probably a bit more precise because that b2 pawn was loose, and e6, good luck getting to it. White is just bringing his pieces to the party, and if you play queen e7, bishop c8, that is very time-consuming, and then White can maybe rook left, rook f3, as you were mentioning earlier.
Well, the question is, after queen e7, which is by far the most natural move, how do you respond? Because knight f5 doesn't do anything. It's an empty threat, just queen takes e6, and you didn't achieve anything with this. And black has a strategic potential. He has the queenside grip, so in endgames, these queenside pawns are quite powerful, and the pawn on e4 is an isolated pawn. So if that pawn on e6 ever falls, White is no longer any better, and maybe we can see like the outlines of black having some advantage. Of course, we're not talking about that right now. That would only be in the future, but it's very important when you have a bad position or a dangerous position that you have something to look forward to. And Nihal has that. If things go his way, they could really go his way.
Yeah, and I think that White would have to strike on the queen side with a4 or b4. A move like b4 is actually really annoying to deal with. Hitting this knight, you have two defenders of e6, so you can't grab that. And if you take en passant, then White's pieces really do thrive. After a takes b3, the simple plan is b4, bishop b3, and that could be deadly with this king on g8. So I feel like White is just in time, even though Black is going for that e6 pawn. And I think that's why Nihal hasn't moved. He sees that after queen e7, he's just not quick enough.
Yeah, I think that b4 is a great move, and it also opens up some tactics. If we go down the same line that you just showed, queen e7, b4, black takes, white takes back with the pawn, and something like rook a to e8. And you think, oh, I'm catching that pawn. But then there's b4 again. If knight takes e6, you just take everything. Or maybe bishop b3 immediately is even better, but at the very least, you just take everything in bishop b3, and the pin wins a rook.
Yeah, that's just an extra.
So there's some tactics to look, but as I said, everything is concrete. It's a matter of one tempo in this position. So that's why Nihal is calculating and trying to find that way that he holds on.
Okay, well, it looks concretely bad in many of these continuations. Nihal will do his best. And let's look at both games. They're going on at the same time. Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, we see them on the right-hand side of the screen. And that position couldn't be more different than the one we have on the left side. It's locked up. They're just jockeying for position. Pieces are maneuvering around. And in that one, Wesley So with a 4-minute lead on the clock. Does that surprise you at all?
And a great position to boot. I mean, he got the c5 square. That's the most important thing. Like, White doesn't have, neither side has a dark squared bishop. And so that c5 square is a permanent hole. It can only be covered by knights, and no longer by pawns, because that pawn from b4 got pushed up to b5. That also means that in the endgames, because of the bishops, e4 is a weakness and a4 is a weakness. Right now, we're not going to see that. It's still a relatively, stable position for both players. But there's a lot of strategic risk for White here, and not as much for Black.
Yeah, I agree, because in this game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, we'll dive right into Fabi's points, that a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. Good luck getting to the pawn on c7. It's very far away from White's pieces, but as you point out, knight to c5 already threatens two different pawns in White's position, and if the queens are ever traded, as you were saying, endgames will not be very pleasant for White. So, Fabi, Hikaru, with the white pieces down on the clock, has a worse position. Is it just that Wesley is well prepared and getting an advantage with the white pieces? Not so easy at the top level.
I think that this is going to be a problem for Hikaru, breaking through Wesley's openings, because Wesley has played the Berlin for so long. He's such an expert. He's so stable in it. It's just very, very difficult. And I can speak from experience about this, that playing against Wesley, I'm always thinking, like, what do you do against his openings? I mean, what do you do against his Berlin? Usually I try to avoid it because I feel like it's just a rock. You can't break through. So that's going to be a problem for Hikaru. The thing is that he doesn't care so much. Some players, you get a bad position, you get demoralized. Hikaru is an amazing defender.
And you're saying he literally doesn't care?
Maybe literally, he doesn't literally not care. He cares, he wants a good position, but if he gets a bad position, he's willing to defend.
Right, and maybe he should use Wesley's methodology. A well-timed draw offer could go a long way here. White is worse for sure in this one, but the position is locked up. Wesley is using his time, and a big development is happening in the game between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri, because we were predicting some of the variations, and that variation has come to life in the game between Giri and Sarin. So this position is, I think, getting worse and worse for the Indian teenager. So that's not good news if you're a fan of Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, again, this is a matter of tactics now. Does b4 work?
b4 has been played, and it looks like step 1, b4 had been played, and now it's time for potentially step 2. As you're saying, does the move b3 to b4, kick this knight, open this diagonal for the bishop, and why don't we go look at it? b4, how does black even respond here?
I would guess bishop takes e6 because you don't want to play knight e6.
Oh, no.
Then you're stuck with this pin, and also your bishop on c8 is like obstructing your rook on a8. It just, everything's getting in the way. But bishop takes e6, I'm wondering, it doesn't look losing on first glance. I mean, it looks very dangerous. But after knight takes e6,
I guess
knight takes e6.
Okay. And bishop b3.
Bishop b3, and then you have to cover with rook f to e8, I guess. It looks pretty dangerous. I mean, even if white's not like winning material immediately, still you can slowly ramp up the pressure with rook doubling on the f file, trying to get e5 at some point. So yeah, this is pretty ugly for black.
Yeah, and you see the weak points in the position. The white rook's very active, staring at black's weak pawns. The black rook's just protecting pieces, so it's not a good situation for Nihal Sarin. And b4 has, in fact, been played. So we'll see if Anish Giri has the end of this game in sight. Bishop takes e6, the variation you just highlighted. And now for Anish...
I see a tactic here.
What is it?
Queen to d1.
Oh, no.
Because your knight has to move somewhere. It's attacked. And wherever it moves, there's knight takes e6 and bishop b3.
Oh, this guy. This is why he's a U.S. champion, everybody. Let's show this tactic. Queen to d1. Retreating is the first step to progress. The knight has to move. It's under attack. You drop back. Knight takes e6. Queen takes e6. And what's the queen doing back home? Protecting the b3 square. That pins and wins the queen, and that's game.
That is game. I think after queen d1, he'll have to play bishop c4. Because you're gonna lose a piece. But at least you can try to get that rook on f1 for it.
Okay.
bc5, bishop f1, and then you try to capture c5. Okay, you know, you got a rook and a pawn for 2 pieces. It's not great, but oh wait, is there bishop b3 and knight e6 here? First you give a check to avoid the check on c4. King moves, then knight e6. And you end up a piece anyway. You thought you were winning a rook, but you're losing your rook too.
Okay, well then it might be a couple pawns, maybe some king issues for white, but queen to d1. If Anish Giri plays queen d1, that will indicate that he's in maybe the best form of his career, because this is a very tough tournament. He said Nihal Sarin, of all the competitors left, that's probably the best opponent for him. And queen to d1, just that leaves bishop b3, and that could win him the game.
Yeah, I have to say, Anish was in a very good mood yesterday. I think that overcoming Tamor, who, in these, rapid time formats, he's such a strong player, and especially since it went down to the wire. Like, at some point, it looked like the momentum totally shifted. Tamor was coming back from the match, but then Armageddon, which is like, Armageddon is always a 50-50. So once you overcome that, you just feel uplifted. You feel like you overcame this huge hurdle. So that those positive emotions might also come into play.
Well, let me ask you something. Anish Giri, he's his own biggest critic. He loves his preparation. He said he's honest about it. He has great preparation. He sometimes hardened himself about his calculation. This is a moment where it's pure calculation. Can you take out this bishop on e6 first with a knight, then play for bishop b3? Should you play queen to d1? Do you think this idea is off his radar? Because sometimes a move like that, a retreat, is weird to play. Or do you think he's just trying to find the exact move order and he will, in fact, play queen d1?
Actually, I think that Anish does have very good calculation. So he's being hard on himself, but I really think he's a very good calculator. He's trained it since he was a child, like many players have had to do. It's not pleasant work, but it's work that you have to do. But this is a bit different than calculation. This is full board tactical awareness. This is what like Hikaru is just the best in the world at, and obviously Magnus also. And some players struggle a bit more with it, but I would assume that Anish would find this. This is fully within his capabilities. I would say even on a bad day, he should be fully able to find this. But you never know, because knight takes e6 is also so tempting. But he found it.
There it is, queen d1, perhaps the move of the semifinals in game 1. But look at Nihal. He understood the tactical sequence would not be in his favor. He goes for bishop f1, king f1. So that's the line we were looking at, understanding queen c5, bishop b3 check, then knight to e6, picks up a rook. So white will be a piece ahead. Are you worried at all about Anish Giri's clock? He's a very good bullet player. We should add that. But Nihal Sarin is the best of the best when the clock is ticking down.
If he plays queen takes e5, I'm not worried for Anish, because I think that the danger is only if black has some other minor piece. Like if it was 2 minor pieces against 1 and an open king and you see some, but there's no dynamism left in the attack. White just has a solid extra bishop. And okay, black has a few pawns, but they're kind of weak pawns as well. It's not like he has some dangerous passed pawns on the 3rd rank. I don't see many chances for. I don't think he'll take on c5 for that reason. I don't know what he'll do here. Maybe he'll play king h8 just to like keep it murky. But again, white has that c6 pawn. It'll go up to c6.
Yeah, you said the c6 pawn. Yeah. That's exactly where it's going if you don't take it.
No matter what black does, if you don't take it, it's going to c6, and it's cemented by a knight on d4. Maybe Nihal will see some potential with b4 and trying to dislodge the knight from d4, but there's also bishop coming to d5 potentially. I'm not sure if I see what hope Black has, but Nihal, he finds hope. Yesterday against Sevian, I was also thinking, what hope is there for Nihal in this position? But he found it somehow. He's sort of a magician. I hear this word used a lot with him, but it's very accurate. In these lost positions, he somehow conjures up magic.
Yeah, and they called him like a mini Naka. I think that's what James and Danya were saying. And he'll need to be, because right now he's down on the clock. He's losing objectively. And he plays move f5. Speaking of dynamics, he wants to go after this king. I don't exactly see the problem with e takes f5, but I guess in the variations where a knight lands on e6, he wants to have some checks against the white king. So it does make sense here. And Anish, he is not moving instantly. He's taking his time.
E takes f5 is very natural, but then queen c5 will be played. And if we do look at the exact same variation, bishop b3, king h8, knight e6, that's not good because now black can take on f5 with check. But maybe you have knight e6 immediately instead of bishop to b3.
Okay, so you're saying knight, bishop, knight here?
E takes f5, queen c5, and now knight e6.
Oh, but you can even play knight e6 right away. I thought you were being cheeky over here.
I didn't think of that one.
Oh, I thought
that's a bit too creative, but it might also be very good. But I was thinking e takes f5, queen c5, knight e6, and you're still forked. If queen c4, you move the king, and black has to deal with not only the rook, but also bishop to b3 coming. And black has a tactic, rook takes f5 after knight to e6.
Wow, there's just yikes everywhere here. Knight e6 was in fact played by Anish Giri. Queen d4 check will be lights out, by the way. So I think that Anish is going to lock this on. We'll keep an eye on it. But the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So also deserves our attention. Those two in the other semifinal matchup. As we see on the right-hand side of your screen here, it's looking from bad to worse for Hikaru. His king is out on f2. There's a queen on g5. The rook lift. That rook's joining the party going over to g6. And look at Wesley. Hand still over his eyes. He does not want to take a single glance over at Hikaru, who's sitting across from him.
Yeah, this is perfect for Wesley. Nothing can go wrong. His position is so stable. There is no way to imagine that white does anything besides maybe eventually defend after a long and arduous defense. Holds the draw, but that's the best that white can hope for. There is not a single weakness in black's position, and you can play h4. Look at how all of white's pawns are fixed on light squares. The pawn in a4 is an especially huge weakness because it can't even be defended by another pawn. You always have to keep a piece defending that. And also on the king side, that's not white's biggest concern at the moment, but that king is feeling a little bit shaky there.
Yeah, and this rook d2, queen d1 configuration. There's a rook on d6 saying you're not getting through here. And as you point out, the queen is very importantly placed on d1. As soon as that queen moves, you drop a4. Then there's a runner on the other side. So you have problems all across the board if you're Hikaru Nakamura. He was the people's choice. He was the favorite to win this entire event. And right now, if he loses with white in game one, I think a lot of people will be saying Wesley So may be able to take him down.
Well, definitely losing with white in game one is a huge blow. I still think the length of the match means that there's ample opportunity to come back from a first-round loss, even a tragic one like this would be. But still, black has to convert this. It's not easy at all. I think that if white can somehow trade rooks, he will be one step closer to getting to a drawish position. But I don't see how he does it, because if he moves his bishop, the problem is that black takes on d2, and then a4 is falling. So that's why he would love to just whisk those rooks away from the board, but it's not so easy. That's why he plays king e2, so he can move the bishop and then capture with the king on d2.
Wow, well, he may go on a king run. In the other game, it looks like Anish Giri down under 20 seconds. Nihal Sarin, not much more time. So let's zoom right over there to that one. It is getting down to the wire in game one. And for Anish Giri, he's still up a bishop. His king's on f1. You can't forget about that. The h2 pawn's under attack. 12 seconds, Fabi. This is not looking that easy.
Yeah, it could get a bit scary because you would love to play g3 and king g2, but there's f takes e4 and rook f8 tactics. So king g1 makes a lot of sense. You just want to get that king away from the center as quickly as possible. But who knows, maybe we'll see something. If black can capture that pawn on c3, then we're already talking about technical difficulties in the conversion phase. Still, we're rather far from that point. I mean, white is solidly winning in this position.
Well, only 8 seconds on Anish Giri's clock, so he is winning objectively. 6 seconds on. This is just a pure bullet game at this point.
Yeah, I think that white's goal is to capture those queenside pawns, give up the c3 pawn, and get into an endgame, which is exactly what he's going for, where the time factor maybe won't matter as much, although with seconds on your clock, anything can happen. It doesn't even matter how simplified the position is. We saw that with Anish yesterday against Rajabov. he had reached a completely drawn position and then a last-second blunder. But here he is converting very, very well. He's capturing b5, and what does black really have here?
I guess play your rook, just protect the pawn, and it's going to take a long time to win that pawn, and it will require your king to come to the queen side. And if this king goes over here, your g2 pawn will be loose. So I think there are actually some reasonable chances here for Nihal Sarin to survive.
My question is, why did the king go to h2? Like, the king needs to go f2 and try to get into the center and, like, attack black's rook so that it'll lose control over the a3 pawn. Why is the king on h2? Maybe it doesn't matter because white has all the time in the world. Wait, bishop to f3 now.
That was a really bad move.
That's game over.
Yo, that's a huge oversight from Nihal Sarin. He gave away the pawn, but that was looking like almost a fortress, in fact, if he hadn't given up that pawn for free.
I feel like it was always losing, but you never know with low time. Now there's just nothing that can go wrong. Also, Anish has built up a pretty decent amount of time on the clock, already over 20 seconds. Easily convertible position. I think this game is about to finish.
Yeah, these rooks might be traded off by force. The only thing you don't want to have is this pawn and this bishop. That is the wrong corner. So g4, be very careful. If h3 is played, do not take it with your pawn. That's the only trick black has left, but there is a resignation. Anish Giri wins game 1, and a very deserved victory for the Holland player.
Yeah, this is a great win for Anish. I mean, getting the momentum right into the match gives him confidence. And I think that's very important for Anish.
Yes, he wins game 1, so he takes down the player from India, the teenage sensation. So Anish Giri plays a fantastic first game, great preparation, great calculation, and he now is in the lead. He is, well, he's vibing to the music. He's out of his chair. He's done with that.
Yeah, I think we saw that Anish, he has the class. So if he can keep his composure with the last seconds on the clock like he did in this game, then everything can go right for him.
For sure, and Nihal Sarin will have to bounce back going forward, but we have Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, and this is a locked-up position. This knight on e3, Fabi, you would love that pawn e6 to move, but unfortunately that's going to remain there, and it just feels like you have to shuffle around.
Yeah, I don't see how black is going to make progress. I would think the only plan would be to get that queen around, queen h2, queen g1, but of course white will always stop that with a queen to the first rank, and you're not going to get in there, and the only pawn break for black is d5, but I feel like that will be too risky for black to go for. That pawn is very well covered by a knight on e3. A beautiful knight, by the way. Defends g2. It controls d5. It's like a monster, which holds everything together. So I think that this game is most likely leading towards a draw.
And if you're Wesley So, you don't want to lose your sight on the queen side, because this knight at some moment can hop to c4, and b6 and d6 will be under attack. For now, the knight has to stay put. As you were mentioning, the g2 pawn is loose. But for Wesley, do you think there's any disappointment? Because he had a pretty big advantage. It's not necessarily about the result, right? For you top players, when you draw a game, you're better. It's not like, oh, I'm upset I drew. It's more like, I'm upset I didn't put more pressure on my opponent.
I think it's a bit of good and bad for Wesley. The good thing is that he was never in any danger. Opening went extremely well, and Hikaru will now struggle against his Berlin, because in the first game, usually you show your best idea. You don't save it for the end. So if Hikaru doesn't have ideas in the Berlin, he's going to have to start jumping to other openings. And then, who knows, maybe Wesley could get chances with black. Of course, he did have a better position. He would have liked to press, but I think he's a relatively calm guy. He'll understand that overall it's a good thing.
For sure. Drawing with black pieces, that's generally good. Is there a d5? I mean, we say it's covered, and it is covered by all of these white pieces, but d5 is not out of the question. a4 drops if you make the move d5, and I'm guessing that Wesley's happy to make the draw, but if he had to win the game, do you think he would play that move d5?
If he had to win, it's not even a question. He would just do it. I mean, you have no choice. And at that moment was specifically the best, because the knight on a4 would come into c3 with the queen on d1. There would be some fork options. But yeah, Wesley is generally a somewhat risk-averse player, and it works very well for him. It's his style. It leads to very, very stable and consistent results. But if he was in a must-win, then of course he just goes for it. I mean, there's no choice.
Right, no, for sure. But I think we should show that, because that was a moment that might have passed him by. So if we analyze the position with the queen going to f4, there will be a timely, it was right around, oh, they agreed on a draw. So we didn't even have time to look at it. They just said, nah, nothing to see here. But Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So split game 1. I think that's a fair result, some tenacious defense from Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, Hikaru will be very happy, but we know his quality in terms of defense is unmatched. He's one of the greatest defenders, not only of his own generation, but in the history of chess. So that's one of his. That's going to be one of his strengths in this match.
Well, it is half-half. Good news for Wesley So for sure. He had the black pieces, and well, Hikaru, he's not going to be fazed by that. He's had bad results before. He's able to bounce back. But, I mean, the momentum. After yesterday's debacle, he did win the match against Jan Duda, but it feels like he's maybe a little bit out of shape right now.
I don't feel that way so much. I think that he had some emotions after winning 4-0 on the first day against Duda that maybe led to somewhat shaky play because he already thought this match is wrapped up, it's over, and that can get into your head and cause some, some weaknesses in your play. But overall, he played a great match against Duda. That was just amazing. Like, to dispatch a player like that is just amazing.
Okay, well, Anish Giri had a big victory in Game 1. So, Fabi, as we look at that matchup, Nihal, what do you say his odds are to strike back in Game 2?
I mean, I still pick Nihal, so I'm still rooting for him. But yeah, this is a tough one to come back from. But he was also down against Sam Sevian, and he came back from that even more so. He won 2 games in a row at some point. So I don't think he's a player who gets so fazed by bad results. He's still able to come back.
For sure. And, well, we do have this game in front of us between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin. And around here, Fabi, we're already worried about Nihal's position. This pawn on c6 blocking the bishop, and White's plan seemed very straightforward. So c5, f4, and it seems like this move c4 was the start of Nihal's troubles. Instead, he probably should have brought more pieces to his king's defense.
Yeah, I mean, the preparation point was so important that Anish just blitzed out his moves, and he got a good position to boot. Preparation will be a factor for Nihal because Anish is so well prepared. He's so versed in so many openings. He's, I would say, one of the best prepared players in the top. I mean, it's like Magnus, him. There's not many guys who can compete with Anish in the openings.
Well, one of them's right here, but you're not going to say yourself.
Well, I'm not even sure because I always feel uncomfortable against Anish in the openings too. Like, I feel like, where do you run against the guy? He's just so well prepared in a variety of openings, and he can jump anywhere. So you always have to be ready for opening switches, for him to attack you in this direction, that direction. It's a big challenge, and it will be a big challenge for Nihal.
And it was a challenge in this game. He attacked him straight there on the king's side. He was not holding anything back. This was a critical moment. After f5, the knight was under attack. You could not take back here. We'll show that once more, because when the knight moves, f6 threatens checkmate in 1 and threatens this bishop on e7 at the same time as well as the knight on e5. So he had to give up a pawn here. Knight e5 takes. The knight is loose on e5. And after that, honestly, Anish played a fantastic game. Queen g4, then this b4 move. Maybe the move of the round, Fabi.
I think Queen g4 and b4 shows that he really is in good shape. I mean, Queen g4 was not a very obvious move. b4, you pointed out, it comes to mind, but it's not easy to make that move because it's very concrete and it's based always on this tactics with b4 and bishop b3 in the future, which is exactly what happened. And then queen to d1, I mean, this was a game of extreme accuracy.
Beautiful game from Anish Giri. He did go on to win a couple minor pieces for a rook and take game 1. And that's all for us now here in the studio, but we're going to send it right back to Danny and the gang.
Thank you, Robert. Wow, do we have liftoff or what, guys? We are back here on the couch. Amon Hambleton, Danny Wrench, James Canty, and Daniel Naroditsky. Guys, we're underway in the CGC semifinals. We've had a couple of pretty exciting games. Let's check in with the scores and show everybody what the results were here after our first set of games are now in the books. Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura drew, but it was a game where Wesley had a little bit of an edge. We're going to unpack that and maybe see what we think the two players are feeling. But Anish Giri continues to play well here in Toronto. He won an Armageddon. He starts off with a huge dub. As Fabiano said, he's clearly showing great form. Guys, biggest takeaways as we back out. We'll come back to Giri versus Sarin, but the match I want to dive into first is this Wesley So Hikaru Nakamura game, right? Ultimately, it did end peacefully. But Wesley had some pressure, right? Putting a little heat on Naka. What do you think about that?
Well, the game was definitely one where Wesley had some chances, Danny.
Yeah.
And with the black pieces, game 1 of the match, to have chances like that, strong knight on c5, I think he should be very happy with how the match has gotten underway. But Hikaru Nakamura is so good at defending. He's one of those resilient defenders. So while it looks like it's that small edge, I don't think it's enough against Nakamura. And he proved that in this game when he held on nicely.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with Amon. I don't think there was anything too concrete, so I don't think Wesley is going to be all that upset. In fact, like Amon said, he drew from a position of strength. He had the black pieces. He's already on the board.
Yep.
I think this is a positive result for Wesley, and it definitely calms the jitters to make a draw like that with the black pieces.
But we always say, Canty, that when you have chances against Hikaru, you got to take him because
Right.
he's not going to give you many, right? So
That's
even though
right.
we're saying Wesley shouldn't be upset,
Yeah.
we've seen this pony dance before with Hikaru many times.
That's actually right. I mean, I like to call him Wesley So. You know what I mean? Like, because sometimes he comes out, he flexed just now to let you know, look, okay, Hikaru, I know you world champ and everything and Fisher random, but if you slip, I'm going to hit you in your lip, okay? So you got to be very, very careful here. So you got to step it up just
I
a
love
little
the
bit.
rhymes. I love
You know?
the looks, by the way. And also, I love that you actually caught up with a lot of the players this week in Toronto, right?
I did. That's right. I was able to grab a few minutes with each of the players. That included Anish Giri, where it was all about the drip. All right, and we're here with the fabulous Super GM Anish Giri, man. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, man. Good. Look at him. First, we got to do a drip check. Look at the drip. Check the drip, okay? Show him the socks one time. Show him the socks, bro.
Special sponsor.
Don't do it. Oh, jeez, look at those. Well, look at it.
Yeah.
You see the lace game with it, Jack? Okay, take notes. Super GM drip from Anish Giri himself, okay? All right, so I have a question for you. Halloween was Monday. What scares you the most? Spiders?
No, not insects. No, insects.
Wow.
No, insects. No, cute. But
Cute. What was the most adventurous thing you've done?
I mean, I went like mountain skiing a lot of times, but I don't honestly think it's that adventurous. Like, if you tell me, like, I don't know, you become a CGC winner if you go bungee jumping, okay, I'll do it. But
Right. Pre-game rituals.
I have this playlist called like, you've got these soundtracks, yeah, like of these epic movies, yeah.
Yeah. Bad Boy.
You've got this Inception type, the
Inception,
Dark Knight Rises
Dark
type.
Knight, right.
I tried that, didn't really work. So.
How do you handle high stakes pressure? 200K on the line, big fella. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, honestly, like you don't think about money so much. I think nowadays with like the bank accounts, wire transfers, and all that, you don't really get the feel. Like I imagine if you had like you would have to pack all these dollar bills into your bag from every tournament. Like you want to buy like I don't know a car, and you just come with these big bags, and
cash.
put it down. And
all right. Well, thanks so much for being with us today. All right, and congrats and good luck to you in CGC.
Thank you.
Anish seemed to know a lot about having a big bag of cash and buying clothes. That was interesting. We'll unpack that later, but he is 28 years of age. He's had a really interesting path here to get to Toronto as he continues to play well. One fun fact, he has the highest percentage of brilliant moves in his games that were played on chess.com. Danya, unpack that for me.
Yeah, Anish is like always underrated. And I think the reason is that when you think of Anish Giri brilliant games, you don't necessarily think of one game in particular. But Anish has been so consistent now for years and years and years. We sort of take that for granted, but he's always at the top of the tournament standings. He's always beating the top guys. He never seems to have like a truly bad event. So all these like intangibles, again, that we take for granted are the reason that I think we're seeing yet another excellent performance by
and
Anish.
that consistency may be the undoing for Sarin. He's up one game here in this match. Your thoughts on what Sarin would have to do to turn things around right now?
Well, shoot, you gotta play better, obviously. But Giri playing good. I mean, it's really hard to do that. I think what he said is reset. Remember when he came in, he was like, "I gotta reset," right? So of course that reset every game is a thing. I remember Hikaru actually says you need to have short-term memory loss, and when it comes to this kind of stuff, right? So it's easier said than done, but I think that's what he's got to do.
Yeah. First of all, did you hear that point of contact on that Giri and Canty?
Right.
Oof, that was smooth. But seriously speaking, in that match, I think what we're looking for is, Giri, he's hot right now, right? He's playing out of his mind.
Yeah.
Like Queen D1, that whole combination was seriously impressive.
Incredible.
It's not that Nihal is, lacking in certain categories. I think it's that Giri's on another level right now. So, I mean, if he keeps at that level, Danny, I don't know how Nihal's going to handle that.
Well, and you saw he also was up on the clock throughout most of the game. As Fabi said, the shuffling of the queen from G4 to D1, the timely B4. He is on form, fine form, and he's looking fresh. And he's very well-dressed.
Grip check.
He's going to be a tough man to slow down here in Toronto, even if you are playing from Belgrade. So, all right, well, before we take a quick break, let's get a reminder from our sponsor. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It also means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. Much more to come from day one of the CGC semifinals. Our first games are in the books.
With our Game 2s right around the corner, Twitch subscribers, we have plenty of exclusive content for you during the break. Don't miss it.
Bro, how long have you been working out? Because the way that you grabbed that king and broke the top of it shows that you have some incredible strength, Sam.
Yeah, I've been working out for at least the last 8 years.
You can tell right now. You see him? You see him? Yeah, exactly right. What scares you the most? Anything like spiders, bugs, movies, anything like that? Heights? Anything?
If anything, it's probably heights the most.
Heights?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
You get like afraid when you throw up, or like is it like, oh man, I can't just go up there planes?
No. When I'm like standing on a cliff and the possibility to fall.
Yeah, that's actually probably the same for me too. Don't do that at home, chat. What's the most adventurous thing you've done? Skydiving, backflipping off your back porch or something?
Sadly, no. But I hope I do one day, actually.
One day, right?
Yeah.
Sadly, no. Right. Favorite openings and why?
Gambit.
Oh, Gambit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just initiative really quickly.
Yeah, nice. Which ones in particular?
I like Evans Gambit a lot.
Oh, Evans, okay. And with black?
Still Latvian.
Wow. Man, what a savage. Congratulations on all your success, Sam, and good luck to you in the CGC.
Thank you.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Try to write a little more legibly this time.
Yeah. Don't worry, I got you.
Do you though?
Take 2. I was born in Vancouver, but as fond as I am, oh god, my voice is already cracking. Okay, I'm gonna do this again. And the thirst for pro sports. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't know sports. Can you name a single Canadian team?
Canucks.
Vancouver, baby.
Yeah. My wife, you're in the right place. Just kidding. It's really hard to wear a blazer and be professional and stuff.
You know what? I agree with XQC. He's like, I meant to call Andrea. She was so annoying. Like, the most annoying.
But it was because I was roasting him.
No, it was because she's annoying.
Oh, it's getting hot again. Alex, could you fan the director?
No.
Please, I can't do it. I need you to fan me.
Can you go?
I can't do it anymore.
Andrea.
It's too hard.
I'm just gonna keep bothering you.
Stop. You're gonna break something, sister. You're gonna break something.
It's already a little broken in there. Let's go.
All right.
Welcome back to Toronto in the CGC semifinals. Back inside the gameplay hall, you see the CGC Championship Trophy, which will be awarded on Monday. Also to be awarded, the $200,000 first place prize. Here's what we have given out thus far. Tied for 5th through 8th, we have Dmitry Andreikin, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Sam Sevian, Timur Jav, all earning $25,000. If you lose here in the semis, you still get a cool $50K. And then, of course, the big prize fund is $200,000. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. We have Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, the U.S. Chess Championship, with us. Fabi, an exciting game 1 of the semifinals.
Yeah, this was great. I mean, we saw some blood. We saw some potential blood in one of the games, but Hikaru showed his defensive skills. In the other game, Anish came off to a blistering start, showed his preparation, showed his accuracy and calculation and putting up pressure. So yeah, it was a great first game.
Yeah, I think that Anish Giri is going to be the happiest camper, probably followed up by Wesley So. But as you said, Hikaru Nakamura, a tenacious defender. When he has an iffy position, he makes it seem like no problem at all. But Anish Giri, he wins game 1. Nihal Sarin, this is going to be tough for him.
Yeah, it will be tough. The good news for him is that it's a long match. He has a lot of time to come back from it, and he has experience, recent experience from coming back from deficits. If he needs inspiration, he just has to go back to yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And Wesley So, he will get the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, so that's good news for him after a good start. And well, our first matchup, we have them staggered by 10 minutes, will be Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin. This time, Nihal gets the white pieces. As we dive into the insights of these two players, look at that average accuracy. It's even for both, but Nihal prefers those wild games, Fabi.
Well, that's not a surprise to anyone. I mean, Nihal is known for his unconventional openings, his defensive abilities, and also his wild games. And the wildest thing that can happen is you get into a lost position and somehow come back from it, and we have multiple examples, even recent examples of that happening to Nihal. So I'm not surprised at all to see that his wild games are so high compared to other players.
And they both have a high percentage of end games. Anish Giri there, he is, as you said, good at all elements of the game. His preparation is stellar. His calculation is up there with the best. And then in the end game, he is able to win and convert those advantages. So for Anish Giri, settling in for game 2, sometimes you feel like when you win game 1, you get even more nerves because you're like, I need to keep this up, and you may lose your objectivity at all.
I think that can definitely happen near the end of matches because then you're thinking the goal is in sight. I'm already so close to the final, but still, we're at the start of the match. I don't think that Anish will be nervous yet, and he's also so highly experienced. I mean, he's been playing chess at the top level for more than a decade, so this is not a new experience for him. He's not going to get psyched out or anything.
That's for sure, but there has been a lot of critics out there saying Anish Giri hasn't won a super tournament with him being so close right now. He is in the semifinals. He has a 1-point lead. Do you think this matters to him more than, say, Hikaru or Wesley?
I don't think so exactly. I think that Hikaru cares so much about these things. I mean, like, especially coming off a Fischer Random World Championship win, he'll think, I mean, I have the momentum. I want to keep showing the world that I can win these huge events. Anish, of course, he doesn't have as many of these successes as Hikaru has, for example, especially in these fast time control formats. But still, I don't know if he'll let that pressure get to him. I think he's a relatively stable person. He understands. He puts things in perspective. So I don't think he's going to let that get into his head.
And notice we haven't talked about Nihal Sarin. He's the teenager. He really wasn't expected to necessarily get this far. He beat Vladimir Kramnik. He beat Ding Liren. And now he'll need to beat Anish Giri in game 2 to even up the score. And we see knight f6, knight f3. Will we get a London system? We have the start of a potential groove on knight d2, Fabi.
Yeah, I actually played this so many times with white that I'm not too surprised by it. At some point, I was playing a lot of games against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I didn't want to fight against his Grunfeld, so I was playing also against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I was playing these kinds of knight d2 and b4 or knight d2 and b3 setups, so I'm not too surprised to see that happen. I think it's a good way to get a game, and also one thing that Anish mentioned yesterday was these young guys know how to play somewhat offbeat lines that are good at getting a fighting position, and this is exactly the type of opening where you got a fighting position.
For sure. We already have tension in the center of the c4, d5, now c5 and d4 pawns. These pieces are all staring at each other, and you don't want to release the tension too early because if, say, black took on c4, in comes a knight. You improve your opponent's pieces with these captures, so both sides, they're going to leave the tension until they feel the moment is actually perfect. And Bobby, is it that moment? Or will we finally see a capture?
You know what I think shows Anish's familiarity with his line is that he didn't play e6 because it's so automatic to at some point play e6, but he played knight d7 c5 in a particular move order that makes me feel like he knows it not only in like where you're generally supposed to put your pieces, but in a very specific fashion, like concretely, I make this move here and I make this move at this moment. So, and H3 also played so quickly, it's like, you don't just play that without knowing anything. That feels like he's studied the position, and H3 was something that he's sort of prepared, maybe not in massive detail, because in this position, you can't prepare in massive detail, but in some detail.
Well, Nihal's also ahead on the clock. He's over 15 minutes, so that's good news for him. Clock management has been a struggle. Now, in the previous game, that wasn't the issue. It was just great preparation and an advantage for Anish Giri. But I think he's going to show Anish who is going to be ahead on the clock throughout today's action, because if Nihal can keep that lead on the clock, I think that puts a lot more pressure on Anish. And Anish, he's the type of player who spends time in moments where he's unfamiliar, so we know he's out of preparation right now.
Overall, yeah, I think that despite him being out of preparation, it is still a good opening for Anish. I mean, he might not know this position so specifically, but still, he has a very, very stable, close to equal position. And is this the position where it's easiest to outplay Anish? I don't think so. I think that Anish has some weakness in chaotic positions. And this is relatively normal. You know, you make your moves. They could be e6, they could be queen e7, they could at some point you take on c4, you play a6. But these are relatively normal moves. You're not going to get a very bad position with black here. Nihal is saying, I don't care. It's a rapid game, and at some point, something crazy might happen, and I'll get my chances. But is it the best strategy? It's hard to say.
Okay, well, maybe Nihal needed a lesson from Coach Fabiano over here, because the position, while White has the better placed pieces, a knight on c4 and a knight over here on d4, these knights are great for White. The problem is that there are no more targets to exploit. So the knights look positioned well, but what pawn do you go after? a7's hard to attack. You attack it with a knight, the pawn just pushes up. So I feel like, with that in mind, I agree with you that Anish should be right at home in this position.
Yeah, I think he played a very natural move. He's just trying to, knight e4, he's trying to reorganize his knights. So the knight on e4 is a bit annoying because you can't push it away with a pawn. So it just kind of stays there like a thorn in your side. The other knight will probably come to f6 and maybe to d5. And he's just saying, okay, all my pieces are well developed. Why am I any worse? And that's probably true. I think we might see bishop to f3 at this moment, because if you can't challenge that knight with a pawn, you might as well pin it and make it kind of annoying for black to move that knight in the future if he ever wants to. And it's also planning queen e2 and rook to d1, putting some pressure on the open file. So we might see queen e2 here. Feels like a very natural choice, but it's a position where you can do whatever you want. Not whatever you want, but you have a wide choice of natural moves for both sides.
And I learned this from the legends like Gadakomsky and Peter Leko, the c6 square. That's what you have to keep an eye on. And I'm already looking at knight to e5, because now you have 3 pieces aimed at that square. If you can plant a knight on c6, then it starts to get annoying for black.
You know, speaking of Peter Leko, because you mentioned him, one of the games I was most impressed with of Anish's was how he knocked out Peter Leko from the 2015 World Cup in exactly this structure. It was a Catalan, but it was the same structure, and at some point he traded pieces and he exploited the c6 square exactly as you mentioned. So it's funny that you mentioned those names with that theme, because that's exactly what happened between the two of them. So here he's on the other side of it, but Anish is an expert of these types of structures and symmetrical positions, where White has the tiniest of pulls based mostly on his slightly better pieces. Like the knights on c4 and d4, they're beautiful. The knights on e4 and f6, also good, but the knight on e4 is pinned for the moment. And Black would love to organize his queen, but how do you get the queen out of the way of rook f to d1 with potential knight e6, knight f5 tactics coming? You don't have a very, very comfortable square for that queen, because if it goes to c file, now you have other discoveries involving knight a5 on the card. So that queen is a slight issue for Anish at the moment.
For sure. The queen will have to dodge the threats, and Anish is burning some clock here. It seems to be the case that Nihal is more comfortable. He chose the opening. He must be happy with it. And we see the players on screen. Anish, he's in that thinking pose. How many times do you think you sat across Anish over the chessboard? How many games have you two played?
I can't even count. I wouldn't even know how to guesstimate it. I would say, including Rapid and Blitz, it has to be over 100 times. Wow. And if we include rapid online Rapid and Blitz chess, I don't even know. But he's a little bit younger than me.
Oh, sorry.
I wasn't gonna say that. He's a little bit younger than me, so we started playing at a young age, and we've been playing since, I don't know, more than 10 years for sure. A lot of games.
Okay, well, bishop comes to a6 isn't something you see every day. The bishop was on its fianchetto square. It pins the knight, and I guess he was that worried about knight c4 to e5 and a knight landing on the c6 square, so he pins it in advance. That means the rook on c1 doesn't get the open line. But, Fabi, I feel like white can make rook f to d1. That's a normal move. Another idea that comes to mind is pawn to a4 and knight to b5, just saying you pin one knight, I'm going to block your bishop with the other.
Yeah, those were exactly the two moves I had in mind. In some order or another, I think they'll be played. I would say you play rook f to d1 first because, you know, it's always going to be useful, and a4 may not always be useful. But a4 knight b5 is a crucial idea because if black takes, then white gains the advantage of the bishop pair. And also, the pawn on b5 could create an outpost on c6. So rook f d1, where's the queen going to move? c7 feels a bit vulnerable. He does it. This highlights another point of bishop a6, that the knight can't move to create a discovery anymore because of the pin a6 to e2 where the queen is hanging. So will he play a4 here? I think it's very likely. a4 with the idea of knight b5. And then that queen is still in trouble because there's bishop to e5 coming.
Ooh.
If it goes to b8, it's still in the vulnerable place, you know, like a4, knight b5, and bishop b5. Where's it going to go? It doesn't want to go to a8, so you still have to solve the issue of that queen.
Yeah, the queen is a long-term issue for black because there are no safe squares, as Fabian was pointing out. So this is not a great position for Nish, but he's going to hope that Nihal makes that one mistake, because that's all it takes in these positions. If you make one slight inaccuracy, it goes from better for white to equal.
Yeah, this is a position of very small margins. On the other hand, once it gets unpleasant, it can get really unpleasant. I am somewhat wondering about the move a4 knight to g5, because you would love to get rid of that bishop, but I have a feeling there is a tactical issue with it. It might actually not even be a big tactical issue. It might just be that the bishop can safely go to c6, but then there's some e5 stuff. Like, some tactics get started here. So there's some calculation in play. I think knight g5 might be an idea, but it might not work tactically because specifically here, white has this beautiful move bishop to b5 and save as a piece.
Right, because the knight on d4 was under attack. If that knight moved from d4, the c6 bishop was loose. So bishop b5, bishop's dragging in the wrong direction. Bishop b5 will attack the bishop on a6, so it either has to take, and if it does take, in comes that knight from d4. So that's actually a nice tactical sequence that allows white to get away with it. And the move that was just played in the game was a4. So a4 played by Nihal Sarin. He wants knight to b5. I'm going to be honest, Fabi, this is starting to look really, really good for him.
Yeah, I think maybe queen c7 was a mistake because that queen, if it were on e8, it couldn't have been attacked by anything. It's not a great place for the queen. It's kind of gets in the way of all the other pieces, so it's very natural that Anish didn't want to put it there. On the other hand, at least you're not going to like potentially lose your queen or get it trapped in a corner or something, or have to move it around 5 times and waste all your tempi. While here, where does that queen go? I mean, knight b5 is coming pretty much no matter what. I mean, unless black like makes some sort of threat. And then bishop to e5 is always an idea. I'm wondering if he can like try queen c5 here. It looks scary and crazy to do so, but it's based on this tactic that if bishop to a3, then you have either bishop c4 or queen takes a3, and the queen on e2 is in the way of all these tactics. That's why it doesn't work for white. So specifically here.
Okay, queen c5 might be a viable option. We'll see if that is indeed played by Anish Giri as he spends his time. But the second game of the round here is about to get underway. That's the other matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. And let's check out those opening moves. Fabi, we have the insights between these two players. Wesley slightly more accurate in fewer games, but Hikaru Nakamura, when it's down to the end game, that's when he thrives.
Yeah, from what I know about Wesley and his accuracy is that it is among the top of players in the world. So he has that, but accuracy doesn't always mean that you win games, because you can be very accurate and then at the critical moment, you make a mistake. And sometimes some moves are more valuable than others. So Hikaru does have that factor that when it gets low on time, he is arguably the best player in the world. With seconds on the clock, it's hard to match with Hikaru.
Okay, well, that's why Wesley So would like to make the most of the time control. 15 minutes to start with for each player. Does not want to have under 10 seconds a scramble, but we have an anti-Berlin from Wesley. So it feels like these players have a similar opening repertoire.
We just saw this. What's going on?
Did they make a mistake? Did they get the same colors in? No, you see Hikaru laugh. It's because Wesley has a similar repertoire to Hikaru, and that sometimes happens.
Yeah, they both play the Berlin. They're both very staunch supporters of the opening, and I think that it suits their style because they like to get a stable position and then play a long game where their strength really shines through. And I remember there were days when Hikaru was playing the Najdorf, and of course he is a very sharp player. It would seem like the Najdorf would really appeal to him, But he was having some theoretical problems. And in the Berlin, you don't really get those theoretical problems because it's very hard to break through. No matter who you are, if you have the best preparation in the world, you can't really put a dent in this opening. So that's why both of these players feel so comfortable in it. I'm a bit surprised, though, that they're both butting their head into it with the white pieces, because you'd feel like there are better chances to prove an advantage elsewhere.
But don't you feel like when you, as with the black pieces, you play the same thing that your opponent just played against you, isn't there an onus on Wesley to some extent to be like, I need to change my move because Hikaru just, that position didn't look so good for white, so maybe I have to choose something else. It's just weird to repeat a game we just saw.
I think it's purely coincidence. I think that they both prepared this with the white pieces, and they can't change their game plan now. So Wesley, he faced it. He probably didn't expect to face it in the first game, but then he had already prepared to play this with the white pieces. But that might actually explain why he was so comfortable with black. Because when you prepare something with the white pieces, you know exactly what you don't want to see your opponent play.
Well, Fabi, Jeffrey Zhang, we have a featured chat from him. He said that he had this against Wesley as well in the American Cup. So Wesley, this might be a tried and true weapon of his, playing the likes of Jeffrey Zhang.
Yeah, well, we already mentioned that Hikaru faces in a huge tournament like the Candidates. Wesley faces in the American Cup, also a huge tournament. So they both have very, very real practical experience in this line, which is maybe why they keep playing it. Like, if you play something and analyze it often, you feel more comfortable there, so you are inclined to repeat it. It'll be interesting to see if Wesley has more success proving an advantage, or at least not getting worse, compared to how Hikaru played when he was playing white in the first game, because there he just got a worse position. I mean, that wasn't too inspiring. Maybe Wesley can do better.
Yeah, and we see that there's a knight on f1. So there's a bishop on f1. In the other game, there's knight often coming to g3. Maybe there will be a bishop swap on e3 as well. But for Wesley, he's ahead in the clock. And I wonder if this is going to be a theme of the match. We're so used to Hikaru bullying people in shorter time controls. But Wesley's not a player who looks at his opponent and says, okay, I'm scared of you. He just plays the position. He's a very objective player. Would you say that's an accurate assessment of Wesley and how he approaches the game of chess?
I actually think that from a point of view of time expenditure, he is generally, from my experience, I found that he's faster than Hikaru.
Wow.
In the early stages. Like, he plays so fast. He doesn't like to get into time trouble. I think Hikaru doesn't mind so much because he's so strong low on time, but most people don't like to get into time trouble, and I think Wesley's quick play is a facet of that. He's just trying to avoid those crucial time trouble moments. And the interesting thing is that in this position, he avoided h3. Like, Hikaru had played h3 to potentially deal with some bishop g4, knight g4 stuff. And now maybe that's exactly what Hikaru is going to go for, because h3, it is an expenditure of time. On the other hand, it's also very useful for defending against potential tactics like that.
Right. I mean, the knight coming to g4 is one of the big ideas here, that it attacks the pawn on f2. And black can go for that now, but often this rook just slides up to e2 to defend this pawn on f2. So that, I guess, is a one-move threat that is parried, and it might not be the end of the world, but you do have to look out for those things when you have not put your pawn on h3. And we see Hikaru on screen there. He is laser-focused on his board. Maybe he's calculating this variation with knight g4.
I feel like that look suggests that he is looking for concrete stuff. Because if you're just going to play like knight b to d7 or c6 or some move where, it's not very unusual and concrete, then you just play it. You don't look super focused and intense. It feels like he's looking at knight to g4, and then the question is, could Wesley play knight to e3, trade off pieces, but then you feel like black's totally okay? Does white maybe go for some kind of bishop g5, some crazy counterattacking stuff? Those variations might be in the players' minds as we speak.
Right, and we see c6 kicking this bishop. And that move, the eval bar, it started going a little bit up in white's favor. The bishop will just play bishop to c4, I imagine. Why not scoop back a square that might allow bishop e6, if not for the fact this pawn e5 is hanging. We see this time and time again in these anti-Berlins and things like that, where the knight on f3, it causes black some problems because the pawn e5 can be a little bit tender.
Yeah, I have to say, we can't consider c6 like a bad... There's no way that it's a terrible move, because it's a position where black can never be massively worse from the opening. It's a symmetrical position. On the other hand, maybe it's not the most accurate move, because now also we have to consider that knight to g5 might come at some moment, gaining some time or putting some pressure on f7, forcing black to go rook to f8 to cover that pawn. So maybe you're also chasing the bishop to a more natural square. On the other hand, if you play knight b to d7 here, and even knight g5, rook f8, and then you kick the knight out with h6 later, how bad can it really be for black?
It's a good question. So both sides, they have their flaws, but the position remains solid, not many trades, and we're going to see this kind of struggle between these two powerhouses. But let's go back to the game between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin, because both of those players, they are struggling here in game 2 because of positional battle. The dynamic is over there on the queen side. We see that the knight did reach the b5 square, and white is missing a light square bishop. So it's 2 bishops for black, and in return, you have great control over the queen side. Well, now it's just 1 bishop.
Well, Anish probably felt like that bishop on a6, yeah, it's a bishop, and you might think the advantage of the 2 bishops, but on the other hand, it's getting under attack of knight c7, and if it doesn't take on b5, what is it actually doing there? So he thought, I have to get rid of it. Now, the thing is, it's very concrete. If he can consolidate somehow, he might be okay. On the other hand, white is threatening rook to c7. That's very, very dangerous, because you might start dropping pawns on the queen side or the e7 pawn. And the other thing is the stare down of the bishops, e5 and g7. This is favoring white, because if black ever wants to get rid of that active bishop, he has to move the knight and potentially allow rook infiltration, like rook to d7, rook c7, into the position. So this is purely concrete. We might think endgames, oh, they're positional, they're boring. No, endgames are always the most concrete. Calculation plays a huge factor, and that's what we'll see here.
And this is the most miserable type of position you could possibly get if you're Anish Giri, right, Fabi? Because you have no active play of your own. You're sitting here being like, 60 moves from now, I might make a draw. You're never like, I have a single iota of hope to play for a win. And the position looks so good for white.
Well, some players, they love to defend. I don't know if Anish is one of them. Most players don't. It's depressing, and you only want to play for a draw. On the other hand, if you consider a draw as a victory, if you just have that mindset like, I'm not trying to draw the game anymore, I'm trying to win in my own way, just trying to salvage a half point as best I can, then maybe psychologically it's easier for you. Like personally, I like to defend. But
really?
I understand most people don't like that, but I like it. It feels like there's some sort of accomplishment when you save a terrible position or a lost position, and you know most people wouldn't be able to do that, and you feel like, oh, I'm psychologically very strong. It like gives you a sense of pride.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that about you. See, we've known each other for so long, I learn things about you every single day.
I mean, the defending thing,
yeah,
this isn't a very personal thing, but still, it's like it's a factor of your chess personality in a way.
And that's meaningful to me. But this board right here, a6 has been played. That means knight c7 is a little baby fork against the rook and the pawn. This rook will have to slap to a7. Fabi, I feel like black is putting pieces on really awkward squares here. And in fact, if we get concrete for a second, if knight c7, rook a7, I'm already looking at moves like bishop to d4. And what in the world is black going to do about these a6 and b6 pawns being loose?
I have no idea, because if rook to b8 here, there's a5. And that's the real problem. You're pinned. And this looks like a disaster, because how do you defend that pawn? I don't see a single way. And then you might lose that pawn, you might lose the a6 pawn. And we see like the stare off of the bishops. It doesn't work for black, because let's say you want to play like knight to d7. But it just doesn't work, because bishop takes g7 and rook takes d7. So the tactics are not working for black here. I mean, he has to play rook a7, because otherwise you just drop a6.
This is what happened. The rook came into c6 first, and that also is a great move, because rook b8 seems very difficult to play. That bishop on e5 is ready for that knight to move out the way. That would just lose material. Rook b8 is a blunder. Knight to b5, for example, hits one rook on a7 with the knight directly, hits a second rook on b8 with the bishop. You're simply losing in exchange and thus losing the game.
Yeah, I was thinking about this position, and after rook c6, I was thinking black's most natural move was rook to c8. But then the question to me is, white plays rook takes b6. Black takes on c7, and okay, you'd think, oh, I got the 2 pieces. But on the other hand, white does have these like two passed pawns, where like you take on a6 at some moment, and then you have the 2 passers on the queen side, supported by rooks. I wouldn't be so comfortable for black here. So I wonder after rook c8, rook b6, what black has to survive.
Does not look good, and the eval bar says that white is winning. So your assessment is correct, that if black thinks that you can just get out of there with a couple minor pieces, the answer is no. Those 2 extra pawns for white will just run up the queen side. So I'm not liking the look of any move for black in this position, and that's the real problem with 3 minutes and 30 seconds of counting down for Anish Giri. You know, some players like to defend. I don't think anyone enjoys defending this position.
No, when you're losing, you don't enjoy it at all. And I'm just trying to find like some chances for black. I came up with like maybe knight to e8, but I don't believe in it at all, because I think that white will simply trade on g7, and then you can go for a rook endgame.
I thought that was me. I didn't even get to grab the piece.
I guess
he
played it, but I mean, he's trying to trying to simplify into a rook endgame where you're pawn down, which looks miserable. But maybe like there's a saying, all rook endgames are drawn. maybe you can hope for that there's drawish tendencies in the rook endgame. But I'm even wondering, take and knight d5, like even with the knights on and the knight on e8, especially passive now, also looks extremely bad to me. If b5, you think, oh, maybe I'm trading a pawn off, but even a5 here, just cementing the weakness on a6. This is miserable. No matter what Nihal does, it's miserable. Anish's only hope is, if I defend well enough for long enough, maybe I'll get chances.
But the problem, in addition to everything you just stated, is that Nihal is like 5 minutes ahead on the clock. So you can survive for a while, and that's all good and fun, but every move for black seems a bit difficult. Whereas for white, you have like 4 different options that all seem good for Nihal. And after bishop takes g7, he hasn't even recaptured. That just goes to show that he's considering knight takes g7, but then in comes that rook from d1 to d7, bringing more pieces into the game. Oh, gosh, this looks really, really sad. Rook d7 looks very nice.
After rook d7, you might think maybe knight to e6 to like trade off, because I just want to trade off some pieces with black. I'm just thinking I need to trade off at all costs. But then at some point you'll end up in a rook endgame with a pawn down. That's the best case scenario. Maybe it even ends up being 2 pawns down, because let's say rook d7, knight e6. And I'm thinking like maybe just rook takes e7. Because if rook c8, it looks like, oh, there's a pin. But then there's just knight takes e6.
Well, this is hilarious. All these rooks are staring at each other through the night. So knight takes e6, as you point out. Oh my gosh, you're not even taking the rook on a7.
Yeah, you trade off rooks, but then white ends up 2 pawns up in a rook endgame, and that's just dead loss.
It's checkmate first, though.
Oh, that's even worse.
Rook takes rook. Rook e8 is checkmate.
I thought rook takes a7, but rook e8 checkmate, yeah.
I actually didn't realize it at first either, and I was like, oh, you sly devil, you. Bobby, I've known you for a long time. And you.
No, I wasn't even thinking that.
What, you don't think about checkmate?
I see 2 pawns in rook endgame. I want to make my opponent suffer. I don't even want to get him off the hook for the checkmate.
Nah, you got to go for the checkmate in one there. So we see Anish Giri on screen in front of us. And, well, it's a big moment for him. He wants to survive this game and keep his lead. And honestly, if Nihal Sarin's into it, he's going to say, checkmate, I couldn't lose. Shout out to Mastermind, because it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. So let's see how this one develops here. But the other game, well, that looks actually pretty solid in that matchup between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. We have both games on screen in front of us. Fabi, it looks like the game on the right is on move 12, and the game on the left is like move 35.
Yeah, and also the difference in evaluation, and probably also in the player's mental states right now. Because in Nihal against Anish, they're both thinking, I'm going to win or I'm going to lose. And the other game, it feels like we might see the same result. I mean, you never know. Crazy things could happen. But 2 guys of this level, in this type of position, playing a position which is objectively very, very close to equal, you might expect a draw to be a natural result. But I like this move, rook to b1. He's showing some ambition in expanding on the queen side. The only idea of rook b1 is to play b4. There's no other point of this move.
Okay, so we see Wesley So playing the move rook to b1. And Fabi, what strikes me is he really hasn't changed his posture. He does not want to look over at Hikaru. So that is part of his calculus in terms of match strategy, is I really believe he does not want to take a single glance over at him.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a psychological thing or he just wants to be honed in on the position. Because Wesley is also a player who, he famously was writing notes of like inspiration during a game, because he needs to like pump himself up in some way. Some players do it with music. Maybe he does it by like laser focusing in on the position. And we see him trying to block out with his hand all outside distractions. So that might be the case here.
Yeah, you could even say he's razor focused over here, staring into the screen, trying to find the best move. And it's a position where there are so many different candidate choices, where not much has really happened to this point. Typical rerouting of pieces from the queen side over to the king side, the knight on g3 in particular. And this knight on g3...
Robert, I have to call you out on this one. That was a terrible pun.
What do you mean?
We appreciate terrible puns, but that was an absolutely terrible pun.
Okay, 1 second. First of all, I have the host seat here. I'm about to kick you out of here. I'm going to send you back to...
I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, I can. I really can. You have too much control over here. I'm sorry. My apologies. Danya and I have been hanging out, so sometimes the puns, they stumble in. But this f5 square, a knight would love to jump right into there and then go for a kingside attack. The bishop on c1, staring at the h6 pawn as well. So I feel like, Fabi, in this type of position, Hikaru will likely bring his bishop from c5 back to f8 at some point, and then that knight on b8 may land on c5, and just like we were talking about the c5 square in game 1, in game 2 that can be very useful for a black knight.
You know, I noticed some sort of correlation between the good and bad bishops. In the first game, we saw that Wesley, with the black pieces, had the good bishop because of the pawn structure, right? There was that knight on c5, that was cemented. The pawns on a4 and e4 were weak, but here we have the opposite. White has the dark squared bishop, which means that the pawns on a5 and e5 are a bit weaker than the pawns on a4 and e4. So we see some kind of slight reversal in the games. But again, Wesley is on the side of having the slightly better bishop. Here, I don't think it matters so much because Black has perfectly placed pieces. And with b5, he's showing his intention to trade off the potential weaknesses on a5, just simplify all the pawns off, get into a drawish position.
Yeah, I think what you just said, drawish position. These two are so evenly matched. And yes, Wesley had a better position in game one, but it was never that much, right? It was a press. Like, he can try to go for more, playing for two results. Either Hikaru defends well to draw, or somehow Wesley wins. Feels like this game, nothing. And both players have been impressive with the black pieces.
You never know. It might get crazy at some moment, especially in these fast time controls when the players are getting low on time. But at the moment, it is looking like it's heading towards a peaceful result. And I'm not too surprised. The start of the match is peaceful. These players are feeling each other out. They're trying to find some small weaknesses in the repertoire, some chinks in the armor, but there aren't many chinks in the armor. These are very well-rounded guys. So we're seeing relatively stable play from both of them, but at some point, they're going to have to take some chances to get chances.
Well, chaos is not among us right now in this game, but in the other game between Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri, it's Anish Giri in huge time trouble. He is down under a minute on the clock. Nihal still nearly 4 minutes for him with the white pieces with the advantage. So this game, I think, it could almost determine the match. If Nihal does not win this position, he'll be kicking himself. It's hard to recover psychologically, especially when you're playing Anish Giri. So here, Fabi, 55 seconds are left for Anish, and he didn't take the pawn. I thought rook takes b6, give me a free pawn. He's kicking this knight around. The knight goes to a more sturdy square on d6, and then he'll take on b6. But
well, I think his idea might be something a bit different. I think his idea with g4 is after knight d6, maybe there's knight d5, and then besides the option of taking on b6, there's also knight takes e7 and rook to d6, trying to get into a rook endgame. So you win that kingside pawn, and then you try to go for the queenside pawns because they're always going to be weak. You can take that pawn on b6, or you can leave it as a weakness for later. For example, here Black plays b5, thinking, oh, I'm getting out of it. Maybe there's a5, but maybe just knight takes e7. Rook e7, rook d6, and the pawn on a6 is still weakness. White has more active rooks on top of having the extra pawn. So Anish is just trying to keep the knight in the game, thinking, okay, at least with a knight, I have some practical chances. Knights are tricky pieces. At least in a rook endgame, you just think, okay, this is a clinical, technical victory. That's what Anish is trying to avoid.
Okay, and for Anish, who's had no plans for the last 15 moves, all of a sudden I feel like f5 is something that comes to mind. You have a knight on e4, there's a tender pawn on f2 that rook would like to open up on the f-file, and if f5 is played at the right moment and some pawns are traded, I feel like suddenly he at least has a plan.
Yeah, that's the downside of g4, that you're giving a hook for Black to create some counterplay on the king side, and he immediately goes for it. Anish knows that he's not going to, he's an experienced player. He's not going to get many chances to save a lost position. So he sees a slight chance with the pawn on g4, pawn on f5, some opening of the king side. And this is, again, when you have a bad position, you just want to, find your chances, even if they don't exist. You're, looking for best-case scenarios. So Anish is trying to look for a best-case scenario of, well, maybe someday I'll take a pawn on the king side. That's his hope, and that's the only way that you keep your optimism in defending a bad position.
And I think here for Nihal Sarin, rook c8 is the move I would suggest. It protects f2 by trading off some of the pieces. The rook on a7 quite passive, and that rook can't really go anywhere because if it does, the a6 pawn will be loose. It goes to b7, but a5 protects the knight. Fabi, I feel like one move threats from Black, and Nihal's just protecting everything, and now he's actually improving his chances over there on the queen side.
Actually, I don't like this move rook b7, but when you're so low in time and defending a bad position, it's hard to criticize decisions. But this just gives Nihal an easy way to play a5, and then,
One second. Oh my gosh, sorry. Anish is barely getting these moves
He's not going to run out of time. I know Anish. He's actually a good bullet player. He doesn't run out of time. But the time is not even the biggest problem. It's the position here. He can take and play rook c8, rook a8, and corral that pawn on a6. Nothing is looking good for Anish here.
Okay, but h5, he's at least just creating some small ideas. Of course, Nihal Sarin's in complete control. This game, with proper play, should be a win for White. But the downside is, with some of these trades, you might not have enough pieces remaining, enough pawns in particular, so Black could think about sacrificing his knight for a couple pawns and trying to make a draw. It's not completely out of the question, even if unlikely.
I think the problem here is that his rook on b7 is so passive that it can't go anywhere at the moment, and it can't even go to b8 because there would be some forks and stuff. Maybe he has to move his e-pawn to get it out of the way, but I just don't see it. Rook to a8 is coming at some point. He is going to take that pawn on a6. Okay, he tries to defend against it, but you're just so passive here. It's not just that you're down material, but you're just trying to like hold things together. And that pawn on h5, I don't see it as a strength. That pawn is falling off in the near future.
Okay, so white in complete control. 3.6 seconds left for Anish Giri. And the rook on a7 does defend a6. Now, we're told when up material trade, but the move rook to a8 here, I wonder if that's actually a good move, because after the swap of rooks, maybe there are not enough pieces remaining. Maybe this king can just venture right over to the queen side. It's a risky decision. That's why Nihal Sarin is calculating it. He's not just going to intuit it.
I think you make this move when you realize that knight to c7 is an unstoppable threat. And after that, you could see that knight c7, a6, and once you're 2 pawns up, that secures it. 1 pawn sometimes is not enough. Anish is like nearly running out of time with every move, but he's somehow getting the moves off just in time.
Unfortunately, as you said, the position is not good. He goes knight d7. This pawn can just be captured on h4. Give me that. You take on b6. You give me a pass pawn. 2 extra pawns. 1 over there on the queen side, 1 towards the center. The black rook and king can't deal with them both.
I don't think he'll take the pawn. I think he'll play knight d7 and rook c6 because it feels like a little bit more technical. Because then black has to like passively defend that a6 pawn or trade off more pawns and end up in an even more hopeless position. But regardless, white has many, many wins here. I think Nihal has this in the bag. There is almost no way that he lets this one slip.
Well, 3.7 seconds and a bad position for Anish Giri. Not the way he wanted to have game 2 go after a really wonderful win in game 1. So, I mean, okay, there's really not much life left in it, but 40 seconds counting down, and that's when mistakes happen. We know how good Nihal is in time trouble, but he's spending all of his time. You get a little bit nervous that he doesn't see the concrete win, the direct way to promote a pawn, and now he's burning too much clock?
I think this is a case of so many good ways to win that you have this, like, problem of choice. And some players are just very good at, okay, everything's winning, I'll just pick one, I won't even think about what's more accurate. And that's probably the right strategy, but some players are perfectionists. They want to find the absolute most clinical way to win, and that can lead you a bit astray. He's getting low on time, but still, I believe that Nihal is just such a good bullet player, and he has such a winning position.
But look at this, king f6, rook g7 check. All of a sudden, at least, Anish has some squares for his pieces, something to attack, and I know the evaluation bar is through the roof, but both sides in time trouble.
This is the best chance Anish has had in a long time, I have to say. At least his rook is active. That rook was passive the whole game. At least it's on h3, rook e3, rook e4. Ideas are in the air.
But look at this, though. Knight's coming to c5, protecting everything.
That is super accurate. Now you can just play f takes e5. You can't even take that pawn back because rook e6. You're going to be 4 pawns up. That's 4 pawns. As long as he doesn't blunder a rook here. King d3 would blunder it.
That's why the king went back. If the king went up, knight takes e5 would have been a fork, but now a6 falls, and there's nothing that Anish Giri can do. He brings his knight in, hoping for some checks. Now watch out, because there are some drawing mechanisms, but I don't think he has it in this position.
Not in this position, but sometimes there is this perpetual of the knight check and going back. But yeah, the king can escape. I think it could escape to either side, so Anish just elects to grab a pawn instead. Still, pawns are getting a bit more limited. There might be some hope. If he wins another pawn, there's some hope. But it's going to be hard. At least white's king is in a slightly vulnerable place where it's open to checks, so you never know.
Oh, and it can't go to the queen side because I want to see when there be rook c2 check. The king's in the corner now, and he goes rook c2.
But a7's over. That pawn is promoted. Rook a6.
That's game.
That's it.
Nihal Sarin takes game 2 here. Anish Giri just trying to find the resignation button. There it is. And Nihal, you got the little head nod. He ties it up.
Yeah, that was super impressive. I mean, such a clean game, getting almost nothing from the opening, but a little bit of an advantage. Echoing exactly what Anish said, that somehow these young players, they're very good at finding chances in the opening. Like, some players think, oh, Anish, he's like a solid rock in the opening, you can't find a chink in his armor. But Nihal just finds a playable position and accurately increases his advantage. A great win, a great comeback.
That was a wonderful game from Nihal Sarin. We were saying at the opening, not much there. Anish Giri had it under control, but he made small improvements, gained some squares for his pieces. He earns that victory. He definitely didn't just win by accident. That was a nice game from Nihal Sarin, but we do have one more game going on. It is Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So. And this game, again, slightly better for black, but not too many pieces remaining.
But there's a bit more life in the position. At least there's some intrigue left. Like, there is some imbalance, bishop and knight against 2 knights. You could say maybe the bishop is a slightly stronger piece in open positions. Of course, I would say Wesley is not the type of player who will lose this position, but against some people, Hikaru would be getting optimistic.
Right, but against Wesley, as you're saying, too strong of an opponent. Knight takes e4. That is a pawn that is hanging right now, but direct calculation shows that white will regain it right back. Knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. Queen takes e4. Thank you very much. But after the move rook to e1, you hit the queen, you hit the pawn behind it, you have a knight on f3, and that just trades off a bunch of material. So I feel like in this game, wouldn't be too surprised if we see them just make those series of liquidating moves.
I think Hikaru is going to keep a bit of tension in the position.
Yeah.
Because he can't be worse here. And I don't think that Wesley is going to be ambitious here. So Wesley will be a bit happier to make a draw. Hikaru realizes that. They both understand the psychology of how it works. Wesley getting a slightly worse position, he'll start to see maybe some ghosts. Of course, he'll still, I think, solidly defend the position without making any mistakes. But I don't think that Hikaru will just go straight for the draw. I think he'll want to play this a little bit.
Okay, we see his eyes darting. Oh, but there that is. That look is like, I don't really have everything I want. And hey, Fabi, can you just answer this question? I think chat wants to know, who was right?
You were right, Robert.
Oh my gosh, that feels so good. Wow. Well, Hikaru Nakamura, he'll feel good about this draw in Game 2 with the black pieces. I know he may look disappointed, but it's mostly that there's not more life in the position.
No, this is Hikaru's faces for the most part are an act.
Oh yeah?
I think so. I mean, he has a bit of showmanship, especially as he's known as one of the best chess presenters in the world. So there's a bit of showmanship involved. I don't think he's disappointed because, I mean, he never had anything with black really, and it's a solid draw with the black pieces. You can't be upset. It's not easy to draw these guys with black. Like we just saw that in the game with Nihal and Anish, that they put some pressure on, they increase the pressure, you start to get in trouble. So he's definitely not disappointed, but there is that element of, oh, I was a bit better, so I'm disappointed.
Okay. Well, in this position, we see the queen slide over to c7, protecting the bishop on c5, keeping an eye on that rook on e5. And the issue is there aren't too many pawns remaining, no weaknesses to go after, and both players are keeping their pieces defended. The pawn on b5 is eyed by the queen on e2 and the rook on e5, but I think that we might just see pawns get traded on the queen side.
There is a way for black to get in trouble here.
Oh, yeah?
It's very difficult, and it will never happen. But if black plays the natural move b4, which is a fine move,
okay,
white plays rook to e8.
Yes.
And if black takes, which is natural, and it's also okay, and if black plays one more natural move, king to... Oh, okay. It didn't happen, but there were some ways for black to get in trouble, but bishop f8, draw, and that's exactly what we expected.
Don't worry, you'll never get in trouble for talking chess, but these two players, they have no distance between them. No separation can be found in this matchup. Slight advantages for Wesley in Game 1, Hikaru in Game 2, but we have two draws. The players walk away from the playing hall, get a little bit of rest, but it's 1-1, Fabian. You said you kind of expected this. These two players so strong, so accustomed with each other's style, that an even match feels about right.
Yeah, this is a slugfest. It's sort of what we expected, that these guys are evenly matched and they might take it slow and wait until the games get really crucial and, you know, anything could happen. In the final games, we might even see an Armageddon, potentially, because these players are so evenly matched. But at the start, it's going slow. This is like a train that's picking up speed.
Yes, and well, for Hikaru Nakamura, he is a speed demon. He's won himself enough speed chess championships. So as we look at the overall picture here with both matches in sight, we have tied matches in both, but very different matches, Fabi, because for Wesley and Hikaru, we're just saying, just locked positions even throughout. But the other matchup, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I think we're seeing the same result, but very, very different ways of getting there. And there's going to be more emotions in the Anish against Nihal match. I think more positive emotions for Nihal. Because it's the same thing, win one, lose one, but the order matters. Once you come back, you feel a little bit happier about the result.
He should be feeling great about his chess as well, because this was the position we were saying that this might have been one of the biggest mistakes, even though it looks like nothing, when Anish Giri brought his queen to c7. Bobby, you were saying maybe queen e8, staying out of trouble was better.
Yeah, I think that was a costly mistake. It looks like he was happy to use that pin on the knight, but he didn't consider that the queen, even though it looks like it's getting away from the danger, it's always in the danger zone. It has to stay on e8, even though it's a passive place. It's not what you want to do, but sometimes you have to do what you don't want to.
But a less informed player, and frankly, a player not as strong as Nihal would not have maximized the potential of this position. But look at this, A4, knight B5, all of these useful moves, and he kept his pieces going forward. You predicted something like this might happen, but even giving up the bishop pair wouldn't seem so easy to do. But when we got here, again, Nihal doesn't just make the obvious looking move. Let me go knight c7, fork your rook and bishop. But the problem here was that the bishop takes, knight takes. There is bishop takes b3. At the very least, black takes a bunch of pawns for that exchange. So I love the restraint shown by Nihal.
Yeah, knight c to a3 is a super impressive move. Probably the move of the game from his point of view.
Move of the game.
Because it looks unspectacular, but this is how you have to beat top players. You have to not make the obvious move sometimes. And this is a move which shows, it looks like the knight is going to the rim, and we say knights on the rim are dim. But sometimes they have a future. And here he saw that the knight would have a very bright future. It ended up taking all of black's pawns. Every single one of them. And you wouldn't have expected that future from a knight that's currently on a3. But yeah, he had the foresight for that.
Well, the knight recaptured the bishop, the knight jumped into c7, and you're correct that this knight was causing black all the problems. And I just love the way he continued this. Here, he was thinking, spending time, and at this moment, he could just take on b6. A lot of us would have done that. That's a free pawn. But you said g4 was a really useful move for him.
Yeah, he showed that he's not rushing. And there's nothing wrong with rook takes b6. But sometimes making the less obvious move, it also has another impact. It makes your opponent think more, and you're surprising them. That has a psychological effect.
And it did in this game because knight d6, and once more, rook takes b6. Please take that pawn. It's actually good for white, but knight to d5 because the b6 pawn's still hanging, and as you were pointing out, knight takes e7 check. It might lead to liquidation and an easier win. So as the game continued here, a good try by Anish, but trades everywhere, and Nihal didn't rush his decisions. He ended up scooping up all of black's pawn. Just to show you where that happened, this decision, one last one that was important, was at this moment knight d7 to c5, attacking e6, attacking a6, and protecting e4 against the one threat rook e3. That was that. A few moves later, Nihal Sarin won, and he tied up this match with Fabi. Just great technique.
Yeah, he showed also that he's not afraid to get low on time. That's not even in the time trouble phase, but there's a pre-time trouble phase which causes some people to panic and to make mistakes, just make like fast decisions to avoid getting into time trouble, and their play suffers. But Nihal doesn't have that. It looked like he was allowing some counterplay, but he saw that it was all a mirage. There was never any danger for him to miss out on the win. He just swept up all of black's pawns, collected everything, and took home the win.
Well, he may be young, but he has the experience of a veteran at this point, playing online all the time. And the match is young, so only 2 games in the books. It is halftime at 4 games played today, so we'll send it over to you, Danny, and the gang.
Thank you, Robert. You didn't see my heart. Okay. Anyway, guys, can you feel it? We are getting wild here at the Chess.com Global Championship semifinals. Amazing, amazing chess, amazing commentary. This has been awesome. Here with me, Amon Hamilton, Danny Wrench, James Canty, and Daniel Naroditsky. We got a lot to dive into here, guys. It's 2 games are in the books. Let's show the scores and where we stand. Like Fabi and Robert said, both matches knotted up at 1 game apiece, but 2 very different feels to those matches right now. Anish Giri wins first. Nihal Sarin strikes back in a game as good as the one Anish played first with white. Wesley and Hikaru both deadlocked right now, neither player wanting to give an inch. Despite Hikaru giving us some great facial expressions, I agree with Fabi that I think Hikaru was pretty happy drawing easily with black. So, all right. Let's talk about it. Let's dive into that, actually. Dive into the Hikaru Nakamura facial expressions. As the world's leading expert in that, Amon, I know you're also pretty used to reading Hikaru's facial expressions. I think he was pretty happy with that game that he drew there.
And he should be. The interesting thing is that game kind of started the exact same way that the other game started. So there's that nod at the beginning where it's kind of like, oh, okay, you want to show me how to play that opening?
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll see, buddy.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of competition there at the start, but ultimately, I think this match has been level, half-half. There hasn't been a lot between them, and this is the coin flip match that I think, at least myself and all of us anticipated.
Danya, Fabi said that the order matters, right? He was referring to Giri and Sarin, but I think even in the Nakamura-So match, the order matters. Probably Hikaru feeling a little bit better about an easy draw with black than maybe So is about the white game he just played.
Yeah, this match has kind of been like taking a sip of lemon-flavored fresh water. Might not taste particularly intense. The games might not have been all that riveting, but they have been evenly matched. The games have been very clean, And I think this is all building up to an absolutely fascinating finale. To address your point, though, Danny, for sure, Hikaru sort of stays the course, plays the Berlin with black. Wesley was playing that meta game. Hey, let me show you how the Berlin is done. And Hikaru, one could argue, had the same situation Wesley had in the first game. We're all knotted up. Totally fair score. Can't wait for game 3.
Now, Canty, I know Berlin makes you fall asleep.
Oh, my bad.
Wake up.
But they
Wake
didn't
up.
play, they didn't play the infamous draw. They gave us some chess. Your thoughts in the battle right now, the deadlock between So and Naka.
Berlin is definitely boring, and it will put you to sleep here. But at the same time, these boys are neck and neck. It's if you breathe wrong, and if you think wrong, if you do anything wrong, you lose in this game. Like this whole match is very locked at 1 point, right? So honestly, accuracy is high from both players, and we just got to see more chess. Really, I think Hikaru may be ready, to pounce this next one because of his facial expressions. I hate this. Oh my goodness. That's how he is, right? So, right. So he'll probably be ready for
He's the expert on the facial.
Yeah, I was going to say that was adding some sounds to the Hikaru facial expressions. Well, I'm curious what Hikaru will do with the white pieces. He gets the first move for the second time. Will we see another Berlin, or does Hikaru show that he's the first one willing to blink and take this match a different direction?
I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to predict one knight f3, and I think Hikaru will revert back to what he's played in the RCC religiously and has brought him a lot of success. I'm just going to throw out my prediction, say he's going to play knight f3 and b3.
The prophet has spoken.
You like that prediction?
I like that prediction, but I'm going to go the other order. Just like these matches are knotted up 1-to-1 in different ways, I'm going to go b3 first.
Ooh.
Now we're playing move prediction. You got b3 too?
All right, b3. I'm gonna go knight f3, b3, right in that order. In fact.
I'm gonna say you're all wrong. He goes e4 again.
E4, yeah. He's gonna have another Berlin.
We'll keep track out there.
Somehow
all right,
Danny's gonna be right.
Let's move on to the other match now that we've made our impromptu move predictions and talk about Nihal Sarin's comeback victory here over Anish Giri. Giri plays fantastic with white. Sarin says, anything you can do, I can do better, even at the age of 18. We're deadlocked. What do you think about Nihal's performance, staying cool under pressure, showing he is wiser than his youth? Your thoughts, Don?
Well, beating Anish Giri is tremendously impressive, period. The way he did it, making Jose Raul Capablanca proud, just a clean, crisp positional game, making it look easy, winning like a 0.4 endgame against one of the best defenders, players of all time. We take that kind of stuff for granted. There was no point in chess history at which an 18-year-old grandmaster could do that with such regularity. That was a phenomenal game by Nihal. It should be studied by anybody who wants to improve their positional understanding, their endgame technique. And I'm so excited to see which direction this match is going to go. I can make a case for both players taking the upper hand in the next round.
Kenny, I know you keep talking about that Indian water. You trying to get some of that?
I
see all the meds you got. You got all the powders,
I got the
and the
zinc,
proteins.
I got the D3, I got the creatine, and then I need some Indian water as well. Just straight from India. Whatever they drinking over there, we need that because of course Sarin been sparring. You know what I'm saying? He's been really out here sparring, whoop, whoop, ducking and weaving and then hitting, right? And he's playing some good chess. The kid is actually really strong, as we see, taking down Giri, and he's like, "Yo, I'm coming for you, big dog. I'm coming."
Well, your thoughts on Sarin?
Well, Danny, the way I see it is not that this was a comeback. I know it looks like that. He's down one game, but I think of it more like a tennis match. It was just his time to serve. Okay. In tennis, you can be down a game. Sometimes you even have those weird break points where it looks like you're behind, but I just feel like he was waiting for the white pieces. His game with the white pieces was just as nice as Giri's was. These guys are both playing at the top of their game, so I just feel like it was just waiting for the white pieces, okay, now it's my turn. And the technique that he displayed was incredible.
Well, Don, you think Giri holds serve as well?
I think it's likely that he is. I think we're going to see a lot of white victories in this match, and I totally agree with him on. I don't even think the players are thinking of it that way, or that Nihal was panicking after game one. Fabi made this point at the start. It's a 2-day affair. It's an 8-game match.
Yeah.
The players aren't necessarily too broken up over one loss. I think when the lead gets to 2 points, that's when we start talking about a potential comeback. 1 point is nothing to these guys.
Absolutely. At 1 point is nothing. I mean, Giri can stabilize and come back there. There was a hard hit from Sarin there. And like you said, a 0.4 position was just really not a lot. He was slightly better from there. But I think Giri, now switching colors here, has to strike back and need to strike fast and hard here.
All right. Well, as we move into the weekend, we're going to have a lot of action, but we've been here all week. We've been enjoying our time in Toronto, really. When our 8 players got into town, we thought it might be fun to test their knowledge. Little Canadian pop culture. Here's Nemo and our CGC players with our Canadian IQ test.
Are you ready for the trivia questions?
No, but let's do it anyway.
Who is the current Prime Minister of Canada?
The current Prime Minister is, of course, Justin Trudeau.
Perfect. I didn't have to run through the multiple choice. I was like,
oh, it's multiple choice.
Okay, Justin Trudeau.
Yeah. Like I only know one Canadian politician, so if it's not Trudeau anymore, then I'm done.
Which of these is Toronto's hockey team? Or if you already know, you can just let us.
Of course, it's the Maple Leafs.
Thank you. Okay.
I think because there are two maple things, I'm going to go with the maple one. That's how I passed my final school exam as well.
Maple Leafs.
Correct. Who is Canada's top-rated chess player?
Alexander Botis?
Well, unfortunately, I played him last week, so I know the answer. It's, of course, Evgeny Barayev.
I'm not sure about Barayev rating, to be honest. No one is getting younger, and
okay.
I also he's not as good as he used to be. So, I guess Erik Hansen.
Go with Eric.
Which of these celebrities is not Canadian?
So I knew the first two are Canadian, so it must be Danny Ranch, yeah? But is he a celebrity though?
Oh, why?
Well, I would choose between Drake and Danny Ranch. I can't see any of them being Canadian, to be honest, and maybe they're both.
Drake is actually like the icon of Toronto.
Really? If this is a trick question, I'll go Avril Lavigne.
Obviously, it's Danny Ranch.
But I think his singing skills are somewhat behind the other contestants.
That's okay, you know?
You know, first of all, Anish has never really heard me sing. Right. So I take offense to that. You don't know. You don't know what's coming out of these pipes. But I mean, to me, the biggest takeaway of that was when they listed highest rated players from Canada. Our boy here made the list.
Look at it. Just happy to be considered. Yeah, I got a ballot. That's all I know.
It was awesome. I was also impressed with both Hikaru and Anish just pulling Justin Trudeau out of thin air. Right. Would you have gotten that, Danya?
I would have gotten that, but I'm like a geography type nerd, so I like useless trivia. I watch Jeopardy. Guilty. But Evgeny Barayev, that was a hard one.
That was a hard
Eric,
one. Hikaru,
Eric and Evgeny very similarly rated. I was impressed.
Canty, you having a great time here in Toronto? And how would you have done on that little trivia?
I would have did great, and then on the celebrity one, I would have felt pretty bad. Actually, when he said the Danny celebrity, I almost walked up to him I'm like, hey man, don't do that. Don't do
I appreciate that.
Don't do, but I told him offline.
I know you had my back. I know you were in the room, so you probably would have.
Yeah, we talked offline. I handled it for you, bro.
Amon?
Honestly, I was just impressed with how well people did. I think people kind of knew their stuff, and they weren't thrown off by a really close trick answer. Amon Hamilton could have easily been the highest.
I feel good. This is you welcomed us to your home.
Yeah.
And you've made some great restaurant recommendations, by the way. Shout out Amon. He really has. So, but do you feel good about how people are delivering and appreciating the Canadian trivia?
I do, and you know what? I do get the feeling. I've watched some interviews from the players and just chatting around outside. I do get the genuine feeling that people like it here, and they all have a little something that they enjoy, whether it's the food or the tournament, the organization, everything. So
we'll talk a little bit about that. This is, I think, the biggest prize money any chess tournament has ever had on Canadian soil. First time we've had a super tournament like this in Canada in a very, very long time. What does that mean to you? As you're the homegrown Canadian Toronto boy. I mean, how exciting and how meaningful is that to have an event like this here in Toronto?
Well, Danny, it's actually the first tournament ever in Canada, so it's great. It's great to have everyone here.
Welcome to the first chess tournament.
But it's nice to have a tournament of this caliber, and of course, I hope that this sort of sets the precedent going forward. That there's more of these, and that the production here is insane, actually. It's really fun to be a part of, and I just hope that this lets everybody else know that, hey, you got to up your game because this is the standard now.
I love it. Well, have any other waiters challenged you?
No, no waiters. But I was at the gym and one guy wanted to challenge me to some pull-ups, right? And that guy was Danny.
Yeah. I did not want to challenge you to pull-ups, man. You smoke. I literally can't move working out with you. It's been crazy. There was a guy who walked up to us today and recognized Levy.
Oh yeah.
Give Levy props are due, right? We're just working out. Some dude comes up like, "Are you Levy Rosman?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened this morning.
Did he ask you if you're Danny Ranch?
He did not. He did not. He did not recognize either.
So Anish Giri's comment aging kind of well.
We can't take this guy anywhere, but all right. We got to get to a break, but before we do, a quick reminder. The SCC is back with these confirmed 14 players. If you missed the news yesterday, the main event begins November 21st. Participants including That guy right there, the world champion Magnus Carlsen. I was asked out there by a reporter, shout out to Sagar Shah from Chess Base India, Asan is here. He said whether we think Arjun Iragaisi and Nihal Sarin and Gukesh, are these guys going to have their time this year and beat the guns like Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura? We don't know. We also know, though, there will be 2 other qualifiers who will earn their way into the tournament with $100,000 on the line. Don't miss it. It's the most exciting speed chess championship we've ever held to date. Type command SCC in the chat for more. All right, everybody, much more to come from day 1 of the CGC semifinals. As we push towards game 3s and each of our semifinal matchups, Twitch subscribers, we have plenty of content coming your way. Don't go anywhere during the break. You don't want to miss it.
We're here at the Chess.com Global Championship in Belgrade with Grandmaster Nihal Sarin, the only player from Belgrade to advance. Now, every player in Belgrade went into today with a minus score. How were you able to make the comeback today?
I'm very happy that I managed to make a comeback, and of course I was not expecting it to finish in the rapid games at least.
The first game, game 5, was the key game because you were worse and then you were worse and then it turned around all at once. How did that happen?
The game changed when he played d5. I sort of expected him to do that, and I was quite unhappy to see d5. I found a very strong move, queen takes d5, bishop g6, and queen b7. Then Sam blundered this queen b1, queen b5, I think, and yeah, that was a massive boost for me.
And in the final game, obviously he had to go for everything and he played the Tiger Modern. Were you thinking that was anywhere on the radar?
Modern is always something to expect when somebody needs to win on demand with black, and okay, I was already very happy to get to the final game with a 1-point lead after that 7th game. So.
I'm sure you'll take any opening at that point. Finally, what will you do to prepare for your next match?
It's a new day, new match, and just start from zero.
Totally not a distraction.
Beautiful. Wow, look at the view here. I am way off the ground right now.
We are sky
way off the ground.
That's a really good move.
Chess on a helicopter.
Chess on a helicopter is pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, this wasn't bad.
Fire.
Oh, that's a good move.
Yeah, goodbye to your transmission.
Who won?
I did.
He won.
Can we watch the falls?
Yeah. Sure.
Yes. Yay. All right, we're landing.
Wow. That was incredible.
That was super cool.
That was incredible.
In Vancouver. Crazy. But as fond as I am of that place, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto. Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by. The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and public parks, and even in hot tubs with amaranth for well over a century.
Yeah, I don't think that's what the script said.
You're right. And now this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals. Facing elimination for weeks, 4 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen's-sized share of the $1 million prize pool.
And Bishop takes G3. That ends it officially.
I think that's it. It resigns.
Resigns.
Oh my goodness.
What an Armageddon we just had.
My wife, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC Finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all.
Welcome back to Toronto and our coverage of the CGC semifinals. Whew, it's been an amazing day so far as we see Anish Giri getting ready for Game 3 against Nihal Sarin. Oh my god, we've got so much action to review because both matches between Giri and Nihal, as well as between Wesley and Hikaru Nakamura, are all knotted up at 1 apiece through 2 games. Okay, I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky here alongside International Master Levi Rosman once again. Can't wait to bring the 2 games that remain today to you. Levi, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Are you excited?
I'm super excited. I went out and got some really fancy dress shoes today because we had to up our level from yesterday, and I realized that you can't even see my shoes, so you're going to have to wait until tomorrow or check social media. These matches are so close and in such different ways. I'm so pumped for the afternoon.
I'm incredibly pumped as well, and it's not a surprise that the matches are tied. We are waiting for Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin to start their match. Both players winning 1 game, and Nihal coming back from that 1-point deficit. And Nihal Sarin, we have been saying that name so many times, Levi, and for very good reason. As we review his bio, I am most mesmerized just by the path that he took to Toronto. He beat Kramnik, he beat Dingley Ren, Rauf Mamedov. That guy has won a couple games and tournaments in his life. Levi Rosman, this kid is a phenom.
Yeah, he's amazing, and we watched him beat Sevion in the way we thought that he would. It's just amazing defensive prowess, but that's not how he started this match against Giri. In the first game, he was blown off the board, which is something that we thought about potentially happening, and then he struck back right away. Let's see what happens here.
Let's see what happens. The game is underway. Fasten your speed belts.
Whoa!
And they better be fastened tight because we have knight c6 and d6.
Wow!
Channeling Magnus Carlsen against Anton Smirnov at the Olympiad.
Yes, this is a really interesting move order because essentially Nihal Sarin is playing a Pierce defense. That's what he's doing, right? But why didn't he just go d6 on the first move? Because there are more aggressive setups for white. So he move orders Anish Giri into what's called the classical setup, which is very stable for white, not super aggressive.
And when you say the word classical, what you mean is that the f-pawn is no longer capable of moving out to f4. That is the Austrian attack, and that is considered one of the most dangerous systems against the Perk. But here we see the downside of developing the knight to c6 this early. You're actually provoking white into playing d5. The knight moves back to b8. This is the definition of a hyper-modern opening. Now, Levy, I have played this extensively with the black pieces in recent months, so I feel right at home here. What do you make of this as Giri slams down the bishop on h6?
I have a theory here. So if you go back over the last year, 2022, and you watch Anish Giri's games with the white side against the guy named Magnus Carlsen on the other side, some of you may have heard of him, a couple of times that Magnus played this, like he played the Pierce or the Modern, Anish did not get anything super promising. And I think that's Nihal's inspiration. It's a very annoying opening to play against when you're playing on the white side. And look at this. I mean, Anish is playing a very aggressive setup here, but he can't even castle long because queen takes f2 is a free pawn.
Yeah, this pawn is under duress. The b2 pawn is literally hanging. You definitely don't want to play the move b3 here. That's the last thing you want, because the way that Anish is playing, he's essentially committed to castling queenside, and there he goes. He castles queenside anyway. He sacrifices the f2 pawn. He says, yo, go take it. And Levy, I should point out that knight g4 may look like it wins the game here, but it does not, because the queen slides into g7, attacking the rook on h8.
Yep.
And if you move the rook on f8, this position is still not entirely clear, but I think the move knight g5 leads to a devastating attack against this rook on f8, which is now feeling mighty uncomfortable. So Nihal, he says, I don't care about the f2 pawn. I care about development. Bishop g4 is on the board.
Interesting, because queen takes f2, if I just back up for a quick moment and kind of show this with an arrow, that's a free pawn, no questions asked. But it does put development second, and that's probably not something Nihal is interested in. It's so fascinating to the untrained eye, because that just looks absolutely free and there's no questions asked. It is the second best move, but bishop g4 is the best one, and that's why it's on the board.
And one of the benefits of bishop g4 is that, of course, you reserve the right to take on f3. Now, this is not a devastating positional threat, but one thing that bishop takes f3 does is, of course, it ruins white's kingside pawn structure, and it often makes it more difficult for white to push this h-pawn up the board. Black can actually put the knight on h5 in these lines and orchestrate kind of a blockade on the king side. As for the queen side, there's nothing going on just yet. But hey, give black 3 moves. Knight comes to d7, rook comes to c8. When the c file gets opened, you could have Sicilian-type ideas like a sacrifice on c3. So Anish Giri can't fall asleep here. He has to keep the ball rolling on the king side and in the center, and he does with bishop c4.
And Nihal Sarin, by the way, will probably just keep his king in the center of the board, unless white's queen is somehow evicted, but that's probably not going to happen.
Signed a lease for many years on h6.
That's exactly right. Now, there are some very nasty attacking ideas still with queen to g7, because black's kind of stalwart bishop here on g7 has been traded. Very key idea in the position for white, but I agree. I mean, this is going to happen at some point, and then when black captures on f3, you ruin the structure for white, and e5 suddenly is not so scary. So, I mean, Nihal absolutely has claim to the position, and it's probably just bordering on equality.
I mean, I think if you showed this position to any world champion or grandmaster before 1990, maybe, they would just, you know, have the same reaction that I do when I see, like, mayonnaise anywhere. Just get this away from me.
You don't like mayo?
It's my... do you think I do like it when I just pointed that out?
Well, what do you put on sandwiches?
Mustard, horseradish sauce, sriracha. I just put a ton of sriracha on our lunch. Anything that's red.
All right, now we need a chat poll. Do you put mayo on a sandwich? You can't have mayo. You can't have a sandwich, no mayo.
I hate mayo. Chat knows I'll throw away a burger if it has mayo on it. They already know that. See, I'm an open book.
What if it also has sriracha on it?
No.
No?
Nothing will compensate for aioli or mayonnaise or anything of that nature.
This is the high-level chess commentary.
Are we supposed to commentate? Yeah, we have a job to do.
Well, I mean, listen, if they want us to commentate, they should make a move, right?
Hey,
so let's
I moonlight as a restaurant critic.
Which one of those two guys do you think likes mayo more?
Which one of those two guys? I would guess Anish.
Okay.
I mean, Anish has sort of a European palate, I think. So.
Yeah.
Okay, now, do you think Nihal Sarin will play knight bd7? Is he going to snap off the knight on f3? This is the first substantive think that either player is taking here. Might he be actually revisiting the topic of queen takes f2? That's a move that you have to consider on every move. Like you said, pawns don't lie by the side of the road. What do you think he's
I did not say
angling
that.
for?
I don't think I said those words.
To paraphrase the great Levy Rosman.
Yes, to paraphrase. By the way, I'm wondering, Queen F2, can you just get completely just obliterated somehow with Bishop F7 sacrifices once I capture, and E5, just Queen G7? I'm very scared. I think Nihal is probably choosing between Knight BD7 and the immediate capture. Bishop takes Knight is a huge commitment, right? So
it's a massive commitment, right? You can't undo that, and that's why you want to be as flexible as possible. I'm predicting Knight BD7. But something else is catching his eye. He would have already made that move if, there was nothing else on the horizon for Nihal. Maybe after Knight BD7, he's asking himself whether White can circumvent Bishop takes F3 in any way. Maybe the Knight G5 move or something.
He did take.
And he did take. Maybe he was afraid of something like this and Bishop takes F7. Whatever it is, Nihal decides not to allow it. He switches up the move order. He takes on F3 first, and there comes the Knight to D7. Now, something you did say, Levy, is that E5 is now harder to achieve. You did say that, right?
Yes, that I did in fact say.
And that means for the first time this game, I think Queen takes F2 is on the docket should Giri let this pawn hang for one more move, which is why I'm not ruling out a move like Rook HF1.
Yeah, it's a move you kind of don't want to play. You're putting a rook behind 2 pawns, not just one. Like, at least if you put a rook behind a pawn, you can push the pawn. In this case, you would need to push the pawn in front of the pawn and then push the pawn behind the pawn.
And then you wouldn't be able to push the pawn behind the pawn again.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then your queen can't come back on the diagonal, but it might be really a necessary evil. But queen retreating also possible.
It is, and I think Nihal has stabilized the position. It's a complicated middle game. We will keep a very close eye on it. Love the opening choice, but we have another game to watch. As much as I hate watching weak players, Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura. You see them on camera there on the right side of your screen, getting ready to start. Pensive expressions on their faces. 2 draws to kick off the match. 29-year-old Wesley So once again displaying phenomenal form. So clean, Levy. His play is so darn clean.
Yes, it's very clean. I feel like that fun fact. We gotta talk to Wesley a little bit. Let's get a little bit more fun of a fact out of him. Yes, he has the highest draw percentage, but I feel like that's to conserve energy and then crush people, right? So he's done that. He did that in a match against Andraken.
Exactly. I was going to say that it doesn't sound flattering, but he weaponizes the draw for. He uses it as a tool when he's scared of his position.
Yep.
So it served him well thus far. Okay, Hikaru getting ready. Hikaru will have the white pieces. Will we see another Berlin? I predicted one knight F3. My comment didn't age well. Levy, I never thought I'd say these words in the booth, but Danny was right.
Yes, we do have a Berlin, an anti-Berlin, and a delayed D5, right? So
we had D5 on the previous move, didn't we?
Yeah, we had D5. Well, we also Duda played D5 before castling, if I'm not mistaken. So we're not going to get a super sharp line here, but these lines are very, very tricky.
And they're all the rage. Yep. Everybody's playing this structure. Everybody.
Yep.
So H3 there by Hikaru Nakamura. You often see the knight from D2 Levy coming out to E4. That's how you get that symmetrical structure. You have the knight trade on E4. And you're right. Neither side is playing for a big advantage here. They're playing for minuscule little development, subtleties. Nobody's playing for checkmate in the foreseeable future here.
It's going to be a long maneuvering battle. White's queen is going to decide whether to go to C2 or E2. White's rook is going to decide where to go. White will decide what to do with the expansion over here. You notice in that Duda game, Hikaru got to move all these pawns forward. That's why he won the game.
Exactly.
In the endgame. Wesley's like, you ain't playing this against me.
And there's a silver lining to the fact that they keep repeating the Berlin. Of course, you can take the pessimistic view, oh, these are boring positions. But think of it this way. Both of these players are specialists in this opening. They're blazing new trails, right? In terms of developing new theory and new ideas, these are the players to do it. So it's actually exciting to see 2 players who know this opening backwards and forwards duking it out. Let's see who prevails in the end. So far, they've made 2 draws. Will we finally see something more decisive in this game? H7, H6.
Yeah,
slow move.
I just wanted to add here that when you associate boring chess with the word Berlin, it's because we think about the endgame and we think about all the draws and we think about all the forcing lines. But this is anything but, right? Like there's tons of theory still going on here. And if anything, there's still 7 pawns per side, a lot of tension in the center of the board, still plenty to play for, and nobody's trying to kill the game off. And that's because the move 4D3 is played, right?
Like, that's an anti-Berlin.
Yeah, it's called an anti-Berlin. So anti-boring. So Wesley threatens us with a boring opening, but the meta strategy with black being to equalize, and Hikaru says you're not going to get a boring opening.
Yeah, so this is as interesting of a middle game really as any other. just because the structure is symmetrical after knight e4, knight takes e4 doesn't mean that the game is a draw. You know, these players think a lot more deeply than that. Rook e1 is on the board, as is rook e8, defending the pawn on e5. So I keep waiting with bated breath for white to put the knight on e4. Hikaru has been delaying this, trying to keep flexibility. Maybe he's actually going to deploy his queen to b3 levy, aiming for that f7 pawn. That is a common move in these positions. That is a drawback, a well-known drawback of rook e8. And another thing is that bishop b6 is a hard move to make with the queen on b3 because the b7 pawn hangs, and that queen is just going to evacuate back to b3. Look at these colors, Levy. I mean, this is Picasso right here.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, can we get a snapshot of
That's
this?
actually beautiful. I'm looking up the screen now for the
You're
first time.
not supposed to compliment your own art, right? You're supposed to die first, and then we're supposed to sell it hundreds of years later. That's how you become a famous painter, right?
That is
true.
true.
I'm saying staying alive, please. But your art will be worthless in the meantime. But this is, I mean, this is amazing. Well,
I don't even want to remove these errors from the board.
Yeah, let's just keep this here. I think production will yell at us quick. Get it off the board.
Back we go to the live position.
I agree, though. Queen b3, and what is black going to do? I mean, rook e7.
Rook e7. Queen e7 I don't like because it puts the queen under the rook's x-ray. That's not good. Bishop e6 we discussed. I think rook e7 is virtually forced, but no, he goes the other way, does Hikaru. I thought queen b3 was a spicy little move there.
Yeah, wow. I'm very perplexed. Why did he didn't go queen b3? What did he not like? Did he not like a4?
Oh,
but then bishop f7, queen c4.
Yeah, and you have that square, and you attack the bishop on c5. So
yeah, I don't know.
Not entirely sure. He takes the tamer approach. This is obviously not a mistake.
What does that mean?
He just sort of keeps.
What does that mean? Tamer approach?
No, tamer.
Yeah.
Tamer Rajabov. This is also the Taimur approach. I think it's likely Taimur would also play queen e2.
Yeah, queen b3 is like a very deliberate move, and I sometimes I feel like they trust each other. Like, oh, he wouldn't let me play this move if it was good. He's just going to defend his position. My queen is offside because black can defend and then kick the queen out. So yeah, the queen has decided to go to e2. Now what? Is the knight going to?
I think it's finally going to e4. I mean, finally you've put this problem off enough, but eventually you're going to have to get the dark squared bishop out, and you're not going to go knight f1, knight g3 in this position. It's a typical Ruy Lopez maneuver, but with black controlling the lion's share of the center, white needs to play a little bit more assertively in the center.
Yes. In fact, if you go knight f1, knight g3, you'll find very quickly you can find the same road back to the center, except you took just way more time to get there. It doesn't make much sense.
You flew through Frankfurt and Atlanta. There was a direct flight that you missed.
Yeah. And you just people so people understand the knight doesn't fit here in many positions. It's a one move kind of concept. If the knight goes here, the bishop retreats, the knight is just offside and will immediately be attacked by the a pawn. So the knight will go to e4. This much we know.
And so Wesley, I think, is deciding kind of similar things. He plays the move a4, continuing his queenside expansion. And the idea, Levy, to echo your point, is not to prevent knight b3. It's just to grab space, right?
Yes.
And that's an amorphous concept that a lot of players struggle with. Like, what does space give you? It's not as simple as that. He's making an investment for the future. He's controlling squares. You never know when that will come in handy. Is there a chance that he will get overextended, that this pawn will be weak?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anytime you grab space, that is a risk that you assume. But the pawn is protected by the rook. Both sides are super solid here. The position is dead equal. That is not disputable.
Yep.
When will we see some form of imbalance? Or is the position just going to stay equal? Are we going to see a trade of knights and then a trade of bishops and a draw? I sure hope not.
And a move like a4, it's very difficult to figure out whether it's an asset or a liability, even in 12 minutes of thought. You cannot solve the position here, and it was the positional maestro Boris Gelfand who said, if you can't figure it out in a period of time, like, you just have to make a decision, and that's why he played a4. We do see this trade. We do see d takes, so now no queen trade. And I like white's position, I have to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if either side has a micro advantage, I agree. I like the bishop. I like the way it's aiming at f7. Maybe the other bishop coming out to e3. But I think largely the position is balanced. We will keep an eye on this middle game as it unfolds.
Yep.
But one middle game that already has been unfolding is our other game between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin. You've said it all, Levy. The pawn on f2 has been captured by the fearless Nihal Sarin. Holy smokes, what a spicy position we have. Talk about sriracha.
Yeah, this is not no mayonnaise involved in this game at all.
No.
So just going to back this up for a moment here. We left the game around here, you see even the arrows that we were drawing, and then Anish captured on c6, which prevents the attack on the c file, but allows
but opens up the b file.
Right, so he's basically saying it's not so scary. And then here, this was, again, something he could play, and he says no. I'm going forward.
Yeah.
But what's the idea? Because now we're right here. He pushed the pawn. He knew it was going to get taken. What did he think he had?
Well, just instinctively, perhaps he wants to engineer the e5 pawn break, which to me seems like really the only way to put these pawns to good use. But you can't really play e5 straight away. If you play e5 straight away, then first of all, d takes c5 doesn't look that scary, but there's also the move knight to g4, and white is experiencing logistical problems. This is why you often put the king on b1 in these situations.
Yep.
Queen g7 looks mighty good, attacking 2 pieces at once, but black takes on f4 with check, and after king b1, black could perhaps even get away with taking another pawn or just castling queenside.
Wow.
Just because there's some damage doesn't mean that the king isn't safe here. It's actually quite safe on c8 with white's pieces sort of scattered about the board. So that's not really an option. And, Levy, if you take that tempo to prepare e5, I'm not entirely sure what black is going to do with this tempo. Maybe this is the way to go. But perhaps knight g4, trying to disattach the queen from the pawn, that still looks pretty scary.
Yeah, you still go knight g4 to remove the queen from the defense of the pawn. And if the queen tries to hang on, I'm sure there's ways that you can just get in there with the knight, attack everything, and threaten checkmate. So
that's precisely right. Knight e3, that's a fork. You can't go rook d2 because of queen takes e1.
Yeah, you save one rook and you lose another rook and bishop and everybody.
That ain't good, Levy.
No. It's anything but good. I don't exactly know what was missed. Okay, he does go rook e1.
Ooh, this is a big moment. Knight g4 looks mighty scary for white here, because if you don't go queen g5, that means you go queen g7, and that means you give up another pawn on f4 with check. Then you'll never be able to go e5.
Yeah, then you can't go e5. But I guess he's saying he has an attack. Well, he's actually saying, I've messed this up a little bit, so I'm going to go all in. That's what he's saying.
I think I've understood. I've deciphered his idea. So after knight g4, queen g7. Okay, I guess I can make these moves on the board. Knight g4, queen g7, queen takes f4 check, king b1, rook f8, you go rook f1,
but what about
skewering the queen to the pawn. But you have something to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, what you said long castle is an option, right?
First of all, long castle is an option. Just to finish this thought, I'll let you share your line.
Yep.
Even here, queen e5, worst case scenario, big deal. You give up f7, you go king d, the rook is defended. White basically has to accede to the queen trade, and that's a terrible sign. But you were going to propose.
Yeah, I was just going to say that in this position, if we go back, instead of even playing the move rook f8, I thought we were still thinking about what you said, which was long castles. And then you can just chuck f7, and, well, you don't have to be up 2 pawns the whole game. You can just be up 1 pawn with no real attacking chances for the other side.
Moreover, with the queen still stranded on g7, it goes from being a great asset to a terrible liability with black's king tucked away on the queen side. I think what Nihal is asking himself here is this too good to be true? Could Anish Giri really have bungled the attack to this extent, where by move 15, I've not only repelled the attack, but basically stand to win?
Yeah, listen, being better with black in 15 moves at this level is incredible, especially when you play a pretty offbeat opening. So I remember what I said about Anish struggling against the Pierts when Magnus plays it. This has worked out absolutely perfectly. I think Nihal might even play this again, given an opportunity.
Yeah, and people often ask me, not that I'm qualified to answer, what does preparation look like at this high level? For Rapid, you often don't spend hours reviewing your files. It's more about choosing the opening astutely. What does that mean? That often means identifying, as you're saying, openings in which even these top guys struggle. There aren't a lot of them, but sometimes you find that little hole. Sometimes you find that one opening that tilts even the strongest of players and the most well-prepared players. Anish certainly fits that category. This has been a tremendous choice by Nihal, but will he gather the guts to play that move, knight g4?
It's not a difficult
It's not
move.
a gutsy move. It's
right,
just a natural move.
And
he's
done it. He's done it. He gave it some thought and went, is this really happening?
It is. It is. And I have actually one more question. After queen g5, knight e3, we concluded that rook d2 was impossible. But what about rook e2, chasing away the queen?
I see.
Because now black is experiencing the same problem. Okay, it's a moot point. I think there might have been the move h6 here,
maybe
counter-attacking the queen.
Maybe it was that missed. But I guess, okay, quick.
In any case.
He went to g7. But
he went to g7.
So queen g5 was never his idea. And now the question is, will Nihal take on f4 with check? He's winning a pawn with check to be up 2 pawns. And then he will deal with the situation of his rook.
Yeah, take first, eat first, think later.
The craziest thing is the computer is saying you should go rook f8, which is just so, that's not human. I mean, who plays this move?
To not take a pawn like that with
and
check?
Defend your king, and it's check.
Exactly.
How do you not...
I guess the point is that the pawn on f4 really cannot be defended by what? Because there's a crazy subtlety here. LPDO, one of my favorite chess acronyms, loose pieces drop off. After rook f8, you might say, hey, the opportunity train passes. That ship has sailed after rook f1, but another ship has arrived at the harbor. After queen c5, it's a fork. I call this a second-order fork. You fork another fork. You're attacking c4, and you're threatening a fork on e3, and there's no way that white can defend both at the same time. If you try to move your rook up to defend the bishop, yeah, exactly. Just sound effects. Cue the sound effect after e5.
The queen is trapped in the corner. The rook can't defend the bishop. The
bishop can't defend the other rook. The rook can defend the king. White can resign here. This ain't good. If Nihal plays rook f8, we see the eval as something like -3, and that's not one of those -3s that, oh, it's contingent on you finding a bunch of moves. Okay, he's taken on f4.
Yeah, he took on f4. What I was going to say is what's contingent on playing against this opening that black is playing is that to prove that 0.7, 0.8 in the beginning, or that +1 that the engine sometimes likes to show when a person plays the Peertz or the modern defense, white has to play aggressively. You got to use that f-pawn, right? And so the move order that Nihal chose in this particular game made Anish develop more naturally, hoping for a king's pawn response. But Anish, even still, is not the type of player to go ballistic attacking, right? That's not the style that he plays. Literally, his style is balanced. And this is why the Peertz is actually a great weapon when Anish gets 15 minutes on the clock, because he has to prove it. And you see, when he tries to improvise, sometimes things can go crazy wrong.
And taking the Levy approach is Nihal castling queenside. I totally co-sign your point. And you could argue that Anish has risen to the challenge. He did so yesterday in the Armageddon game. He has shown his willingness to play outside his quote-unquote comfort zone when the occasion demands it, but that doesn't mean he wants to repeat that. And, Nihal forced him to repeat it. Anish did play aggressively. He sacked the f2 pawn, but, it's darned if you do, darned if you don't. He did it at the wrong moment. And this game is not over, but if the best that he can do is just capture on f7 and go to this pawn down endgame.
Yeah, he's still going to be 2 pawns down.
Oh, actually, you take on h2.
Yeah, you take on h2.
No. And that is a pawn you're going to capture. Absolutely.
Yeah. This is
really bad.
This is very bad. This is... The funny thing is, if the roles were reversed, we'd be thinking, how can Nihal get out of this?
Yeah, of course.
But that's a skill set that really only he and Hikaru possess. Wesley also is a very, very good defender, but I feel like just saving completely horrible positions, it's...
Listen, if I had this with the black pieces against Nakamura and Nihal, I would already think that I'm lost. And I think a draw is a good result. So...
You'd just be happy to go into an endgame up a pawn, draw it.
Yeah, barely. Exactly. We see Anish Giri there deep in thought. He senses, we can tell, he senses that he is in crisis mode. If he loses the second game in a row with the black pieces, Nihal is so solid with the white pieces.
And I was just going to show... Not good. I was just going to show that, you have this check, and then after king to b8, you can think, oh, I'm going to come back, and I'm going to attack the king.
I'm going to come back, and I'm going to attack the king, Levy.
And then just knight c5.
But queen b4, checkmate.
Yes, queen b4, and mate on b7. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, king goes here, and actually, who's attacking who? Hello.
Yeah.
There's no mate. There's no mate. Your bishop's hanging.
Dude, that's one of the fascinating... Robert Hess says that one of his favorite parts about sports, I hope I can reveal that, is when offense turns into defense. We saw a great epitome of that there. White's attacking on the B file. No, black's attacking on the B file. Give me that file. I'm just sending all of your pieces back home. Anish Giri, rook to f1. Queen e5, I think, is going to be Nihal's response.
Yeah, just queen e5. I mean, don't let the queen out. And we've been saying this time and time again. Yeah, I won one of my pawns back. Now I just got to win. And now you get triple forked. You get triple forked. I will say that again.
Triple forked.
Triple.
How many forked?
Forked.
Okay.
Now, the good news is the bishop can escape with check. You're still going to lose a rook.
So now it's only a double fork.
Yeah, now it's only a double fork. And the eval got worse.
Yeah, king c7 there. And
okay, rook f7, but trade the queens, I think.
Okay, I get the idea, though. After the trade of queens, you're going to get a situation where white does have that rook on g7. White also has, no, not that, but the e6 square for his bishop. So if you play sloppily, if you play rook d8, maybe Anish is trying to hang his hat on bishop e6. But again, even here, the knight goes back to e5. And look how compactly black has positioned his minor piece. This knight is going to survive an apocalypse. Rook takes d6, never an option because the knights defend each other. So even if Anish plays this in a rather straightforward, primitive manner, he's still going to have great winning chances. Now, we have the luxury of seeing that there's an even better move. He might try to trade on his own terms with this very shrewd move, rook dg8. I might say, wait, you're blundering the e7 pawn. It's a fork. Forks galore. And white has to throw in the check on a6, only move, but the king slides over to d8 and defends e7.
And now the rook is booted.
You get
That's
out
the
of here.
difference, right? So the bishop is forced to go to a6 because it has to avoid the pin. The king defends this. The rook now has to retreat, and Nihal's like,
I can enjoy my life here.
Yeah, he's like, wow, I finally got that pest out of here. Now I'm just going to go whoop, whoop. And you know what happens when a pawn makes it to the end of
this
the board?
endgame, you're like sitting in 70-degree weather. You got a glass of, cold lemonade. That knight on e5.
Sangria for
Sangria
those
lemonade
inclined.
for sure. So rook dg8 is the precise move. The one complicating factor here, what do you think I'm going to say? Even though for Nihal, it's actually a good thing. Yeah, the time.
Yeah, but it's like Rock Lee, in Naruto. I mean, his time gets lower, he just gets more powerful.
Gets
it's like the belt or the shorts. I mean, what he has. Listen, for the diehard fans, it's going to be really, really bad reference. But I remember the fight against Gara, I don't want to spoil anything.
I'm going to pretend I understood everything you just
said. That's literally the only Naruto reference that I know. One of my best friends really likes it. He sent me that fight a long time ago on YouTube. I was like, oh, it's a tremendous fight. Anyway, and speaking of mayonnaise, sriracha, and all that good stuff, rook g8 is a great move, and it's not even that hard to spot because you just attack the queen and you force it to take
listen, what makes it harder to spot is the fact that you finally can see a queen straight on the horizon, so it's so easy to get impatient and say, let me get the queens off the board first and think later. But the fact that Nihal is investing time, first of all, I'm impressed by that. The fact that he's not panicking, but he can sense that if he just makes 2 or 3 more accurate moves, then these 45 seconds he invests are going to be worth it 100-fold in the end. Let's wait for his move. I want to check into the Hikaru game, but at this point, I'm curious what he's going to play.
It's like the more I look at it, the more natural it becomes because the hardest thing to spot is your king can then replace the rook. That's very hard. When a piece moves, you fail to visualize an empty square. It's important that happens. It's important you do that. Otherwise, I'll take on e7 in the future. So he's got 57 seconds, which under any normal circumstance, I'd be nervous. I ain't nervous.
Yeah, and we have the beautiful 2-board view with Hikaru's game on the right side of your screen. You can see that game has been a lot more tamer with an endgame now on the board. Black's rook situated nicely on a3. First impressions, Levy, maybe I'm wrong. It looks pretty much dead balanced, but if I had to choose a side at this point, I'd probably choose black.
He played king c7 and
what
the
was
advantage
that?
is gone.
Wait, he just blundered the e7 pawn. What did he do?
Maybe he thought he had knight e3 at the end?
Rook takes c7. Oh, wait, does he have knight e3 in the end? But there's rook d4.
And I guess c5, he missed some check.
There's like knight d5 or knight b5.
Yes. Chat, we hear you. We're getting word that, everybody wants to see Hikaru Wesley. That game is deadlocked, dead even, and dead even on the clock. I really feel like that match is going to go to like a split decision, and we won't know any result until it gets there. The good thing in chess is that you don't leave it up to the judges. You leave it up to the players. What was missed here? I think he just straight up...
Should I show the line while Anish is thinking?
Yes, please.
So you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head. Nihal is hanging his hat on the move knight e3. He might have missed the existence of the move rook d4, defending the bishop, but I think the likelier explanation is that maybe he thought c5 is good, but now there's a check on b5. Another thing that's hard to visualize, that when you push a pawn, certain squares are weakened in your mind. If the line is long.
Rook d6. And
exactly. Rook takes d6, and at this point, white is winning.
Yeah, and it's going to be another rook and knight endgame. We've seen so many of those.
It didn't take Anish long to follow through. This is an incredibly puzzling, uncharacteristic mistake by Nihal, who spent like 90 seconds on this move. Back we go to the current position.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. And
oh, my lands.
He's got 20 seconds. This is a massive change of pace. And
huge turnaround.
Oh, Anish is breathing just the biggest sigh of relief.
This was a gift. This was a big gift. At this point, I would argue that almost white is playing for a win. Probably the position is still balanced. That knight on e5, lifts but yeah.
I think he missed that his king could go to d8. I think that's honestly what he missed. After bishop a6 check, he missed that the king slides to the center defending. It's very rare that the king is the anchor of the position.
Okay, but then he should have traded queens and gone rook e8. There was nothing wrong with that option. He keeps the extra pawn. Maybe he was worried about something there. You never know. You never know when you're in the moment. These small enemies become huge in your mind. You're playing Anish Giri. It's totally understandable, but we have an endgame to watch, and Nihal, he's known for his stability, for his ability to stay composed, and that's what he has to do here. There's no reason he should lose this game. There's no reason he should lose if he defends accurately.
Now, the question if you're Anish Giri is, do I just trade the pieces and make a draw, or what happens? Do I play for a win? Because he never thought that he was going to win this game. Literally, after the first 10 moves, he went, Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Like, really, what am I doing? So he probably is thinking, do I play this for a win? He could take on d7 right now.
And he does. That doesn't mean he's not playing for the win, but okay, if he wants to make a draw, then he should try to make a move like A3 or B3. That's what he does, tossing the ball back into Nihal's court. Nihal has to smoke this rook out of G7, and he's got to do it now.
Yep, and now rook F7, and probably you link them up, right?
You know the drill. Rook F7. Rook F7 and rook F1 is what you wanted.
Oh, Anish is not. He's not playing the position.
And I like this, Levy. I like the fact that he's not pressing his luck. He's not being opportunistic. He's saying, listen, I was losing. I'm taking the draw. I'm breathing easy. I'm taking some rest.
Yes.
And I'm coming back with an equal score. Practical decision. The score is knotted up at 1.5, 1.5. What a shocking turn of events.
That was unbelievable. King C7 is such a shocking blunder. It was a one mover, basically. It was a 1 or 2 mover there. So it's the first draw of the match, right? We had back-to-back absolute knockdowns by both guys. Just both clipping each other on the chin, just dropped to the floor. This one was weird. This was like a reset button, all right?
Yeah.
Play a weird opening, but this is such a great save for Giri, because now he knows this opening is coming. He's going to have something prepared.
He's going to prepare for it. You're absolutely right. This might be a big turning point in the match if indeed Anish Giri manages to win it. And back we go to our remaining game, the one everybody wants to see. Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So are locked in a complicated multi-piece endgame. Levy, I pointed out that rook on A3. Things have only gotten more concerning for Hikaru Nakamura. Only one side is playing for a win here. Those are dangerous words when you've got a Nakamura game. He can win any position. Something tells me that Wesley's not going to let this one slip. This is a battle for 2 results as it currently stands.
Yeah, something definitely went a bit wrong for Hikaru, but that last move, King
E7.
E7,
I don't like that move, knight F1.
Yeah, so Wesley is just allowing the knight to come in here and attack the king. Why did he play king to E7 when just a simple knight to E6 was available? Maybe he just didn't like something. Just didn't like something, right?
He threw Hikaru a bone there.
Yeah, he did. Not literally. He's still very much focused and staring at the screen. Are we going to get a repetition here too somehow?
I mean, I think the likelihood of a draw here is somewhere between 70 and 90%. It just, the position looks too symmetrical. Again, neither side has any target. So even if the white knight gets to D5, conversely, even if the black knight gets to like C4, whichever is the ideal square, nothing specific happens. I don't see either side giving this game away at this point.
No, and even King E1, a very passive move, is still completely reasonable. You could basically just saying, I'm going to get my knight in, I'm going to double up on the D file.
Yeah.
Wesley's rooks look very, very well positioned, attacking the target, and his knight was going to be of a high quality as well, but he just can't get in with his knight, and he can't add any more pressure, so likely this game will simply be a draw.
Yeah, and I kind of fell for the optics of the position, because optically it looks like black should, at the very least, be slightly better. But, okay, maybe King E7 relinquished whatever tiny pull he had, given that knight E3 and knight D5 now come with tempo. But the more I look at this, the more it occurs to me that there is nothing to attack. There are no outposts for the knight. And Wesley with rook d6, not necessarily a draw for. I think he's basically saying that if the rooks are traded, which they just got traded, his remaining rook is slightly better positioned than Hikaru's. But Levy, if necessary, Hikaru could travel to d2 and knock the rook off of the second rank. He might be doing just that.
Yeah, there comes rook d1 check. And Wesley will likely move the king to c6. Although, okay, he just... Wow, he's again voluntarily walking into the knight attack, but he clearly understands something about chess that neither you or I do. I would not do this, right? You would not allow... You would put your king somewhere where the knight can't attack it. So we might get repetition now. Do you go rook d1, or do you actually take that moment instead to go up?
You could go up to a3, but the depressing thing is that you're not even threatening rook takes c3, to your point, because of this pesky knight d5 check. Yeah. And even if you were threatening rook takes c3, that pawn is academically a weakness, and he has played rook a3. It's like the easiest weakness of all time to defend. You can defend it with any of your 3 pieces. You could play rook d3. You could play king d1, king c2. I'm predicting a repetition in like the next 10 moves.
Yes.
And I'm just going to be real here. This does not mean the endgame is that hype, but let's be objective.
Right, and I wonder if Hikaru will stop playing the Spanish. I wonder if he will go instead for an Italian. Oh no.
Was there a point there where he could have gone knight f5 check and rook d7? Was an opportunity just missed?
Yeah, wait. We'll wait,
yeah.
Because they might repeat moves at any moment.
We'll revisit that later. I had a brief inkling of a thought that knight f5 check with the square on d6 weakened might have been a thing.
Okay, this is
riveting.
All right, gentlemen. Here comes the king dance. The king dance.
All right, we can sit back.
Yeah, the king dance. Ready? King up.
This is where the eye contact is made between the players.
Yes, they're like...
but draw?
Yeah, I've seen players with a language barrier sometimes just look up at each other and go, like, kind of like, well.
Remy. I had this with Etienne Bacur, the French Grandmaster, in a tournament where drawers were not allowed. We had Bishop in 4 against Bishop in 4. I played Bishop B7 to A8, looked up at him and started laughing, and he played Bishop B2 to A1, and we just choose the repetition.
That's fun.
It was a wholesome moment. Okay, they're not quite repeating just yet. G5 is on the board.
Yeah, now the question here, okay, Wesley, knight up.
Wesley, watch it.
You don't have to take like this. Now knight takes H4 and maybe the game goes on.
I have no idea why Wesley just played G5 and GH. It doesn't like ruin anything. The position is still deadlocked.
Yeah, but it splits black spawns.
It splits black spawns?
Not white spawns.
Exactly. Under a different set of circumstances, I would be a little bit worried to be doing this against Hikaru. You're playing with fire anytime. You're creating these unnecessary weaknesses. As it stands, the white's king has no infiltration squares, neither is white's knight. The H5 pawn is safely defended. This is still a dead draw.
Yeah, it's still a dead draw. But Hikaru, I mean, it wasn't a dead draw against Duda, but he will play. He will play, and he is well within his right to do so.
No, I mean, that's Hikaru's calling card. He exhausts every last opportunity, and even the moves that aren't really opportunities, he turns them into opportunities.
And it's important to know when you're trying to defend this. First of all, it's important to know who's trying to defend it between the players. It's not an easy skill by any means. It's also important to know, like, what do you trade? One thing, two things, nothing. When if Hikaru would have played C4 there, and by the way, right, this is always a thing.
It totally is. You should also evaluate all pawn endgames. Like, you should, just in the back of your head, you should be asking yourself who benefits in the event of a transition to the pawn game. Often the answer is neither, and the draw is maintained. But with black's structure now kind of permanently damaged, I wouldn't even risk going into a pawn game. I wouldn't even calculate knight c4 check because it's unnecessary to calculate it.
Yeah, knight c4 check is a massive decision with absolutely zero calling, essentially.
Now let me ask you something, Levy. Can white flirt with the idea of playing f3 and then walking the king slowly around to h4? Does that have any merit or chances of success at all?
Yeah, it looks very reasonable. See, my plan drawing with the king, of course, was slightly dubious with this weakness, but yeah, white can either do that or maybe this. I like where Hikaru has the knight here to keep some eye on this, but is Wesley going to go for kind of a breakout so he loses his weakness? Is that the idea there?
Yeah, and if white's king strays too far from the center, maybe after c5, that isolated b4 pawn can be attacked by black's knight. So obviously Hikaru doesn't want to take any crazy risks too. I mean, the match is tied. Yeah, he's playing white, but okay. With that said, he's played f3. Again, squeezing out every last opportunity. At the very least, I still think the game might end in a draw, but Levy, at the very least, he's going to make Wesley sweat a little bit. He's going to make him work a little bit. Every ounce of energy matters in a long match.
Yes, and notice how in a position, especially in an endgame, if you don't control any pawn breaks, you cannot make any of the pawn breaks to improve the position or clarify the situation, it's probably a bad sign. White has many pawn breaks that he could have prepared. Literally all of them. And he has this idea. So, yeah, Hikaru is definitely going to flirt with the idea of walking the king over. If Hikaru wins this game, we might as well just give him the trophy now.
We might as well.
Just, by the way, great trophy. We have it in the background.
It's so sleek, and I love trophies aren't about like size. It's about just the elegance of them, and I think this trophy has like the perfect balance of sleekness, size, and elegance.
Yeah, it's a global championship, right? Global's got to be the Earth.
Well, the night
we see it. I don't know if we're gonna.
Oh, beautiful!
Yeah,
look at that camera work right there.
I would
see it
just
on the right
have that
side
on the screen. We just do some voiceovers of the players.
Exactly.
Look at that, and look at their trophies too. We got 3 trophies on the screen now. Look at that.
And we got the players in the background, Wesley and Hikaru, hard at work in this end game. The white knight has circumnavigated the globe. It's gone from b3 to d3 to the king's side. The underlying issue is that it cannot attack the h5 pawn. The white knight physically cannot get to a square where it attacks the pawn. The only such square is g7, but black will have just a couple things to say about that.
Yes.
Should the knight try to reach g7? Maybe Hikaru will try. I mean, knight g2, knight h4, knight f5. The pathway exists. There's an airport on g7.
Yeah, it does.
But the airport's going to be closed.
Yeah, maybe it's more like a helipad.
Yeah.
And again, here's another.
Don't let James Canty near it.
Oh yeah, exactly. They're gonna get into another chess content over there in the helicopter. My question was, okay, these guys are playing moves way too quickly.
He's made a threat, Levy.
Yes, there was knight g7 there. Right, we've crossed the 60 moves. In the meantime, Giri and Nihal are furiously preparing, eating bananas or other things and snacking as they prepare for their game 4.
Okay, now is this where Hikaru? No, never mind. I was gonna say it, but there's no infiltration squares on the queen side, or am I hallucinating? You can't get to a4. That is illegal, right?
Yeah, that's most certainly. Trust me, he would have definitely made it to a4 if it was possible.
I think the time has come to make the eye contact and start the process of the arduous and long process of move repetition.
Yes, it's like animals have mating dances, chess players have king dances to make a draw, or bishop dances, or queen dances, right? F4, no!
Ooh.
No, no, no. No, 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 that's not happening.
Knight back to h4. Hikaru keeping the flame going, keeping this position going. The problem again and again, no matter how many pawn breaks he carries out, he's still not going to actually be able to attack anything.
And just showing that there's no need to do this with black. You could still claim that it's a draw, but Wesley doesn't have to do anything.
Nor should he. There's zero necessity to play with fire. Just zero.
It's hardly fire. It's more
little,
like a
little smoke. Yeah, little matchstick, but hey, matchstick could turn into a fire pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's you don't have to go crazy here. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just gotta hold there with black.
Knight back to c4 for the 30th time.
Yes.
Knight d6 to c4 that move has been played like more frequently than in this entire tournament.
Knight back to d6, and if Hikaru pushes f5, it's a deadlock now, and he does, and that's it. He's not going to break through on that side.
Time to make it official.
Yeah, we'll probably get the... Well, maybe not. Maybe anything is possible. By the way, now Wesley...
Whoa. Knight d2, knight b3, knight a5. I guess the moment the knight hits b3, black's knight should land on e7.
So you're not worried about this, which black might have to play now.
I think he absolutely should play. There's nothing to lose.
This is okay. Yeah.
Okay, he decides knight b3, threatening knight a5. Another threat has been made.
Yes, the king runs back. Yeah, Wesley could have made it spicy there for a second, some sriracha, but Hikaru's a mayo guy.
Yeah, the king is out of breath. It reaches e7 in time.
No. Oh.
Whoa, knight e6, knight g7.
And he can go in both directions, and the king can't.
That was actually very sloppy by Wesley to not play king h6 and king g5, I think, and then put the knight somewhere appropriate. I don't know what would have been appropriate. Now knight e6 and knight g7 is actually a serious threat.
Yeah, Wesley's...
Are we starting the discussion again? Are we reopening the factories here?
Oh no, that's the biggest advantage we've had.
This is what it all starts with, the knight's on e6.
Oh my goodness.
And now Hikaru could start heading once again for the king side with the black knight hamstrung on e8.
Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Come on.
I still think it's a fortress, but king f3, here he goes.
Yeah, sometimes endgames are like that. You do everything right, it's still a fortress.
And Levy, at this point, it's not really about the evaluation. He's got to sow the seed of doubt in Wesley's mind. He's going to make him panic, do something drastic for the time being. Hikaru trying everything.
Yeah, this is another tense moment. Does Wesley take or does he leave the tension? He's been leaving the tension, but maybe now the decision is to take. He has 59 seconds to figure it out.
This is honestly, no matter how the game ends, the fact that Hikaru has put Wesley in this position is, I cannot believe how much he's able to do in this position.
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
It's very, very absurd, let's put it mildly.
Wesley seems to have an incredulous expression on his face. Like, really? I'm still defending this?
Yeah, why am I still here? Well, you see, he's here because his position's unpleasant.
Okay, king back to f3. We've seen this before. So the reason Hikaru isn't, well, he does go king g2, but I think now the knight should go to d6, and it does.
Yeah, but now king h3, king h4.
Oh, but knight e8, knight g7, just in time. Yeah, he's making these moves with shorter and shorter margins.
I know. 40 seconds on the clock now. Yeah, you
only move.
Yeah, you have to go knight e8, knight g7. It's very unpleasant to do so, by the way, because your knight is really passive.
And after the knight gets to g7, you're going to have to reckon with the move knight to e6. It turns out that because of the f5 pawn break, the pawn endgame is fine for black. But Wesley has 30 seconds left.
Okay, he finds it just in time on the 87th move to hold the integrity of his position.
And now all he has to do is shuffle his king. The knight on g7 is self-sufficient.
And there's no way for white to attack the pawn on h5.
Again, crazy. Just because the geometry.
Yeah.
He's trying. I don't think there is a way to attack the pawn.
Yeah.
I think it's finally
yes,
going to be a draw. Maybe he'll try g4, but
then black loses his only weakness, basically. And
you know what this all started with? Wesley going g5 and g takes h4. That's what created this brouhaha in the first place.
Yeah, we're going to get to 100 moves.
We probably will. It's move 91. Hikaru once again jumping hither and thither and there and here with his knight back. He goes with his king.
He comes back.
He's not going to stop trying.
Well, listen. Wesley gets down to 3 seconds. Anything is possible.
We've seen crazier things happen, that's for sure. The king is back on g2.
The good news is at this rate, we won't even go to a post game, a mid-game show. We're just going to stay right here for game 4.
Do you think Nihal and Giri are entertained watching this? Because they've got nothing on the line here.
Yeah. King e7. All right, 95 moves.
Okay. King buck to f3. Now Wesley once again has to deal with the problem of the white king getting to the other side of the board.
Hikaru once again saying the pressure's not over.
No, it is not. 29 seconds. He has milked Wesley's clock down, but this is about as low as it'll go. Wesley has understood the defensive mechanism.
Yes.
And now he's basically going to just like pre-move.
Oh my gosh. Knight g7 there almost won a pawn if the pawn on e4 was defended, which would have just been completely winning for white.
I mean, the margins have just been thinning and thinning and thinning. There was a point when 10 moves would have drawn.
Yep.
Now we're in only move territory, and 20 seconds on the clock for Wesley.
Yeah, and the problem is the frustration and the doubt starts setting in. Now, Wesley's, of course, one of the best players in the world. So maybe not, but
Knight G7, Knight D6.
Yeah, it's just in time.
This is as thin as the margins can possibly go before you blunder.
The problem is that White only has so many more problems that you can pose, and you might accidentally repeat moves. And not moves, but position.
Oh, Knight G7, he's blundered it.
Uh-oh.
He's blundered it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's blundered it, but it's still probably a draw.
Oh, my gosh.
This is insane.
Yeah.
This defies belief. I mean, we are sitting here watching this with the players 2 feet away from us, and
no.
I still can't believe this
He's
is
just going to go King C4, King C5, and G4 now is like, oh, I think he should have maybe played. Oh, no, but then check.
There was Knight D6, yeah, but he's... Should Black's Knight move away at the wrong moment, the King infiltrates D5. Your point is well taken.
This is so ridiculous. 18 seconds
Hikaru can prepare G5, and he can take as long as he needs to do so.
Another 100 moves, maybe.
This is insane. It's move 115, but Wesley holding on for now. He hasn't panicked.
I know. How do you even... Oh, King H6, King G5. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, but the White Knight is going to travel from attacking. He's got to go Knight C3 here.
Maybe it's not. Yeah, and he shakes his head. Hikaru totally forgot about
No, Knight D1. Knight D1 and Knight F2 I thought he should have played.
Oh, B5. Whoa.
Now Knight D2.
But now Knight D2.
Knight D2 and Knight F1 check is an immediate draw, but will Wesley find it? He's got 18 seconds.
He plays Knight E3.
Yeah, it's a draw. Knight takes G4 is possible.
Hikaru is not going to be happy. All that work to win the pawn, and then just, like, immediately draw.
So he wasn't winning for the record, but there was probably a way to dislodge that king from G5. But I think it was still always a draw. That was Hikaru's consolation.
Yeah, that was so... All that effort. Chess is such a brutal game. You work that hard, get him down to 20 seconds.
By the hair on his chinny chin. I mean, Jesus.
That was intense.
Knight back to C4. They're still going.
Yeah, they're still going, by the way.
It's almost like the basketball game has been over 5 hours, and you're still in the gym shooting three-pointers.
Yeah, they're still like, wait, if I make this one, wait, there's the last shot right here.
It's 5 a.m. The lights are off. You know, the fans have left. I mean, the fans have not left. I think we've got about 25,000 of them still watching this endgame on the edge of their seats.
Oh, my gosh. That's good.
Be still my beating heart.
Yeah, both knights hanging.
Knight F8.
130 moves.
That's it?
Nothing to choose between them.
Can we see some fighting chess for a change?
I know, seriously.
Yeah, okay.
Chess is all draws, man. Yeah, there it is.
I know. I mean, chess is just a draw, basically. Yep. There's no fight to be had anymore.
Okay, but like this game, as they draw for the third time, really does kind of show that. You can work that hard, you can still make a draw. 1.5, 1.5. Both players not even leaving the chairs. Wesley's like, I can't believe I just played 2 games in 1.
I can't believe it either. You can see the frustration as Hikaru pulls his headphones off. He has incredibly high standards for himself. He was expecting himself to win that endgame.
Yeah.
Probably from the very beginning. But the positive for Hikaru is that he's got the psychological edge now. He has exhausted Wesley. But for Wesley, objectively, on paper, the match is tied. It's 1.5, 1.5. 3 draws have been made, but Levy, not for lack of trying. Let's be very clear on that point.
Actually, I completely disagree with you. I think Wesley might even have the upper hand in terms of momentum. Yeah, because, well, look, I mean... Yes, we do see Hikaru there looking, and Wesley also looking intensely on the screen. But I think if you just held 120 moves, you actually lost the pawn, right? But then you went on to draw anyway.
All right.
Maybe it's not so
I'll
bad.
concede the point. I think both players are confident. They're playing well. They're in great form. This has been another amazing, amazing round, Levy. 2 draws in both of our matches. Both matches are deadlocked at 1.5 apiece. Holy smokes.
Yeah. I mean, this is what you signed up for, right? The one on the top of your screen, Giri Sarin, back-to-back blows in games 1 and 2. Spectacular demonstrations by both gentlemen with the white pieces. Definitely, I cannot say that same sentence in game 3. Anish Giri definitely has to bring something to the table against the Pierce Modern. I don't think that's the last time he's going to be seeing that opening. Wesley So and Nakamura, nothing to choose between them. Nothing at all.
No, it's just so even. The form is so good. The play is so clean. But you called it. The play has not been clean in game 3 of Giri Nihal.
Shirt is clean, though. Damn! Oh, my God, that looks good. You look great, too, man.
Oh, thank you. You had to say that. It's okay.
All right,
you won't hurt my feeling. Okay, so they had this position. Anish messing up the opening royally. I mean, the opening worked like a charm. Nihal wins the F2 pawn. He wins the F4 pawn. He currently stands up a pawn. All he had to do to win the game, he would have won the game had he found either queen takes g7 or rook d8, which is the most accurate move. Can you guide us through this variation?
Yeah, exactly. So we looked at rook g8, which attacks the queen. And the queen cannot escape because of the knight on g4. So the queen's only option is to go here. Now, there is the alternative in this position, Danya, to play bishop a6 check first, which, by the way, is even worse. But let's just show that variation first. Queen takes on e5. Black will recapture, and there's a fork. White is lost, but White has this move, saving the day, but that forces the king into a defensive position, kicks out this piece. Black's just the pawn up.
Pawn
no
up,
questions
a beautiful knight. Look at that pawn majority, and the rook's perfectly poised to exploit it. Nihal would have just closed his eyes and pushed these pawns.
Yep.
This is indefensible from a human standpoint. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to show was that after rook g8, if you try to give this check first on a6, right, and then you go here, and then you take, and you're like, aha, well, actually, the knight d takes is even better, that you didn't have that option in the first place. Now when the rook, where does the rook go? Literally, it can't move anywhere.
I have no answer for you,
Yeah,
Levy.
there's a fork here, and if it goes here, then g5, hello, right? The rook is getting booted around. So it's a completely insane turn of events there. Rook g8 was just winning on the spot. Nihal thought down to 50 seconds. We thought, you know, he's doing his thing.
He's doing his thing.
But no.
He did do his thing, but he didn't follow through. He played king c7. He blunders the pawn on e7. Very uncharacteristic.
Blunders the game, makes a draw.
And he kept his composure, made the draw, pulled out the half point, but Anish Giri saves the game. Match is tied.
Yep.
Big save right there for Anish. Nihal will have to push this out of his mind. He's been playing well. That's what he has to extract. What a round we had. 2 draws, but not for lack of trying. And before we take a quick break and set up for the final game of Day 1 of the semifinals, a quick reminder from our sponsor. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. Oh my lands, don't adjust your screen, don't turn your phones off, don't hop on your meeting, don't eat food, don't do anything but sit in front of your computer, because there is much more to come from Day 1 of these CGC semifinals as we head toward the 4th and final game of the day in our semifinal matches.
All right, well, I'm back in Belgrade and didn't work out so well last time, so let's hope the rematch goes better. So good luck. Thank you for the game. Yeah, I guess I'm even in Belgrade, but I had a very good player here today, so great city to play chess in.
Hey everyone, GM Daniel Naroditsky here. We asked the Chess.com community to show us their best games from the CGC qualifiers, and we're here to highlight some of the exciting chess that our awesome community members cooked up in these competitive CGC games. So here we have Stevis 5 with the black pieces against AKAC, the Pro 12, and he might be a pro, but he got squashed in this game. So Stevis put together and carried out a lovely maneuver in this endgame. The maneuver starts with knight d7, pushing the bishop back. Now the knight travels to b6. What could be the point? Where is the knight going? Well, it's going to a4. It's attacking the pawn on b2. And this pawn is almost impossible to defend because the b1 square is covered by black's bishop. White ends up giving that pawn up and trying to open up the center. Stevis happily accepts this other sacrifice, and after rook fb1, it looks like white is winning the b5 pawn. But the knight drops back to a4, and after rook takes b5, Stevis captures yet another pawn on c3, and this move comes with a fork. Bishop takes c4, and knight takes b5, and Stevis very comfortably converted his material advantage. Lovely display of typical endgame plans. and a smooth victory for Stevis. This has been GM Daniel Naroditsky with another community highlight from the Chess.com Community Global Championship qualifiers.
All right, and we're here with the fabulous Super GM Anish Giri, man. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, man. Good. Look at him. First, we got to do a drip check. Look at the drip. Check the drip, okay? Show him the socks one time. Show him the socks, bro.
Special sponsor.
Don't do it. Oh, shit. Look at those. Well, look at it. You see the lace game with it? Jack, okay, take notes. Super GM drip from Anish Giri himself, okay? All right, so I have a question for you. Halloween was Monday. What scares you the most? Spiders?
No, not insects. No, insects.
Wow.
No, insects. No, cute. But
cute. What was the most adventurous thing you've done?
I mean, I went like mountain skiing a lot of times, but I don't honestly think it's that adventurous. Like, if you tell me, like, I don't know, you become a CGC winner if you go bungee jumping, okay, I'll do it. But,
right. Pre-game rituals.
I have this playlist called like, you've got these soundtracks, yeah, like of these epic movies, yeah.
Yeah. Bad Boy.
You've got this Inception type, the Dark Knight Rises type.
Right.
I tried that, didn't really work. So.
How do you handle high stakes pressure? 200K on the line, big fella. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, honestly, like, you don't think about money so much. I think nowadays with like the bank accounts, wire transfers, and all that, you don't really get the feel. Like, I imagine if you had like you would have to pack all these dollar bills into your bag from every tournament. Like you want to buy like, I don't know, a car, and you just come with these big bags,
of cash.
Put it down. And
all right. Well, thanks so much for being with us today. All right, and congrats and good luck to you in CGC.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Toronto and our coverage of the CGC semifinals. Our players are getting themselves settled to head into the fourth and final games of the day. Both matches between Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin and Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura are deadlocked at 1.5 apiece. These have been fascinating, high-quality matches, and I cannot wait to jump into the final game of the day here alongside the one and only International Master Levi Rosman. It's been a pleasure covering the games with you, Levi. How are you feeling before our final game of the day?
Yeah, so there's two storylines here. 1.5 to 1.5 in Hikaru versus Wesley. We expected that. I can't say we didn't. It's deadlocked, and nobody's really even had the upper hand. It's going to take 7 or 8, if not 9, if not 10 or 11 or 12 behind the scenes to figure it out. Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri traded blows in games 1 and 2, then sort of chilled out a little bit, but almost didn't. Anish almost threw that game away with White, so that's definitely a match to look forward to as we see what happens here in Game 4.
Man, I feel like this entire match has had me out of breath. Back and forth they went, and the last game, that huge moment where Nihal Sarin, all he had to do was make one move, and he would have been knocking on the door of a massive victory with the black pieces. But Anish Giri, let's take a look at his player card. We don't talk about him enough. Fabi mentioned when we were talking before the games that Anish, one of the most perennially underrated players ever. There is a good reason that the guy is like 2770 FIDE forever, Levi.
Yeah, in 2796 Chesscom Rapid, obviously he's defeated the reigning women's world champion to get here, Raunak Sadhwani, young talented Indian player. He beat his round of 32 and 16 opponent 6-1. And then he beat Rajabov in a nail-biter in the quarterfinals, obviously. Highest percentage of brilliant moves in the field. He's definitely going to need some here with the black pieces. But I actually think he just wants to stabilize. He'd be cool with 2-2 and go on to tomorrow.
I agree. I think he's gone through the emotional roller coaster today. Anish, he delivered yesterday in the Armageddon, showing nerves of steel. But what opening are we going to get? What kind of Nihal Sarin are we going to see? Well, we're about to find out. He repeats the opening from Game 1 and again, B3 rather than B4.
Yeah, G6.
Game 2, rather.
Yeah, G6 is a great line to play against London players, and it forces them into this, whatever the heck this is. Kali-ish.
What?
Zucker
the Sarin opening?
Yeah, the Sarin opening. H3, right? You know, normally you play H3 in the London, so the bishop comes here.
Now, they're repeating the exact move order that they went down in Game 2, so there's no question in my mind that Anish looked this up. The ball is in his court. He was the one who lost.
Right.
Now, I'll be totally honest. I'm not entirely remembering whether they had this exact position or something very similar. Yeah, who does any single person in the chat remember if the knight was on c4, the bishop was on c4? The structure is the same, Levy, and just visually, this looks dead equal. I think it is dead equal.
Yeah, it is dead equal, and there's lots of play. There's a lot of flexibility, and you see Anish already there. That was his longest thought. He thought for more on that move than any of the others combined.
Staggering 20 seconds on that move.
Yeah, 17 seconds, but all the others were 0.5, 0.4, 0.6, 0.7. I mean, somebody had that up. That's definitely not 17. So he thought for a while, and now after Queen E2, white is better.
After Queen E2, apparently white is slightly better, and part of the reason why might be tied in with this Bishop A6 idea.
Maybe
and it's
Knight C7. Knight C7
so you're saying he's not going to D6 necessarily, he might be going to C7, but just visually that does look a little bit passive, and we kind of saw Anish getting into trouble in game 2 for this exact reason. Played a little too passively. Nihal got his rooks to C1 and D1 first, and black started experiencing problems with his queen.
Yeah, it's never easy to tell if guys are still in their preparation, but sort of gamesmanshipping one another, which is they're totally allowed to do that. Like, oh, I'm going to think for 17 seconds and play this move, but I've actually studied it for 6 hours prior. So he knows the move. Or maybe they're just making things up at the board and trying to feign confidence. Both of those things are okay, but one of them can actually get you into trouble.
One of them can get you into trouble, and that would be feigning confidence.
Yes.
And at this point, Anish definitely not feigning confidence. There goes another 30 seconds think at least, and counting. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Levy. Knight d6 is the natural move. That's the move you would play in like a bullet game. Okay, maybe in a bullet game you'd play bishop takes f3, expecting a bishop a6 pre-move. That would be me, at least.
Yes.
Let's not talk about that. But after knight d6, bishop a6, let's explore that a little bit as Anish contemplates this important moment. Knight d6, bishop a6, why is white the one contending for a slight edge? We won't have to play these moves in the analysis board. Knight d6 is on the board, as is bishop e6.
Yeah.
Cut the analysis board. We have this on our real board.
Yeah, we have this on the real board. Very tough decision there. Do you allow the white queen into a6, essentially? With black, you can say, oh, that's really dangerous. I don't want to be under pressure. You can also say, that's not dangerous at all. What a bozo. Why would he put his queen on a6? I don't know if it would go exactly like that in Anish's head, but it might go like that in mine. Okay.
I have a concrete idea. It starts with bishop takes a6. Looks incredibly counterproductive, as you're saying. Queen on a6, attacks a7, reminiscent of Giri's queen on h6 in the last game. Now black plays c takes d4, and if the knight recaptures on d4, I think there's this move knight d7 to c5, exploiting a tactical foible, which is that queen takes a7, rook a8.
Tactical what?
Foible? I don't know. I just wanted to use a fancy word.
How do you spell that?
Idiosyncrasy.
What? No.
F-O-I-B-L-E. Foible. It's like a peculiar characteristic of a person.
Can I get
or
Google?
a thing.
Can we get this up on a monitor? Foible? When did you learn that word?
I mean, I've got a lot of foibles, including liking fancy words for no reason.
This is absurd, man. I don't know any words past like 7 letters. Okay, please.
Hey, Rosman, how many lives?
6.
Oh, that's 6.
6. All right.
Levy has 4.
God.
Okay,
Thank
fair
God.
enough. Okay, so this traps the queen. This means that white would have had to recapture with the pawn on d4, and that's an isolated queen pawn that's pretty well blockaded. That can't move. Forget it, though, because Nihal, he has taken on a6, but he's followed up with a different move. He's played b6 to b5. Levy, looks like a similar idea. He's playing against the queen. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so the clear idea here is that he's trying to play queen b6, right? That's the idea. I'm not telling you this. You of course are aware. He wants to just trade the queen. He wants to trade the queen. He wants to take with the a pawn, bolster up c5, and just use the a file for his own ideas and attacking the a2 pawn.
And much like in the other line, queen takes a7, rook a8 traps the queen because the knight from d7 guards the c5 pawn.
Yep.
Now, wait a second. Queen b6, if that occurs on the board, black's knights are going to be very well positioned. We're going to start talking about potentially a slight plus for black. Is Nihal the one who suddenly has to worry about keeping equality? Or am I overstating the case here?
I mean, you may not be. You may not be. In fact, when I look further and further down what the computer is saying, it says that white needs to start doing this. If white waits any longer and allows black to completely untangle, then no, you're absolutely right. And e4 is a tough move to play because your entire position is set up to defend that. Yeah. So how are you just going to release that defense and try to use this weakness as an asset in protecting the center? I don't know.
Yeah, e4 is a difficult move to play. It's hard to sense that the level of urgency has reached a point where it's time to start pushing pawns in the center. But you made a great point there. After queen b6 and the trade, the a file opens, much like it does in the London when you capture a takes b6, and the c5 pawn is bolstered, which means you don't have to worry about it. No, and Nihal is clearly doing the right thing by thinking. One thing is obvious. The start to this game is much superior to the start of the second game if you're Anish Giri. By this point in the second game, he was already slightly worse.
Yeah, he was already slightly worse by the time I showed up from upstairs. The eval bar was like +5.
That's why he was slightly worse. You weren't there to give him emotional support.
Listen, one thing that I was saying, okay? One thing that I was saying, Anish Giri is this far in the event, and he has had dinner multiple times in Toronto. And he's had dinner with several groups of people, but the common denominator in all those groups, the size of 3, 5, 10, has been myself. I'm not going to say I'm a good luck charm, but we better go to dinner tonight.
You
all
better.
Right? That's all I'm saying, and he's paying.
especially if he does well in this game. That will support your point.
It'll come out of the whatever allowance or whatever, whatever it might be. But knight e5. So Nihal does not choose e4, e5. He instead shoves a horse in the center of the board.
Ooh.
What happens if we just do your idea of taking on d4?
Yeah, well, obviously, first of all, queen b6. It's actually not like impossible for the reason people might think, because knight d7 blunders the queen.
Right.
It's impossible because if queen takes b6 and then pawn takes c5, forking the knights.
That's pretty savage.
Forking the horses. Now you're proposing c takes d4, eliminate the pawn.
Oh, but I just realized there's knight c6, which could be unpleasant.
Yeah, knight c6 looks nasty.
Oh, of course, you just take it.
Rook takes c6, of course. Totally natural move.
What?
What an idea. Look at this. Rook takes c6,
oh,
knight b8.
Shut up,
I'm
Stockfish,
developing the knight.
Shut up. Get it off the screen. I can't believe we even bring it in.
Eval bar.
Oh, my goodness.
And if queen takes c6, the kicker is that here black plays d, and so look at white's pieces. All of a sudden, all of them are hanging.
Yes.
Takes. Invite Hikaru Nakamura to the studio for a second. Takes.
DC Knight.
Takes,
DC Knight. DC Knight. Let's
DC
make a knight. That's so sad.
Oh my god. All right, fine. DC Knight. Actually, not a terrible move. Have you ever seen 3 knights on the board by move 20?
No.
Okay, rook takes c1, king takes f8. And finally, the smoke clears. How many captures is that in a row? I'll let the folks at home count that up. But black has 2 knights and a pawn for the rook. This is out of the question for white. This is losing.
Yeah, I feel like we went to an art museum and we like stumbled into like their storage unit. I don't know what we're doing here.
We're just picking and choosing.
Yeah, we're so far gone. I don't know where we are anymore.
Yeah, let's rewind. Let's get back to the main street. This all started with your idea. Let the record reflect. C takes d4, and we were looking at knight c6. Now, if knight c6 is out of the question, that's what we should extract from this line.
Yep.
That means white kind of has to bail out with something like knight takes d7 and bishop takes d4. And at this point, I think only black can contend for a slight edge. I think this is very drawish.
Yeah, but if anybody's gonna win, it's black.
But this is like right up Anish's alley. This is what he wanted. He wanted a risk-free position, solid. You know, he's fine with the draw, but here you can keep stepping on the gas pedal if this happens.
No, I'll listen. I'll tell you right now. What Anish Giri is calculating is CD, knight c6, rook c6. Like certainly he must be calculating.
Yeah. Now is knight takes e5 out of the question? Knight takes e5 and knight f5.
Knight e5.
No, I don't like that because the rook can come to d1.
You also lose 2 pawns.
Well, the knight on d2 is hanging.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
You saw that. You were just making sure that I
no,
understood why I
see
suggested
that. That's too many pieces coming off the. That's crazy board vision. Look at this. This is why you have the GM title right here.
I don't really know why I have the GM title. I think some people might have something to say about that.
You're like the kid in class, all right? I didn't even study, and then you get the highest grade. Oh, I just don't know. I stumbled into the A+.
I didn't even study.
Yeah, okay, let's put that up on the board. You're right. If you can't take any of these pawns, what are you just going to play knight f3?
No, rook fd1. I'll set up the trebuchet right there.
Okay,
and then perhaps put the knight on e4.
Yeah, you got this, and these are still weak, so I guess...
queen b6.
Yeah, and then the computer is trying to say that this is no longer good. I mean, it was good for like 10 moves, but now
all of a sudden it's no longer good. I think it's because this pawn e5 restricts, and the pawn on e3 restrict the key central squares.
Yep.
And on demand, white can play this move g4. I wouldn't play it yet. I would play something like, you know, maybe even e4, chasing the knight away, because knight h4 loses its luster due to g3. So this endgame definitely a lot more palatable for white than the other version of queen b6, queen takes b6 that we saw. But the fact remains, this is a very big moment, and Anish Giri continues to ponder this critical position. He's down to 9 minutes, plenty of time to make his call.
I feel like when you think this long, right, if you spend 25% of your clock time, which is sort of what he spent, you may not play c takes d4.
I actually feel the opposite. I feel like there's a sunk cost effect where the longer you think, the more tempted you are to make the committal move.
But then the argument against that is if he already proved that c takes d4 works, then why hasn't he played it? What is he digging for? Right?
Yeah, that's an interesting type of logic. I'd be very curious to know what is going through his mind at this very moment. But that will have to wait because our other game is about to get underway. Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So are also deadlocked at 1.5 apiece. All 3 of their games have ended in a draw. We're going to take a quick look at Hikaru's card. He's 34 years old. We don't need to talk about him anymore. Hikaru Nakamura is Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, I mean...
Very deep point right there.
No, it's a very, very deep point. He had a very solid run in the quarterfinals. He's been basically just jumping over every opponent thus far. And I'll look forward to seeing what happens in the fourth game. I mean, right now, there's just nothing to choose between these two guys. It's very interesting to see if Wesley's going to go for E4, D4.
There's just so little air. I mean, there's so little margin for error. As Canty said, you breathe long and these guys punish you. And are we going to have yet another Berlin? Finally, a deviation. The bishop doesn't reach b5. He didn't have the strength to push his mouse all the way up to b5. Instead, we have a mainline Italian.
Yes,
oh,
the
joy.
amount of move orders are like the winding streets of a small Italian village, you know? It's like very...
That was so poetic, Levy.
Have you been to Italy?
I have once. I played in Italy once. And
just made that reference.
I can assure you that the winding streets of little Italian village do indeed resemble the Italian. That's what it was named after.
Really?
No, I don't think so. I have no idea.
Just go. You take it away, man.
Yeah, you just accidentally named the reason why the Italian opening. Okay, I think we're backing ourselves into a corner in some deep dark alley of an Italian village. A4 is on the board. Now, this is a move. Talk about all the rage. Everybody's pushing the pawn up to A4. There was a time and a place where nobody was making that move, where the bishop was calmly sliding down to B3. Now, the sort of battle has transitioned to the queen side, and A4 and B4 is kind of de rigueur. For GMs in the Italian.
Yeah, and I've seen positions like I remember the game Nodirbek Abdusatoro versus
I was thinking
Pental
of the same name.
Right, but the pawn was on A5. And when the pawn is on A5, you prevent B4, and that's when you start doing all of this. But since White is already very quick on this side, I feel like Black will not play H6. He might play H6, but he's not going to play G5.
Yeah, and H6 is played to control the G5 score, so that Bishop G5 is not an option, Knight G5 in some cases. But you're absolutely right, Levy. Usually we see this maneuver, Knight E7, Knight G6, assembling pieces on the king side. That's often the next stage of the game, and White does the same. Knight D2, Knight F1, Knight G3.
This position looks extremely similar to yesterday's game 5, Giri Rajabov. And then Rajabov played Knight G6, Knight F4, G5, and just got obliterated. But okay, this is also very common. And
extremely. And D5 now.
Yeah, these guys hate bishops. They just hate them.
I think I've seen this exact position. Something tells me that D5 is like the main move for Black, but no, he takes on E3. I mean, Black can still play D5.
Yep, Black can play D5 now or on the next move or on the next move.
Yeah, and that's always the question. Do you play D5? Do you keep the center closed? Levy taking...
Now you named Hikaru, Levy.
I mean, you should be having a blast. I'm confusing with Hikaru, Wesley. I mean, Hikaru taking a... Chad is not going to let me go for that. He gets the knight to G6. Is White slightly better here? Is there a case to be made that White is the one who holds the pawn breaks, White is the one who can put the knight on F5 first, or do you think this is dead balance? I never know how to evaluate these positions. I never know.
I always like it a bit more for White. The problem is I have to make moves. I can't just sit there and go, it looks nice. Okay, C4, right? C4 is a move.
Expanding on the queen side. Okay, Hikaru kind of does the same.
Yeah. Normal stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to comment. I mean, A5, lots of queenside pawn moves.
Yeah, basically they're preparing the structure of the position in the long run. That's what they're doing, and
yeah,
no, it's yet to be seen. Well, I really like this for White.
Yeah, there's just no piece-to-piece contact yet, so it's sort of hard to comment on this from a tactical perspective. They're investing in their future. Finally, some piece-to-piece contact. The pawn moving over to D5, striking at the center, and White doesn't have to react to this. White can keep the tension. You don't have to play CD. You don't have to play ED. You don't even have to play C5. You can make a general improving move. You often see White play G3 in these types of positions to restrict the knight.
And if you try to do something like, well, I heard somewhere queenside majority, 3-on-2, and I'm going to... Yeah, you're just worse. Yeah,
I'm going to exploit that majority. How are you going to push any of your pawns?
Yeah, you just gave up 2 pawns in the center. Black will maybe move one of the knights somewhere, and queen D7, bring the rook.
Yeah.
So got to be careful how you capture these things. We don't have to tell them that, but we do have to tell the chat that.
We most certainly do, and I similarly don't like C takes D5. He plays the move C5, so he locks up the queen side.
Yeah, so that's not the same C5 as I showed, because the tension in the center remains.
It remains, and if Black is the one who resolves it, that gives the knight, it hands the knight a beautiful pathway to this D6 square. So it's not that D4 is always bad. D4 is often a good move if Black follows up by attacking the king side. But here, Black is not ready to do that. If you play D4, Knight F4, hey, you've just blundered the E5 pawn. This pawn is not that easy to protect. If you play Queen C7, maybe something like this. But now White can already play G3 to stop Knight F4. So if I'm Hikaru, I'm keeping the tension here. I'm making a move like Queen D7 or maybe Queen E7, but this is the reason they're playing. I'm not good at handling these positions, full disclosure.
Yeah, Black could consider rerouting to H7, G5. It's always... The thing about these positions is you legitimately have 6 or 7 different options at times, and it's not clear which one is best. Okay, it's 98, another reroute. So is he heading that way? Is that the idea?
Yeah, that most certainly is the idea.
Knight C7, Knight B5. Maybe just Knight C7.
Yeah, man, why are they making any bishop moves?
I don't know.
I miss the bishops.
Yeah, whoever taught these guys how to develop their bishops.
I know. Okay, so What if white plays rook ad1 and tries to exploit the fact that your knight has left the center by pushing d4 really quickly? Is there any merit to that idea?
I like it. Rook d1, d4, let's go.
So
He's
let's
backing up, I'm going forward. d4 looks very interesting.
Yeah, d4, and my idea is that if black plays e takes d4 and says you're going to lose your e4 pawn, I can play ed5.
Yeah, Zwischenzug.
Little Zwischenzug, and after knight d5, knight takes d4, little x-ray going on the queen. This gets unpleasant.
Knight takes e3. Knight takes
this
e6 or no?
Get me out of here.
Apparently not, because knight c2, and that doesn't quite work because at the end your rook hangs.
Wait, it doesn't? Knight e6?
No, knight c2, and then your rook on e1 is hanging.
Ah, yes. Knight takes e. The rook is overextended.
Yes,
exactly, Levy.
But I think you take on e3 with the pawn, and apparently you're better, which is just, that's a tough move to play.
Well, because I think knight takes c6 is coming. I think the reason is very practical.
Ah.
Yeah, you're just winning a pawn and coming back to d4. But all of it is kind of a moot point. Wesley has taken, I almost said Levy, Wesley has taken a tamer approach. He's played g3. It's like the third time I'm using that word.
But I still, he is kind of out of options at some point. He's going to play rook d1 probably, right?
Or he'll play on the king side. You often see people go like king g2, hy. I never quite understand the point of any of these moves. I don't even think the players always do. It's just what, what the computer does. That's the most important thing.
Is there some crazy rook f6 and king g2 you can maybe even sacrifice on f3? I'm like trying to come up with...
And then go like knight, especially if the knight is on b5, then that just wins the game.
Yeah. Rook f6, king g2, knight b5, something like that.
Well, I guess the first thing you have to decide is whether you're completing the maneuver of the knight to b5, or are you going straight down to business on the king side playing rook f6.
Or queen f6. That knight is just loose. But yeah, Wesley really didn't like knight f4, I guess, which is why he played g3.
Yeah, it's just hard to make moves in this position. I just wanted to quickly shout out, Levy, over 50,000 and 52,000 watching on YouTube and Twitch.
Damn.
52,000. Talk about a small Italian village. That's a population of a large village.
Yeah.
So welcome, everybody.
If every single one of those 52,000 texted a friend or two, we could get that up to 70, 80, 90,000. Well, because not all of them would agree.
Then you would maybe get it to 100,000.
Yes. Yes.
No, just incredible numbers, folks. We appreciate your time and attention. We hope you're enjoying the show.
But we also would appreciate if you texted somebody seriously.
We would appreciate it even more.
Yeah,
actually.
Because then, when we pitch this next year. Anyway, really, text somebody.
Okay, back we go to the game. Queen slides over from c2 to b2, and Hikaru did indeed complete the maneuver with knight b5, Levy.
The knight has gone to b5. So now if something goes
Has
to
the knight gone to b5?
Yes, it has, and it's looking at d4. But Aaron Nimsewicz once said, damn, that's a nice-looking shirt. He also once said...
Stephen Curry is the best basketball player ever lived.
Steph Curry is the best. Yes.
And then the third thing he said was
correct. That Mayo is better than Sriracha. And the fourth and final thing that Aaron Nimsewicz said in his very prolific chess career was that the threat is more valuable than the execution. And he doesn't actually have to finish this move. It just has to exist. This knight is a beast that's just going to stand there forever.
Yeah, and back to the idea of no contact between the pieces. When you have this kind of closed, cagey position, as you said, it's all about building potential energy. It's all about setting yourself up for the situation when the center actually opens. So you have to look at the future, right? You can't just say, oh, the knight's not coming to d4, as you're saying. You're gearing yourself up. You're investing your 401k because you're going to turn 60 one day.
Okay, and investment advice aside, I think we should take a look at two gentlemen who have definitely invested a lot of time in today's chess and making it more exciting.
Yes,
and that
we
is
should.
Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri there on the right side of your screen. Very tense position, and Anish under a bit of pressure. That knight has to make a... Does it have to make a decision, actually? It's under attack. But
ooh, now you were right, Levy.
No, he just leaves it to hang.
Rook to c6. I will just quickly throw in. We don't have to go back, but Anish did not take on d4 in that scenario. So there was something about that crazy line that he didn't like. Instead, he did go knight takes c5 and queen b6. He went down the line we were discussing.
Yeah, he's down 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah, for some reason, I thought Nihal was the one down 7 minutes. You can't blame me for thinking that, right?
Yeah, right. That would have at least made sense. But it actually also makes sense this way. I don't know why Anish is so pensive.
Well, because he spent that long calculating c takes d4, and he didn't play it.
Yeah, he spent 4 minutes. I was right. Haha.
And then he spent another 4 minutes on his last move, the one we just saw, rook c6. That move on the board right there on the right side of your screen took him 4 minutes.
Yeah, we can jump in a bit closer at some moment to take a look. And yeah, that if I just take it back there, move 95. Danny and I were discussing when you spend 33% of your clock time and you don't play kind of the tactical idea, you probably don't believe in it. You said it's a sunk cost, but I think
it is a sunk cost. He's down to 3 minutes on his clock.
It's a sunk cost and he didn't play it.
It's a sunk cost and he didn't play it. He did take on e5 and go queen b6. And we should try to understand why White is the one holding all the cards here. I think the reason is tied very directly into two things. The fact that White's knight has this c4 square, and so I'm considering a move like bishop c3, putting the bishop on a defended square, chasing the knight away, then getting the knight to c4, and mounting an all-out assault on this b6 pawn.
Yep.
I highlighted in orange. I didn't even know that color existed.
Like just period, not even on chess.com.
Yeah, discovering new things every day. And you could also bring the pawn up to f4 if you need further bolstering of the e5 pawn. Black's bishop on g7 is like, hey, this was supposed to be the crown jewel of of your position. What am I doing on g7 staring at the e5 pawn?
Yeah, I think Anish will probably rely on f7, f6 as we continue to add more lines to the board. And then White will have a tough decision. Do I take? Do I push? Do I ignore? Maybe I don't have to do anything. Maybe I just play knight c4, let him take me. In the long run, it's going to come down to these pawns and this, and apologies, and this technical difficulty. That this a pawn will likely decide the game for Nihal if it makes it through.
It's interesting to me that Nihal is investing a lot of time because bishop c3 is like asking to be played. I think he's already decided that he wants to defend the bishop. The question is how, because bishop c3 isn't the only way to do it. You can also go rook b1. Looks like you're just putting the rook on file occupied by the bishop, but you're aiming at the b6 pawn. So I think he's deciding on the order of operations here. I think it would be smart for Nihal to keep, at the very least, something like a 3-minute time advantage. Giri has gotten nervous when he gets low on time. Everybody does, except Nihal, it seems.
Nihal might...
yeah, he just gets anti-nerve. He gets more calm when he's got 5 seconds on the clock.
We might see a situation where he evens out the clock like he did.
Deliberately.
Yeah,
He already knows what move he wants to make. He's just making it interesting.
Exactly. He's like, all right, okay, I'm still up 4 minutes. That's not interesting. I know they want a time scramble. Bishop c3 is a very natural move. So is rook b1. I think it really just comes down to a choice.
Yeah, this is a big moment, but it's obvious that Nihal is better in the end game. He's playing without risk, and he didn't deliver on the previous game. Let's see if he delivers on this one. But things are getting heated in the Hikaru So game. Let's drop back in and pay that game a visit. As you see, it's on the right side of your screen. Hikaru bobbing his head. He seems really confident. He's got good reason to be confident with that knight sitting pretty on c3 levy. I'm not sure that tells the entire story, though. Wesley has just declined to draw, so that knight isn't actually the only thing that matters here, is it?
Yeah, so I don't exactly know when that happened, but Wesley made a... Did Wesley just make a move? Sorry, so this is the way it works in chess. If Hikaru offered the draw just now, he played a move, he offered a draw. Wesley making a move would decline the draw. But instead of making a move, he literally hit the...
Press the button. That's like an alpha move.
Yeah, that's an alpha move.
Get that out of my sight.
He looked up and he went, no. And then he's thinking. Because what you do in chess is you say, I'll think about it. Not actually, but sometimes you can say it
to
out
be
loud.
polite.
But you think about it, then you make the move. That declines the draw.
Here he says, I won't think about it.
Yeah, I won't think about it, actually. It's just, no, now I'm going to think. So he is so convinced. He does not want to draw. He doesn't even need to come up with a move. He thinks he's better, and he's going to try to prove it. That is a bit of an alpha move there.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I'm just going to come back for a second to this knight on c3, because a lot of people would look at this and conclude that black is better on the basis of this knight. But just probe what it means to have a knight on c3. What exactly is this knight doing? Is it annoying for white? Absolutely. It's controlling the e2 square. It's controlling the d1 square, but white can circumvent that knight. That knight alone, okay, so you can put the queen on d2. You can compromise. It's not bothering the rooks. And most importantly, it has no prospects to rejoin the king side. d5 is covered by white's pawn, and that is precisely what Wesley So is trying to exploit by pushing his pawn to f4. One thing, Levy, very important.
Yes.
After ef4, rook f4, a lot of people might be thinking that he's blundered a piece. He might have blundered mate in 2 earlier in the tournament, but he's determined to make that the only blunder he commits.
Yeah.
Here there's knight f5, counter-attacking the queen.
And that's disaster. Disaster for black. Yeah.
Good word.
Disaster.
Rook comes back to f2, white doubles on f1, and bam! Down the f-file he goes.
We're getting very good at finishing each other's
sentences.
Sandwiches. Very good. In the words of Danny Wrench, the godfather of chess commentary.
Each other's sandwiches. Right? That's the first I heard that one.
f4, and, well...
Okay, is this very unpleasant position, yeah?
One thing, you just said the knight's not doing anything, but watch this. After pawn takes f4, rook takes f4.
I see what you're thinking.
It's our old friend. The knight returns back. Like Monster Reborn, right? Pawn takes, there's this. So what you would do here is you would move the rook back. And if the knight tries to finish this journey, oh, that's adorable, but what happens to your defense?
Well, now the knight has to initiate another journey. This one...
The journey continues, the chaperone gets in trouble, and the knight has to run away.
Yep.
But, yeah, Hikaru... might have been bobbing his head there and gave a little facial expression when the move f4 happened. I don't think he's happy, though.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's.
That's not a word.
It is a word. To be consternated.
Look, we got a lot of graphics we can put under us. Can someone? I don't know. The next few days, we just need a dictionary.
Consternation, foible. Yeah, I'm just inventing my own language here.
I'm learning things. I'm loving it. It's like GRE practice.
Now you've made me question whether it is in fact a word.
Oh, do you see? All right.
We'll confirm that for you shortly. But F4 is on the board. It's all of a sudden a 2-minute time deficit for Hikaru Nakamura. If he doesn't take on F4, then first of all, Wesley can take on E5, and then he'll be threatening knight F3. Suddenly, that pawn on D4, once the pride of Black's position, is feeling very uncomfortable because its chaperone is about to disappear.
The thing about these E4, E5 positions, there's always attacks raging on the same side. It's like the cornucopia of... There you go.
Whoa! I mean,
listen.
Stay away.
All right, there you go. That was
SAT tutor right here.
How do you always miss my handshakes and my fist bumps? This is the third.
Another
how did
one?
you not see? They saw it. You were right here.
I was looking at my computer screen.
I fist bumped. We like this. It's okay. Anyway, the cornucopia.
I'm sorry. See, now you're making me feel bad.
That's okay. Well, it's in the past. We're on camera. I mean, I wish it was it was just Hikaru and Wesley, and we were just talking. But now everybody saw that. Now this is going to be a clip. It's okay. It's good.
It's okay.
Right? Good promotion.
More views.
Material.
Content.
Anyway, you're the Chad there. You left me out to dry. Well, this is what I will say. There's a lot of same-side attacking positions in E4, E5 games, and it's kind of got a reputation of being a positional opening, right? It's been around for centuries, but there's opportunities all over the place to attack each other.
Yeah, no, this is squarely unpleasant. Now a 3-minute time deficit. Hikaru is in trouble here. Let me just flat out say that he's got to be very precise these next couple of moves. We'll keep an eye on whether he can solve these challenges, but there are more challenges faced by Anish Giri in his game against Nihal Sarin. We've got a lot of action in that game. We have that better endgame for White that Anish is trying to hold. I think he's doing a pretty good job of trying to hold it. Look at that time. The time advantage is now down to less than 2 minutes.
This is so tough. This is very, very tough. And
okay, what's happening here?
There is a possibility he will go down 2 pawns. Look at this. Rook
Wait, but now it's equal material.
Yeah, but check, king h2, and 2 things are hanging.
Yeah, but after he takes on e7, it's only 1 pawn, actually. Because Black is up a pawn in the initial position. I also did notice that
Right. Okay, but it's going to be pawn down, and essentially he has to hold 3 on 4, which is holdable, yes, but he's going to have to decide if he does things aggressively or defensively.
And Nihal kind of might be in his head after that second game where Nihal converted a similar, not a similar type of position, but a similar type of advantage. You know, you could argue 0.7, 0.8. You know, Nihal's going to enjoy his life here. He's taking his time. What is he thinking about? I think he's deciding between your idea, knight c6, or the immediate rook takes c5, both of which might essentially... I forgot which move you proposed. He takes on c5. These moves ultimately transpose into each other, and we're going to get precisely the position you talked about. Rook takes c7 is going to be on the board.
Yeah. Then knight e4 is a fork, but the rook comes
completing each other's sentences. Knight e4, rook c2, and White stabilizes. Good move by Anish. Good move. Active counterplay. King g3.
Rook takes f2. Oh, well, sorry. I thought king g1. King g1. In my mind, rook f2.
Yeah.
That was my idea.
That's an even nicer idea. Rook takes f2.
Yes, that was my idea. You went out and hung a fork in case Nihal... Yeah,
but whatever.
Yeah,
it was 94.
Yeah,
in any case, this is good drawing chances for Giri because it's hard for White to protect that f2 pawn. We'll keep an eye on Nihal's efforts to convert this endgame.
Dropping things in the commentary.
As we look at our 2 board view, love that view. We see Hikaru having captured on f4, and Wesley didn't take back. He played knight f3.
What?
Yeah, we need to investigate that decision. I mean, I get it. He wants to take on d4, but I'm surprised.
Yeah, rook f4 there was quite good. Well, let's put it this way. It's zeros, but if and only if Hikaru finds f takes g3.
Well, that's not the surprising... What does he do after fg, knight takes d4?
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
Your guess is as good as mine. It's like some crazy computer move.
Is it queen h4?
Well, then I take on e6. Queen on b2 defends h2.
So it can't be that. So what is it?
Okay, well, let's test it out. fg, knight takes d4. So the rook is attacked, the knight is attacked, the stakes are high.
What? You take what?
No.
Oh.
Get that out of my sight. Now, king h1, obviously, right?
Yes.
So that the queen keeps contact with the knight. And now the only move, knight takes e4.
And this is equal. You hang the rook and the knight, but you can't really take the rook because of some checks.
Mikhail Tal, you can only take one of my sacrifices at a time. And after knight takes c6, what makes things crazier is that after knight g3, king takes h2, knight takes f1 as a check. But king g2, you can't just take the rook. You get mated on g7. You have to play the ridiculously cold-blooded f takes e6, then promote, and then go queen g5 with a perpetual. Yeah, goodbye. See you guys later.
I'm going home.
He's played f takes g3. But
now
he
I'm
didn't. And now you have to put this back on again. Hikaru missed it. How did he miss it?
No, I mean, he missed it because that was complete bogus.
I'm
I mean,
kidding.
stop showing this to people, all right? We got children watching.
That was insane. Instead, Hikaru gives up the exchange. He plays the human move, and now Wesley back on top. He's got great winning chances, but Hikaru has control over this very important square on d4. This one is far from over.
It's far from over for sure, and a very tough decision. Almost as a human, you want to play this move and like try to, but no, you just got to take.
Yeah, you have to recapture.
You could also play rook f6. That move also does look nice. But why would you even allow the queen to the tea party? There
Wesley has to avoid overthinking it, and he's got to keep the time advantage. I think it's a lot more important for Wesley to keep the time advantage than it is for Nihal, because we know how Hikaru is in his opponent's time pressure.
Yes, that's exactly right. We kept talking about this, that Hikaru and Nihal Sarin are two of the most creative defensive players in the event, right? Wesley's a good defender, but the Hikaru and Nihal somehow are just, they find these ways. So 3 minutes, he's got 4.5 minute deficit, and it's a +2 advantage to the opponent. It's the worst position that Hikaru has maybe had in the last 3 months.
Yeah, exactly. Save his losses against Duda, but yeah.
Oh, jeez, I forgot.
Speed belts? Are they speed belt checked? They're fastened? Just
yes.
Making sure they're fastened?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Constern. Well, look at that.
A sudden, alarming amazement.
Let you read it.
No, but you see the date there, October 23rd, 2019?
I do see the date.
Yeah, see that. Since then, the word actually has been removed
Thank
from
you,
the English
producers. All I'm going to say is I'm actually not going to say anything. I'm going to let the definition do the talking. It speaks for itself.
Yes, but it's been removed, actually. They passed new legislation. They said the word is too bogus. Nobody actually knows it.
Well, they also
if a word is used by 2% of the population, is that actually a real word?
Keep talking, and they might pass legislation banning Levy Rosman from being a commentator.
I mean,
never.
if it means I don't got to deal with consternation and foible all day, maybe I'm not the worst thing in the world. As we're talking, though, Wesley's time is ticking. He has to make a decision.
It's ticking. I want us to go to the two-board view because I'm just like, these two games are competing for our attention. Okay, so right side of your screen, or right side of your screen is the Nihal Sarin Giri game. And it's a 3-on-2 now. And with every pawn that disappears from the board, correct me if I'm wrong, the drawing chance has increased. I think Anish is as close as he's been in the last like 20 moves to drawing this game. He's turning knight c5 check, and then, you know, my cat could draw this, and I don't even have a cat.
Well, I have a dog, and I don't think my dog would be able to draw this position with either color. I think Benji is more than capable of losing the game. It's very important when you talk about endgames, and you think about endgames, which you hopefully don't and have better things to do, that a pawn deficit doesn't mean a whole lot, because when you break it all down, rook and knight versus rook is a draw. And that means that Anish Giri could lose his pawns and his knight, and Nihal will keep the knight on the board, and that is still a draw with, obviously, best play, which Anish will likely demonstrate. So, rook endgames 3-on-2, draw. Pawn endgames 3-on-2, not a draw.
Exactly.
But he will avoid that situation.
Yeah, and I mean, Anish doesn't even really have to trade knights. He's fine keeping the knights on the board. Look at Nihal's clock. He's down to 7 seconds, so now it's a... Oh, rook takes d7!
There was rook e7 there. Wait.
Rook d7 in 95. Was that just missed? Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think he just straight up missed the win.
Holy cano! That is just unbelievable.
Yeah, he had a...
He missed it.
Yeah, rook d7. And I just said that
Is that winning? No, that's got to be winning.
I mean, it's the best chance you have.
Rook takes d5. He blundered a piece.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a draw. I think it's a draw, but he's got 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to have to hold this. Oh, the king is going to walk.
King g5. King gets to g5. You have to trade the pawn. So e4 and then f4. Don't go f4 first and blunder the pawn.
Yes, so now king f7. He's also thinking about, there's
knight
e4.
f6. Knight f6. Try to prevent white from playing f4. Oh, my God.
Is there actual chances of winning?
Oh, there absolutely are. If Black can keep the g-pawn alive.
Knight h7 check. Okay, this first.
Dude, Nihal is never on the receiving end of this. He's always on Black's side in these kinds of cases.
Oh wait, he was winning there with some.
And he's apparently the move there. He's getting his knight around to e6. Levy.
Yeah,
king f6.
Oh, king f6.
He's winning.
Yeah, he's completely winning. Knight d3 or something. King. I mean, some move.
It's not that easy though. White's gonna go f4 if you move the knight. f4.
Oh,
f4.
He blunders f4.
Oh my God. And oh, knight d4, f5, and then g5, e5 check, and it's a draw.
Oh,
no, but the win was so hard. I didn't see the win. I didn't see the win there. Oh, and Nihal pulls it off.
Yes, now you just have to know.
Oh, but Anish is he is just kicking himself right there. This is a. Oh, he was hoping for a king f1 pre-move.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, you got to go up and down here, folks.
He's trying every trick in the book. What was that?
Yeah, and he's gonna stick around. He usually gets up and leave. I've never seen.
That might be the wildest finish to like a Nihal Sarin game I've ever seen.
Yeah, Nihal is a bit rough today, yeah? Making a lot of very uncharacteristic kind of time pressure mistakes, but 2-2 is a fantastic way to finish.
I'm seeing the computer when it was really difficult. I'm not blaming Giri for a sec. He's going to be blaming himself. I'm not blaming Anish for a single second for not finding the win. I'm putting it out flat out.
By the way, you see this? Both guys still sitting there.
Yeah, they're
Neither guy has left their chair.
incredulous.
Yeah, they're thousands of miles apart, you know?
Oh my God, that was insane. We'll break that down for you later, but we have another game to play. I'm just going to make it so clear as we look at the scoreboard. It's 2-2. It's tied. Yeah. This match looks like it should be anything but tied, but Anish really shouldn't be taking it too hard on himself. No. That was an impossible win with 2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's just absolutely incredible finish
but
to this
Nihal
one.
missing rook takes d7?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about this game. We're coming down to the wire in this game as well. Will Hikaru hold this?
Will Hikaru hold this? He is down in exchange. The stakes are high. The match is tied. It's 1.5 apiece. This is the final game of the day. Can Hikaru keep his knight stationed on d4? Can he keep the pressure on the f-file at bay levy? I think those are the questions that Hikaru has to make sure are answered in the affirmative.
Yeah, and what do you trade here if you're Wesley? Do you try to get the queens off? Do you try to get a pair of rooks off, like rook f6? I mean, you don't want to get too desperate. Black has a blockade here. That's what essentially Hikaru is saying. You're not going to get through here.
Yeah, blockade and maybe even a fortress, although some of us don't believe in fortresses, but...
Yeah, how do you
break through?
Here?
Well, rook f6 is actually not a bad try, I think.
No, rook f6, and then what?
Actually, rook f6, rook d6 doesn't look all that bad, but I think even in the event of the rook trade, it's not that the knight on d4 like dissipates. It's like it's still going to be there.
The thing is about this position, okay, this is a bit of a stretch. It's losable with white if you try to take risks to win it.
Oh, no question.
Right? That's the knight on d4 is super tricky. You might lose both pawns. Suddenly you lose b4, you lose all your pawns. You're in an endgame down 5 pawns. I don't know how that happened. But
hey, with Hikaru, anything can happen. Rook f4 by Wesley.
Knight f3 is a very interesting idea, by the way.
Oh my God, there's an amazing idea because the queen is suddenly undefended and you're trying to reroute the knight to f5 and win those 5 pawns.
I'm going to try to win, yeah. d3, b4, c5, a5, e4, g3. Just take everybody.
g3, h2, h5, okay. So knight f3.
And he's played it. Wow! What a move! The knight is hanging 3 different ways, but when the queen trade happens, the d pawn suddenly can't be guarded.
And with the d and the knight on e5 guards f7.
Is Hikaru playing this for a win?
Change of roles with the rook capturing the pawn and the knight guarding f7. Queen f2 though. Levy, Wesley doesn't have to trade queens,
he doesn't.
but after queen f2, I think knight g5 is actually very logistically unpleasant because now the pawn is hanging, the pawn on f7 is protected, and white's position falls apart.
He didn't trade queens, but he didn't play queen f2. I think he played queen
e2. Better move. Better move, but this is the best Hikaru's setup has looked like ever since he's given up the exchange.
And he's only down 1.5 minutes. How does he manage to do this?
I mean, not only is he probably not going to lose this, he doesn't even come close to losing these positions.
Right, because the only weakness in his position is f7, is the king.
Yep.
Everything else is beautiful, minus the fact that he's down a rook for a knight. But what's happening here is the relative value of the knight is increasing. It's like a 3.5-point knight, and the rook is like a 4.5-point rook.
Well put. He can shuffle between d4 and e5 with his queen. He can shuffle between g8 and g7 with his king.
The time advantage is now down below 1 minute. Again, a situation where if Wesley just moves back and forth, does Hikaru try to push this somehow?
So he might. I mean, maybe some well-timed h4.
Queen c3? Attacking the pawn on b4? How do you defend it?
Well, you can play queen d2.
Yeah, then I guess he goes back.
So he can test him. He can also play knight e6, but Levy, you pointed out the knight is actually very well placed. Almost got to Wesley again.
Now I'm Wesley. He's Levy.
Hikaru, Wesley, are jumbled in my head, but knight e6 is a possibility here. Yep. I like the placement of the knight on g5. I think you should reserve knight e6 for the situation in which d4 is actually threatened. Right now, he deals with d4 in another way.
There's queen b2, but
rook
queen
takes
b2,
c4.
Right, rook e4.
Then Black's going to start playing for a win.
Exactly right. That's why Hikaru tanked there for nearly a third of his clock time.
Yeah, queen b2 would be very scary were it not for this rook takes e4 tactic.
You really don't want to get pinned here, but actually, if anybody's king is weaker on a diagonal or an open space. Right, queen e6 always, queen e6, queen b3 ideas.
Or rook back. I mean, rook d6 goes knight e6, and he's going to go right back to g5 on the next move, I think. Right back to g5.
Is this the repetition we're going to get? Rook f3, knight g5? This is Wesley offering a draw.
I don't know. Wesley might consider pushing this. I mean, even psychologically, you're up in exchange. You feel morally obligated to give it a shot. But I wouldn't hold it against Wesley if he takes the draw here.
He seems to be
Here
repeating.
we go. Hikaru's taking a little time. He's like, wait a minute. Can I flirt with,
Can you imagine Hikaru plays this on for a win?
No, I literally cannot. The only reason he would is because he might be thinking, well, Wesley declined a draw earlier. I'm going to show you who the boss is. I'm going to show you what happens when you decline a draw against Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow! Playing on for a win, down an exchange of rook to knight. That's just
for very good reason. Look at that queen, Levy. What is it doing? It's contesting both sides of the board. It's threatening H3, it's threatening H2. Wesley might be in trouble here.
This is such a nasty feeling. Wesley's like, are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? Hikaru's like, yeah, I've played you hundreds of times. That's
very
a really
well
weird
do.
thing to
You should have
ask.
taken the draw when you had a chance to see Hikaru Nakamura. Wesley down to 2 minutes. How do you contain Black's queen and Black's knight?
I don't think you can. You got to choose. Oh my gosh, Queen H3 is coming in.
And barely White holds on after King G1. I still think Wesley is holding this. Queen H3, King G1, H4 already deserves consideration. You shouldn't forget about Queen C3, but after H4, I think GH, and White can sack the exchange back if necessary.
That's always a thing that White can do. Give up the rook for the knight when it comes in, and just basically say, I cannot lose this. We also have to keep in mind, there are various Queen C3s lurking. You just have to not blunder the entire position over here. King G1 and...
Rook takes B4 is an insta-draw.
Oh my gosh, that's so gross.
So Hikaru has a draw in his pocket. With every ticking second, it becomes more likely, and there it is.
And there it is. Yeah, that's... Wesley will... There's no way to lose, right?
Well, Queen B4, Queen G3, King H1. The knight on G5 is contained. Knight F3 almost mates, but that rook on F1?
Yeah.
Wait, knight F3?
Queen B2 check first, and then you can
But
cover
then the rook is... How do you cover it, though?
Well, you're not really threatened, I guess.
Well, Queen H3 is a threat there.
Or maybe Rook F2 and Rook H2.
Take and Queen F3, Queen takes D1. Can we make these moves on the board really quick?
Yeah,
no, okay, never mind. They're making the move.
Ah,
okay,
they're not. They're pre-moving.
I guess there was a reason Knight F3 doesn't work. A draw is agreed by repetition.
Oh.
What a game!
What a game!
What?
Yeah.
Again, we have 2 draws.
I know. We were calculating some crazy stuff with Knight to F3.
Because if you take it, then the Queen captures and forks the rooks.
Yeah, we were calculating this.
Oh, I get it.
You get it?
Queen H3. Take
you
and
don't take back.
Queen G2, yeah.
You
crazy lines. But we got to look at the scoreboard. The score is now 2-2. We have 4 draws, and this definitely the craziest of the 4 games. That tells you a lot about the first 3 games and how relatively tame they were. Levy, what a match. What a first day of Nakamura. Wesley, this hasn't disappointed.
No, it hasn't disappointed at all. 2-2 with 4 draws seems like it would be boring. It's the same way in any World Championship match. You have some draws and you think, oh, the match is tied. It's so boring. No, the first 3 games, they were trying to feel each other out, as Fabiano Caruana said. Very eloquently put. I love it. I think it was, of course, a digital game, so that was not actually, unless they were kicking each other under the table. But this game 4 was really spicy. And it really showed that in these imbalanced positions, neither one is afraid to fight. But sometimes when it's so early in a match, you don't want to take too many risks. On the other hand, though, Giri Sarin, huh? What about that match?
I'm totally speechless at that match. I'm speechless at the way that that game has finished. I mean, first it was Anish Giri with a great defensive effort in the 3rd game, then also in the 4th game. Nihal had rook takes c7. She had a 1-move win. He had a 1 easy tactic. He would spot this in an ultra bullet game, but it's the nerves of the CGC. That's what actually makes it magical. He misses it. Then it's Giri who has a win, but a very narrow path indeed. He didn't have time to find it. I think Anish is the last person who should blame himself. Nihal's the one who's going to be very disappointed at the score after day 1.
That's exactly how it works. Yeah, you have to look at who's going to be happier with the scoreline. In the Hikaru-Wesley match, they're both going to go, well, nobody's really happy. We got to play 4 more games. But between Anish and Nihal, you look at who had more chances. It's definitely Nihal.
It most certainly is, and this sets us up for an epic day 2. We will be back in a bit for the brave move of the day, but for now, let's swing it back to Danny and the gang in the gameplay hall for their reflections. Danny, hello.
Thank you, Danya. We are back here on the sofa, guys. It's good to be back on the sofa, right?
Good to be back on the sofa.
Good to be back on the sofa. We'll talk about that
know?
in a minute, but. Wow, we are in the semifinals. These are the 4 players left standing in this epic event that we've had for the last several months for a reason, guys. Look at the deadlock score that each of these matchups are in. 2 games apiece are what each of the players have. Obviously, there's a lot of details, a lot of bumps in the road to unpack and navigate about how they got there. But we are deadlocked here headed into day 2 of the CGC semifinals. So let's just start right here. And talk about what we've had. I want to start with the Giri Sarin match, and Fabiano, want to start with you. But I mean, are you comfy?
It's good to be back.
Can I get you anything?
It's a bit farther than we were last year.
It is a little bit farther. It's awkward, and we've got a guy here joining us.
Yeah,
but we're back on the couch.
It's awkward for me. And you continue to leave me out of the conference. You're looking that way. And
wow, sorry. Sorry, does you like
Bobby,
that, Robert?
You called the first 2 games. You had the joy of being a spectator with all of us out there for the last 2. Your thoughts on who has the upper hand psychologically right now in the Giri-Sarin match?
I think Anish has a slight upper hand psychologically. I mean, the score is equal, and maybe they can just forget about everything that happened today and just focus on the chess tomorrow, but
yeah,
Nihal had more chances. And the last game was, of course, crazy. They both had winning chances, which was impossible to predict at some point in that end game. But Nihal had the big chance. He was just winning one move tactic.
Yeah.
And most days he would see that. It just, low on time, anything can happen. Anish been winning at the very, very end for just a moment in time pressure. Not as much. I think he'll forget about that more easily.
Okay. So Giri has the upper hand psychologically because Nihal's missed more chances. But if you're the youngster Nihal, are you happy that you're tied? You got that first day of the semifinals behind you. You're headed into day 2 deadlocked.
Nihal played the better chess today.
Yeah.
Game 1 was all Anish Giri. That was a masterclass in preparation and execution. But since then, in those 3 games, it was 2-1 in Nihal's favor. It could have been 2.5 to half, maybe even 3-0 in Nihal's favor. He outplayed the Dutch #1 from start to finish, from games 2 to 4. He just actually couldn't conclude them with victories.
So now we're talking Sarin, right? I know he's your guy, right? And I know you're giving him pep talks because I'm sure he's watching this stuff. So what are your thoughts on Nihal's play right now and the fact that he's played the better chess, according to Robert?
In fact, I agree with Robert. He did play the better chess there. I think if I'm Sarin and I'm in his corner, hey, bro, we just need to brush up on some tactics. Just do some more. Just do some clean tactics because we missed some, obviously, there. And, of course, the nerves showed because, playing Anish Giri there, he didn't really blunder as much in the other matches. And, you saw blunders that he missed, right? He was in time trouble, obviously, but missing that tactic is, unreal for Nihal that does this all the time in bullet chess, right? So it's very shocking to see that in that. But I think for him, he just needs to bounce back with these tactics. Tomorrow, come back sharp, he'll be good.
All right, well, we'll see how Nihal comes back tomorrow. But the other guy who's got to be back in that match tomorrow, Anish Giri, caught up with Nemo just a few moments ago. Let's see what they got into.
Thank you, Danny. I am here with Anish. Our hearts were beating so fast for your last game. How stressful are time scrambles?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite intense because it's different though. Like when you're playing for a win and when you're playing for trying to save the lost position or half lost position, this different kind of pressure. I think at first, of course, it was a very, very unpleasant position. I think it was close to lost, and then we got this very unpleasant 3-against-2 thing, 4-against-3 at first, and it's very annoying because with knights and the rooks on the board, it's hard because even the knight end games can be tricky, I think. The rook end game is a draw, but it's hard for me to trade the knights. And then he fell for a very nice cheapo, and then fortunately I had just a little bit too little time. I think the first few moves I played well because I kind of pushed his king back, and then I think from what I saw afterwards, the engine goes with the computer to with the king to h6 somehow, and maybe that was the way to go. But we had just seconds on the clock, and I was very happy to get what I got, and I was hoping that I understood that I could be winning there. So of course I was trying to win and hoping I would win, but I didn't have the time and really the mindset to switch to looking for. And I thought what I did is winning, but then after he pushes the pawns, I just see that I'm unable to. At first I wanted to provoke the pawn push, but then I realized that I'm unable to somehow avoid the pawn trade. The commentators are very excited, it seems.
Yeah, and I mean, those time scramble games were absolutely intense. Your last game was extremely intense. What are your thoughts about your other games today?
Well, actually, the match was quite interesting because the first 2 games were of a very high quality by the white player. So first game I played very well, I think, and he got in a bad position after the opening. And the second game, I got into trouble with the black pieces, and he converted it very, very well as well. So it seemed like it might become, a match of some good chess finally, but obviously not. And what was happening in game 3, I have no idea what he was thinking. I mean, he's completely winning and he's thinking, and okay, if you want, you can play it in a very dumb way and you're winning. You can try to be sophisticated and you're winning. But he tried to be super deep, but it didn't work. And the last game also, it went completely out of control. And that's good to see because after game 2, I was slightly concerned that, okay, maybe that game he was completely under control, and I thought, okay, he's maybe flawless when he gets a better position. But it seems that luckily he's just like all of us humans, and things just get completely out of hand.
Yeah, the games were absolutely crazy. I was watching out here where it was so intense. What are your thoughts going into tomorrow?
I'm happy with the score. I think like the first game was good, but the rest was very shaky. So I think it's a good score, and it's good to enter second day with 2-2 because then basically the day that decides everything, you are on equal terms with your opponent, and I think that's fine. Basically, it's like you play one match, not two.
Thank you very much, Anish.
All right. Well, interesting thoughts and an interesting end to that game 4. Robert, we'll go around the horn the other way. Your thoughts on not just that crazy time scramble, but how Anish was reacting to the thought that he almost missed a win, but can't really hold it against himself.
I don't think I've ever seen Anish's hair not being perfectly brushed.
That's right.
Like that strand of hair that was sticking out. That's how intense that match was.
Yeah.
And I think he made some good points, though. He's happy that the day ended 2-2. Fabi and I talked at the start of the show that those two had not played each other very much. So he's just getting a feel of his opponent, and he felt that Nihal, when he gets a better position, he plays perfectly. He just learned that's not always the case. Even in time trouble, Nihal's reputation precedes him. He is a bullet maestro, the #1 rated player on chess.com. When you look at it, seems like he's always up there. But today, he wasn't perfect, and that should give Anish some confidence, but he must play better tomorrow.
You were with Anish when he was looking trippy, looking great, right? He was disheveled there. Good call by Robert. What are you going to tell him? You know, you got to look good to play good, right?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, and you know what's funny? You just said that. He actually said that in a quote a long time ago.
Did he really?
Yes.
Oh,
actually,
okay.
You mustn't. I mean, that's crazy,
No,
y'all. That hug maybe really did something.
Fabi's looking fresh all the time, but I didn't know
this
Anish
is
said
fresh
that.
Fabi, though. We know that. That's what we call him, right? Fresh Fabi. But Giri, I think what he said, he was very calm. I thought he was very calm about it and very objective and very cool about it, as opposed to like, I don't know, or like maybe I should do this, maybe I should do that. He didn't seem jittery at all. It seemed like a real professional and like, okay, I'm gonna take this information, I'm gonna adapt to it, and then come back in here stronger tomorrow and leave it at one match. I like that.
Fabi, I was just about to ask on that. He said the comments that you treat it like it's one match. You've been in some of the biggest chess games of anybody in your generation and peer group. You know, you had 12 straight draws with Magnus Carlsen. Yeah. Did you approach every next game, no matter how wild the fight was to get to a draw, like, all right, well, it's still just a new match. We're still fresh? Or is there a bit of a hangover, right? You're thinking about those last games and the moments that got away. Take us into Anish's shoes, and what do you think is really going on there?
Yeah, the pressure, of course, in a World Championship match is very different. There you feel every single move like it's, you know, the move of your life. Here, I don't think that they were feeling the pressure so much today, but as Anish said, it's like a new match tomorrow. I mean, they're tied 2-2, so the stakes will feel much higher for them tomorrow.
Yeah.
The weight of one bad move or one bad game will be like, this might be the end of the match for me. So today we saw some nerves, but tomorrow it's going to be a lot more nerves, especially once we get to those critical last games and potentially an Armageddon.
Yeah.
And I think that Anish mentioned this, and I think it's good for him, that he doesn't feel the weight of that missed chance at the end of the game so much because it was a very brief moment.
Yeah.
When you're winning the whole game, and then you miss it, you feel like, how could I do this?
You feel terrible.
But if it's just like a fleeting moment, just one thing, then you're like, you know, it doesn't stay in your head as much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, makes sense. A lot more to continue to make sense of. We will do our own check-in with the other match. That is, of course, the Hikaru versus Wesley match in a bit. But let's kick it back over to Danya and Levy for the brave move of the day.
Thank you, Danny. Those are some fantastic insights. It is indeed time for the brave move of the day, in which we highlight a key move or set of moves that decided the outcome of one of our matches today. And we're going to dig into a Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura epic battle in their final game today. They had this position, Hikaru with the black pieces down in exchange, his knight on d4 pinned to the queen. He is in crisis mode. And Levy, this is where he uncorks a vintage Hikaru Nakamura moment.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think one thing to remember here is we had decisive games throughout, right? So you would think, oh, it was one of those. But no, this one could have very well been decisive and turned the match completely on its head. But then Hikaru busted out knight to f3. Walking through danger in 3 different ways as the queens hit each other, with the knight defending the queen acrobatically, and if the queens were to be traded here, then the pawn on d3 would fall, leading to the complete collapse of white's position, and maybe Hikaru's even playing for a win.
Indeed. And the pawn on f7 is well protected. He would definitely be playing for a win here. Wesley had to refrain from the queen trade, moving his queen to e2, and now the knight drops back to g5. And the point of this is that the knight on d4 was actually a liability. It kept getting pinned by the queen. Now, black's control over d4 is increased, as is his defense over f7. Everything is watertight, and Hikaru went on to draw very confidently. In fact, by the end, he was the one declining a repetition. Despite being down in exchange, he dropped his queen back to e6, using that knight on g5 H5 to infiltrate H3. And it was up to Wesley to defend carefully. He managed to do that, and the game ends in a beautiful perpetual with another rook sacrifice. Levy, this was awesome.
Yeah, this was absolutely awesome. And just friendly reminder, Danya and I were even calculating some way that black could be down 2 rooks, but threatening a couple of very nasty checkmates. And there's only one line here that saves white. It's to give a check. The king goes back. You cover up mate. And here, it looks like it's game over because once you take, then you have queen to f3 winning both rooks back. That's how acrobatic knights are in chess, but queen g2 is a cold shower. Hikaru saw this kind of concept and chose instead to repeat moves from what I would call a position of strength. A very exciting day, but knight to f3, the key idea, and that's our brave move of the day.
Knight to f3 was amazing. Hikaru's defensive resilience is amazing, and that, folks, was our brave move of the day. Remember, it's time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Try it now at brave.com/chess. And now let's send it back to our hosts in the playing hall. Danny, take it away.
Thank you again. Another great breakdown by Danya and Levy. And we're going to talk about that match. We're going to talk about those big moments in a minute. But right now, Nemo is actually standing by live with Hikaru. Nemo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. Hikaru, you had 4 drawn games today. While they were drawn, they were extremely sharp. How did you feel after sacking the exchange in round 4?
Well, I was just trying to find something where I could make a lot of quick moves. I was already down about 5 minutes on the clock, and sometimes you have to be practical. And at least I had a clear idea to blockade the pawns and hope for the best. I think it probably was losing for me at some moment, but Wesley wasn't able to convert. And yeah, it was a good escape, I guess, in the final game. Of course, the whole match was insane because, I mean, probably I should have lost the first game. I probably should have won the third game. Second and fourth games also very, very up and down both ways. So it seems like a normal result.
Yeah, and we noticed that in round 3, you were definitely pushing for the win. Do you think you missed a win in round 3?
Yeah, I mean, it was completely winning, but at the same time, I mean, Wesley made a couple of crazy mistakes that he didn't have to make in the first place to get into that situation. So it's a bit of a pity I didn't win that game, but again, I very easily could have lost the first game or the fourth game, so I think the results even out.
Okay, and how do you feel going into tomorrow?
It's the usual, 2-2, not surprising. We draw a lot of games. It's life.
Thank you very much, Hikaru, and I'll throw it back to you, Danny.
Good stuff. It's 2-2, right? Sometimes you draw games, and that's life. That's Hikaru's take on where he is deadlocked against Wesley So. Of course, as we already broke down, Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri also deadlocked. Even more of a topsy-turvy matchup there, though. But all right, let's talk a little bit about the interview there, the discussion they got into. Fabi, I want to go back to the first question Nemo asked and Hikaru's answer about finding knight f3, but then the answer he gave where he said, I was down a few minutes, and I just needed a position where I could make a bunch of quick moves and mix it up. How good is Hikaru at sensing the moment that he has to do that, right? You played against him for years. Is that what you would argue maybe his best skill in these online and rapid quick time control formats?
Yeah, I think one of his biggest strengths is that he's very cognizant about not only the objective side of chess, but also the psychological side and the practical side, making sure that he doesn't get low on time. And one of the biggest things that's brought him so many wins, or not even wins, but just like saved lost positions or won lost positions, is that when his opponents get low on time, they tend to make mistakes. He does that less, but he always keeps in mind the time factor. Yeah. And so when he said that he wanted to make natural moves, he understands that it's not just about the objectiveness of the position, it's also about how easy it is to play the position.
Right.
Sometimes you're winning, but it's very, very difficult. Sometimes it's very easy to make moves, and it doesn't even matter about the objective value of your position, just because your opponent always has to make those difficult decisions. And when he had the blockade with the knight on e6, the rook on d4, everything like the queen on e5, it's very easy for him to make moves. Wesley is the one who has to keep all his weaknesses together. He's up material, but he still has to find the difficult moves.
So let me ask you before we get to Canty and Robert, who do you think in that match has the psychological edge going into tomorrow?
I don't think either of them.
Okay.
As Hikaru said, it was up and down. They both had some chances, but it was also very level for much of it. Okay. There was a bit more nerves in the third and fourth games, I noticed. It seemed to be like the pressure of the match was getting to them a little bit more.
Yeah.
We said that this match might ramp up a bit more and more until we get to the end of it. And we're starting to see that. I think we'll see that even more tomorrow, but so far very level, not just from the result, but also from the psychological side of it. Missed chances for both of them. Hikaru alluded to that, and he also didn't seem to think that there was much for either one of them. It seemed like it was very, very level and equal so far.
Hikaru does these, makes these great practical decisions, calculates over everything all the time.
That's right.
But he's also, when he finds knight of 3, it's so entertaining, right? A guy that's covered him a lot, like me, Title Tuesday. What do you do when you're watching Hikaru play like this?
Look, when you play it, first off, it's inspiring, 100%. It's just to see that kind of level. I mean, Hikaru has always inspired me. I've always tell him, look, you're one of my favorite players. I learn a lot. I even do the facial expressions when I'm calculating what I'm going to eat today. What I'm going to eat? I don't know, right? I'm talking to my sons. I don't know. Maybe you should do that. But it's a way of life to calculate, right? Calculation of everything once again. But Hikaru's doing a great job of that. I think they are evenly matched right now, but tomorrow's going to be definitely a test of strength, and I think he's going to bring out some aggression tomorrow.
All right.
So we'll see it.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, Robert, let's start talking about Bobby says he thinks it's deadlocked even against these two guys, but based on what you saw today, if you had to do the thing where you're like giving a slight edge or a nudge to someone, who do you think has the edge going into tomorrow between the two?
I feel like the matchup is awkward for them because they play similar openings. Game 1 and Game 2 had the same exact start.
Yeah.
And that's uncomfortable because like, wait, I like this and I feel like it's good, but you do too. So how are we going to deviate?
Right.
And then games 3 and 4 were more shaky. They were making mistakes that some of which I think were solved in a creative manner, Hikaru, especially in Game 4 there. But I feel like Wesley's time management has been an underrated storyline. He is keeping a healthy extra few minutes on the clock.
Against Hikaru, no less.
Against Hikaru. And Hikaru himself said in that last game, the reason he was able to escape is he made this decision at some point to give up material for easier practical choices. Now, there could be a time and place where Wesley punished that. This position was actually quite locked up. It wasn't easy for Wesley to find a win. He didn't miss anything. I wouldn't say it like that. I think Hikaru was just a creative defender, resourceful. But I'm worried about that clock separation. And I think Wesley, he should be happy about how the games have gone for the most part on day 1. But I do believe that 4th and final game shows that he is missing some of the chances like he did in the first game of the match as well.
Yeah, I think that tomorrow we're going to see a very, very sharp fight between them. And I think we'll see different openings too. That's the thing. They know that the Berlin Wall is you can't break it down.
Plus, no one wants Canty to go to sleep. You know.
Yeah, they're also going to, for the fans. I mean, we know Hikaru likes to play for the audience too, and they want to entertain the fans. I think they'll play some different openings, although of course they're mostly thinking about the result of the match. Everything else is secondary. And yeah, I think we'll see something besides E4 because we saw all E4 today, which is unusual for them. Like Hikaru, I know as a big Nimzo player. He's a guy who loves to play Nimzo. And so I'm a bit surprised to see that both of them, who are D4 players, E4 players, even C4, knight of 3 they're playing first move, that they went for E4 where they have the most solid repertoire and it's most difficult to break down their opponent.
Absolutely. Of course, yeah, like you said, the versatility I see the knight of 3, B3. In fact, the chess.com stats say 60% win rate against everybody he plays with the knight of 3, E3, B3 system Hikaru plays. So, I mean, that's probably many other openings too as well, just knowing Hikaru. But, of course, we do need to see some switching up. I want to see some switching up so we don't fall asleep on the Berlins anymore. Joko Piano is just a little bit, I mean, like you like sleep one eye open, you know what I mean? So, still sleep, but like one eye open because it might be something. And, again, 4 draws, right? So, hopefully we see some spice tomorrow.
Last one I just want to say was a great point, I think, about Wesley keeping an edge on the clock. We've talked now about the X's and O's they're going to maintain tomorrow. I'm going to make a mental note of that. We'll see if Wesley maintains that edge on the clock because I think it may end up being critical. But all right, we got to switch over now to talk about the other match. Sarin, Giri. You said maybe Giri has the psychological edge because Nihal's played better, but what do you expect to happen tomorrow when push comes to shove? And I'm going to ask you this. Who do you think would have the edge in Armageddon against those two?
Armageddon, I would probably give a slight edge to Nihal. And the only reason why is because no increment, I feel like he's going to be more accustomed to that, to when it gets down to the last few seconds. And I remember this ridiculous Armageddon game he played. He was down to like 20 seconds and the position was unclear. And he mated his opponent with black. He just needed a draw and he was down to 20 seconds. You think this guy's getting flagged and he mates him in 20 seconds with like 3 seconds left on the clock. It was like a James Bond movie. Like last seconds of the bomber is going off and somehow he finds a way.
Wow.
But it would still be only a slight edge because Anish has the class. He has the experience. I mean, he's such a classy player. He's so strong, and his openings are better than Nihal's objectively. And that might prove important. We saw today, like the openings, Nihal is trying to jump around, trying to surprise him. He played this weird opening in the third game, and which actually worked out remarkably well. I mean, he was like borderline winning in that game.
Anish was frustrated in that game.
But still. You jump around, sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't. It could also turn into an opening disaster. So we might see that in the first game. We definitely saw the preparation play a role.
All right. You think it's in the water if he gets to Armageddon? You also like Nihal's chances in that?
Yeah, actually, it is in the water, especially him being faster too. And that last game, that grid of like, this is it, this is the last game. Now, of course, Giri's very solid. Like, Giri, don't get weary, right? But at the same time, in that Armageddon one game, slight edge to Sarin, literally slight.
Well, Robert, over to you to help round us out here. You think any of the X's and O's we're talking about, openings maybe favoring Giri, in the fastest moments favoring Sarin, who would you give the edge to tomorrow?
I feel like Nihal Sarin's got to do his best Vince Vaughn impersonation. He's playing dodgeball because he's avoiding that preparation.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
I can't even dodge a wrench ever. I'm sitting next to you, aren't I? But I feel like, in all seriousness, that's what Nihal is doing. He played a kind of shaky opening, something that you would not see at the highest level. You couldn't pay Fabiano Caruana enough money to play that opening. It's just not the best sort of thing. And Magnus Carlsen does it and gets away with it. But I think he already saw in game one, this is what happens when you go down the line Anish Giri is prepared in. You might just get blown off the board. So what he's choosing to do is with the white pieces, Nihal's playing solidly and played an amazing game two. Fabi and I looked at that. That was really exquisite technique from the youngster. But with the black pieces, that's what I'm worried about. So you asked about Armageddon. If I'm Anish Giri and we get that far, you might just take the white piece and say, hey, do your best. You'll have a fewer minutes than I will. Like, try with this random opening. I'm going to punish you.
Just bid 15 minutes, 14:59.
To elaborate on that point, I noticed something, and I just thought about it again. The first two games were exquisite, like perfection from both of them. First, Anish played a perfect game, then Nihal played a perfect game. Games 3 and 4 were shaky. The quality dropped
for
dramatically.
both players.
Yeah, for both of them. So it's interesting how the quality was so high for the first two games, and then the last two, it was very, especially the last one, very up and down. I mean, Nihal almost losing an endgame where he's just a pawn up. That's a bit strange. It shows the nerves are coming into play.
Interesting to see nerves play more of a factor as the match goes on between those two. But all right, the quality of play has been incredibly high at the women's candidates. Let's remind everybody that event has kicked off and we have already reached the semifinals for Pool A. Lei Tingji versus Anna Muzichuk is the matchup we're covering. Who will make it through to the finals and one step closer to the coveted seat across from reigning world champion Zhu Wenjun at the 2023 Women's World Championship. Don't miss a thing. Game 4 is Saturday, November 5th. That is tomorrow here at twitch.tv/chess. Type the command women's candidates in chat for all the details. So, all right, guys. Well, that's going to be a wrap for us. This has been an awesome day. For my team here, Robert Hess, Danny Wrench, James Canty, Fabiano Caruana, of course, Levy, Danya, Amon, Nemo, the whole crew, everyone crushing it, doing a great job. Thanks for being with us. Make sure you join us tomorrow on Twitch and YouTube, of course, as we begin day 2 of the semifinals. The chess starts at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific. For now, once again, I'm Danny. This has been amazing, and this is good night from Toronto.